Silent Order Rustan. Jonathan Moeller. Description: a lawless space station, a ruthless pirate gang, and a superweapon that might destroy everything. Jack March is on the most important mission of his life: find the Pulse superweapon before it can destroy the kingdom of Kalaskar. To find the Pulse, he needs a ship that can make the dangerous journey to the non-aligned systems. But to get that ship, he'll need to return to Rustbelt Station and survive its dangers. Because in the lawless depths of interstellar space, it's might that makes right. 1. Neutral territory. Jack March missed having his own ship. Given the catastrophic events of the last month and a half, he supposed it was a minor concern. Indeed, it was astonishing that he was still alive at all. If March had been a little slower, a little less quick-witted, and a whole lot unluckier, he would have died dozens of times on the day the war started. For that matter, there had been times in his life when he had been much worse off. Still, he missed having his own ship. He had never thought to leave Kalaskar again after he asked Adelaide to marry him, intending to settle into the role of security director for the Museum of the Ark and Sigma operative of the Silent Order. March had even been days away from selling the Tiger. Given that the machinists had blown the ship up, it was probably just as well March hadn't finalized that sale. But he still would have preferred to make the trip to Rustbelt Station aboard the Tiger instead of the adventurous Maiden. The Maiden had started life as a Falcon Republic Starship Yard's heavy mining freighter, with a thick hull and a reinforced frame designed to withstand the radiation and gravitational stresses inherent in mining rare ores from near-solar asteroids. Maxwell Nagin, the current owner and captain of the battered old freighter, had gutted the ship's interior and made substantial upgrades. The engines were 3 times more powerful than those included in the stock model, and Nagin had added an additional layer of armor, redundant shield generators, and a lot of weaponry. The modified freighter handled like a pig wallowing in mud, and everywhere March went aboard the ship, he saw things he would have fixed, repairs he would have redone, shoddy work that ought to be ripped out and rebuilt. But the Maiden had made the long and dangerous journey to the non-aligned systems and the borderlands of the Final Consciousness's empire many times, and Captain Nagin was still alive, and his ship was still in one piece. That alone was proof that the Maiden's crew was doing something right. Especially since the armored assault shuttle in the cargo bay meant that Nagin wasn't above a little piracy when the opportunity presented itself. Additionally, given that open war had begun between the Kingdom of Kalaskar and the Final Consciousness, it wasn't as if there were many legitimate ships making the trip to Rustbelt Station and System NB-8876X. Especially since the machinists had seized the Antioch system, cutting off most of the easy navigation routes to Rustbelt Station. Captain Nagin and his ship had been at Sibley Station when March had arrived. Nagin and his crew had been available to hire. They had been willing to fly out to Rustbelt Station, and perhaps most importantly, they hadn't asked too many questions about March's false identity documents and the locked containers he had brought aboard. No questions asked and no curiosity allowed was Nagin's business model in exchange for a high enough price. The locked containers weren't the only cargo on the Maiden. Captain Nagin had a long trip through the borderlands planned, and including the assault shuttle, the ship's hold was stuffed full of a variety of cargoes. March would have thought a trip through the borderlands would be dangerous for a single trading vessel, but Nagin argued that the machinist's full attention was now on the Kingdom of Kalaskar and the Royal Kalaskaran Navy. The borderlands, Nagin said, would be the safest place in human-settled space until the war was over. Except for the pirates, slavers, and alien marauders. "But don't talk to me about danger, mate," said Nagin. "You're the one who's going to Rustbelt Station." March sat with the captain in the Maiden's galley, a rectangular room with 4 sets of benches and tables bolted to the deck. A counter along one wall held the food appliances common on a starship, a rehydrator, a microwave oven, a coffee maker, and a few other devices. As usual, March had awakened early and completed his workout in the ship's gym before Adelaide and Cassandra woke up. They were in the gym now, spotting each other, and March decided to eat a quick breakfast and drink a cup of coffee before they finished. He had thought to do so in peace and quiet, but instead, the captain had proved to be in a chatty mood. Maxwell Nagin was so thin that he either had a metabolic disorder or had grown up on a world where malnutrition was common. The combination of his sharp features and pale skin made him look a bit like a statue carved of marble. His left eye was blue, and his right eye was vivid orange, a scar marking the brow and cheek above the socket. March hadn't asked, but Nagin claimed that he had lost the eye in a bar fight on a space station, and when he had gone to replace it, the medical clinic had offered a 30% discount on orange eyes. Nagin liked to talk, and he had the gift of talking at length without revealing any actual information about his business. "You're the one who's flying to the borderlands after stopping at Rust Belt Station," said March. He took a sip of coffee and set the mug back down. "Rust Belt Station's dangerous, but the borderlands are riskier." "Hey." Nagin gestured with his own cup. "Things are different now, yeah. Everyone always knew that the machinists and the Kalaskarans were going to take another shot at each other. Of course, no one expected that the machinists could conquer the entire Antioch system in a single day." "That was unexpected," said March, his voice giving no hint of his thoughts. In a way, he was indirectly responsible for the start of the war. He had discovered the Wraith machines, the secret mind control devices of the final consciousness. A few years later, he had rescued Cassandra Yerzov, who had accidentally discovered a method of detecting the quantum entanglement effect produced by the Wraith technology. The Ministry of Defense had begun mass-producing Cassandra's eclipse detectors, preparing to install them on every warship and military installation. Rather than lose the advantage offered by the Wraith devices, the machinists had decided to use it all at once and to spectacular effect. They had seized the Antioch system, one of the 7 core systems of the Kingdom of Kalaskar, and wiped out the Kalaskaran fleet there. The kingdom had started the war on the back foot. And Adelaide had been entangled with a Wraith device and sent to kill the king. "Bloody right it was," said Nagin. "I, of course, have never had to outrun a Kalaskaran customs frigate. But their navy is usually pretty competent. Or so I've heard. But with the fall of Antioch, Rust Belt Station's cut off. The machinists haven't bothered to take over the place. It doesn't have any strategic value, and they probably don't have the ships to spare anyway." "So," said March. "Rust Belt Station's going to become a nest for pirates and slavers," said Nagin. "And, not to be indelicate, Mr. Sylvester, but you're traveling alone with 2 very attractive women. There are people who would pay a lot of money for your wife and sister." "I know," said March. He was traveling under a false name. So was Cassandra, and her cover identity was that she was Macha's sister. Adelaide, of course, actually was Macha's wife. "I trust you're not one of them." Nagin's mismatched eyes flicked just for a second to Macha's left arm. March usually wore a leather glove and bracer over his left hand and forearm, but Nagin was clever enough to have worked out that the limb was cybernetic. No. Bad for business to stab paying customers in the back, yeah. I was hired to fly the 3 of you to Rust Belt Station, and that's what I'll do. Once you get to that miserable rock, you're not my problem anymore." He shrugged. "But I'm a kind-hearted gentleman, so I feel obliged to warn you." "That's very considerate," said March. "But you don't need to worry about us. We have well-armed friends on Rust Belt Station." Still, he would heed Nagin's warnings. The captain loudly and frequently announced that he refused to work with slavers, but March suspected that Nagin was open to practically any other kind of illegal enterprise. If someone like Nagin thought that Rust Belt Station had become dangerous, then March needed to take extra caution. "It's good to have well-armed friends," said Nagin. just so long as you're sure that they're actually your friends. What about you? Said March. If Rust Belt Station has become dangerous, then you'll need to watch your back as well. Negan smirked behind his coffee cup. The adventurous maiden has a lot of guns. And my crew has some experience repulsing pirate boarders. The captain launched into a rambling story about a pirate raid in the non-aligned systems that March was sure hadn't happened. Or, if it had happened, then the maiden's crew had been the pirates. Negan had a crew of about 25 men aboard the ship. Most of them were hard-faced, cold-eyed men who never spoke unless spoken to first, and who stared at Adelaide and Cassandra whenever they thought March wasn't watching. To judge from the tattoos on their arms and necks, some of the crewers had been part of pirate gangs before they had joined Negan's ship. Dangerous men, and not the sort of people March would turn his back on. Despite that, Negan had control of his crew, and while they hadn't been friendly, there hadn't been any incidents. The galley door opening interrupted Negan's story. Two men stepped inside, boots clanking against the deck. One was a hulking man with a perpetual scowl, a shaved head, scarring on his scalp that looked like it had come from standing at the edge of a plasma explosion, and tattoos on his muscled arms that marked him as a former member of a pirate gang that operated near the Falcon Republic. He was Mercer, the maiden's chief engineer. The second man was wiry, with a ferret-like look. His name was Carmen, and he was Mercer's assistant. The chief engineer more or less ignored the passengers. Carmen refused to meet March's eyes, and watched Adelaide and Cassandra whenever he thought he could get away with it. "Cap," grunted Mercer. "We're out of hyperspace. Gonna recalibrate the dark energy resonator before our next jump." "How long?" said Negan. "We don't want to keep our passengers waiting." 6 hours probably, said Mercer. "Nav computer says it will take us 4 hours to fly to our next jump point, so we won't lose that much time." Right, said Negan. He grinned at March. "Don't want to get a reputation for slow passenger service." Mercer rolled his eyes. Carmen merely leveled a glare at March. He met the assistant engineer's gaze, who found something interesting to look at on the floor. "I don't have a hard timetable," said March. "I rather we arrive a few hours or even a few days late than have a resonator break down in hyperspace." "Better late than never," agreed Negan. Mercer grunted. "You ever been aboard a ship that had a resonator failure?" "I have. Bloodiest mess I've ever seen. A third of the crew was possessed before we did an emergency cutoff to the hyperdrive. Took 2 days to kill them all." March shook his head. "No. But I responded to a distress call to a ship that had a resonator failure. Managed to get a few survivors off, but most of the crew was possessed and had to be killed." That had been the dismal fate of the Alpine, shortly after March had met Cassandra for the first time. Every starship crewer and officer feared macro-possession, that the dark energy creatures in hyperspace would take control of their bodies and mutate them into insane abominations. Thankfully, the technology to block macro-possession while in hyperspace had been well known for millennia. But sometimes, the dark energy resonators failed. And March knew things that Negan and his crewers did not. He knew that sometimes the possession process resulted in a symbiosis, creating a human who could perceive the dark energy currents of hyperspace. The Kalaskaran Royal Navy recruited such men as navigators and used them to perform incredibly accurate feats of astronavigation, targeting hyperspace jumps with pinpoint accuracy. The king of Kalaskar himself was possessed by a macrobe. It rendered him unable to tell a lie, but neither could anyone lie to him. That ability was one of the reasons the Kalaskaran monarchy had endured for 2,000 years. An Omega operative of the Silent Order knew many things that most people did not, secrets he could never share with anyone else. "Sounds like a mess," said Mercer. "It was," said March. "Trust me. I don't have any objection to a delay for resonator maintenance." "Smart man," said Mercer, and he left the galley. Carmen shuffled after him, eyes on the deck. He tried to glare at March and thought better of it, electing instead to retreat back to the corridor. "What's his problem?" said March. "Who, Carmen?" said Nagin. "Hey, he thinks you're Kalaskuran law enforcement." Carmen used to run a repair bay for cargo shuttles back on New Constantinople station, and started ordering twice as many engine parts as he needed, and selling the rest. Sadly, station security took a dim view of his enterprise, and so poor Carmen has been forced to accept jobs he views as beneath his station, such as helping Mercer fix the resonator. March grunted. "If I'm Kalaskuran law enforcement, maybe you shouldn't tell me that." Nagin grinned. "I never ask questions about my passenger's business, mate. Far as I'm concerned, you're missionaries from the Kalaskuran Church, on your way to spread the good word of the Lord to those reprobate heathens on Rust Belt Station." "Wouldn't missionaries be obliged to report Carmine's thefts to the authorities?" said March. Nagin's smirk widened. "And here I thought we were supposed to forgive one another our trespasses, yeah." He stood up and put his tray into the recycler. "Well, I'm sure you'd love to hear more of my stories. I should go to the bridge. The software controlling the hyperdrive freaks out whenever Carmen recalibrates the resonator." "Maybe he needs a gentler hand," said March. "Or a harder one," said Nagin, glancing at March's left arm for just a little too long. The captain left without another word, the galley door hissing closed behind him. March finished his breakfast, enjoying the peace and quiet. One of Nagin's other crewers came into the galley, a sour-faced man with an unfortunate attempt at a mustache, but like March, he preferred quiet. March drained off the rest of his coffee, put the dishes in the recycler, and left the galley. Adelaide and Cassandra would be up by now, and he should check on them. The Maiden's physical configuration was basically a long, boxy rectangle with a U-shape mounted on the front. In its past life as a mining freighter, plasma cutters and graviton beams had been mounted within the interior of the U, tools that allowed the crew to carve ore from the surface of asteroids and haul it into the cargo hold. The mining equipment was still there, but Nagin had a wide variety of weaponry mounted on the U. No doubt Nagin used the mining equipment to slice open the hulls of captured cargo ships. The crew quarters occupied the rectangle spine, with the galley, the entertainment room stocked with a wide array of pornographic movies, and the gym towards the rear of the ship. March walked to the gym door, and it slid open at his approach. The gym was generally as dilapidated as the rest of the adventurous Maiden. It had the usual array of exercise machines, none of which March would have used because he wasn't sure how well they were maintained. However, the free weights were in good condition, and they were always racked properly after a crew member used them, probably because Mercer threatened to inflict brutal violence upon anyone who left the weights out, since they could cause damage to the bulkheads if the artificial gravity or the inertial absorbers glitched. March's wife stood over Cassandra Yerzov, spotting her as she performed military presses. Adelaide glanced up as he entered, her hand straying for a second to the stunner she wore clipped to the waistband of her exercise pants. She looked better than he would have expected, all told, given that she had lost her left forearm and suffered considerable internal damage in the explosion that had destroyed the Tiger. Her face was thinner and paler than it had been, and there were dark circles under her gray eyes that hadn't been there before. She wore loose black pants, a black jacket, and a ball cap. Adelaide almost always wore the hat, since her head had been shaved for surgery after the explosions, and the loss of her hair bothered her more than she wanted to admit. The synthetic skin covering her cybernetic left hand looked almost like the real thing. Cassandra Yerzov, dark energy physicist and beta operative of the Silent Order, lay on the weight bench, her face shining with sweat. She wore the same sort of clothes as Adelaide, though she had taken off her jacket to reveal a black tank top that fit her very well. When March had first met her years ago, she had been afraid to exercise, preferring to focus on her mind. During the near disasters that had followed, March had persuaded her that the mind was dependent on the body, and so Cassandra had taken to weightlifting the same way she did everything else, with extensive research and meticulous planning and mathematical modeling. She had shown him the spreadsheet she used to track her workouts and nutrition, and it looked almost as complex as the financial records of an interplanetary corporation. 6, said Adelaide as Cassandra lifted the bar. She had about 55 kilograms on the bar, which was an impressive weight given her size and height. If she kept at it, March thought that eventually she could bench press her own body weight. 7, 8, 9. Come on, Cass, you've got one more in you, you know you do. And 10. Good job. Cassandra slumped against the bench, wheezing a bit, her face red. Finally she sighed, scooted forward, sat up, and blinked when she saw March. Jack. How long have you been standing there? Since your third representative, said Adelaide. She tried to smile, though the haunted look didn't leave her eyes. So much for keeping an eye on my surroundings, said Cassandra, picking up a towel and wiping off her face. That's why you have a spotter, said Adelaide. I talked to Negan, said March. They're going to do some maintenance on the resonator. We've got a 6-hour flight to our next jump point anyway, so it shouldn't delay us. A flicker of old anxiety went through Cassandra's expression. You'll check to make sure they did it right. I will, said March. Given that the week he and Cassandra had met, they had been attacked by the macro-possessed crew and passengers of the Starliner Alpine, he could see why the thought of resonator repair made her anxious. Good, said Adelaide. She pointed at the ceiling. One of the light panels had gone out and hadn't been replaced. March suspected it had been out for months before they had hired passage aboard the ship. Given the maintenance standards aboard this rust bucket, I'm relieved the entire ship hasn't fallen apart. After several days aboard the ship, March's assessment wasn't quite so grim. Negan and Mercer made sure the vital systems, including life support, were well maintained. The more cosmetic maintenance fell by the wayside. March wondered if the captain was simply cheap, or if he used the ship's dilapidated appearance as a sort of protective camouflage, concealing the true power of the Maiden's considerable armaments. Knowing Negan, it was probably both. I'll offer to help Mercer with the repair, said March. You won't turn down competent help, not when it's free. I'll make sure it's done right. Okay, said Adelaide. We'll go back to the cabins. Get back to our reading. Sensor had sent March on this mission with a lot of equipment. Some of that equipment included encrypted data files, everything the Kingdom of Kalaskar and the Silent Order knew about the artifacts of the Great Elder Ones, and the Pulse, the mysterious superweapon the machinists were building to destroy Kalaskar and win the war. And Dr. Terra Sigrande, who apparently knew where the weapon was and was hiding out in the non-aligned systems. It was less information than March would have liked. He had been hearing rumors about the Pulse, the machinist's mysterious superweapon, for some time now. Unfortunately, what the entire Silent Order knew about the weapon was little more than what March had heard during his previous missions. The Pulse was derived from the technology of the Great Elder Ones, much as the hive mind of the final consciousness itself had been. It would rely on a band of dark energy radiation that in theory couldn't exist in this universe, but March had seen it used in experimental tests. That band of radiation was lethal to organic life, and the final consciousness seemed certain that their weapon would destroy Kalaskar. Beyond that, very little was known about the Pulse. That's good, said March. We're only 2 days from NB-8876X. Once we have our own ship, we can head directly to the non-aligned systems. I wish I knew what kind of ship we were getting, said Adelaide. The fingers of her left hand closed and opened as she spoke. She had been doing that a lot lately and didn't seem aware of it. It was a common response in people who had received cybernetic limbs. March shrugged. We'll find out in 2 days. Unless this rust bucket breaks down, said Adelaide. Suppose I had better help keep that from happening then, said March. Adelaide turned to help Cassandra finish her workout, and March left the gym and made his way aft along the ship's central corridor to the engine compartment. He found Mercer and Carmen just getting ready to recalibrate the dark energy resonators. Mercer accepted the offer of help without complaint, Carmen with obvious suspicion. No doubt he thought March was chasing those missing shuttle parts that Negan had mentioned. But recalibrating a dark energy resonator was always a big enough job that help was welcome. Fortunately, the task did not prove difficult. Negan might not have been too concerned about his ship's appearance, but the vital systems were in good shape, and recalibrating the resonator proved a straightforward if time-consuming task. They were ready to go before the Maiden reached its next jump point. "The captain's not going to refund any of your passage fare for this," said Mercer, packing up his tools. "That's fine," said March. "Not getting possessed by a macrobe is a good payment." Not that March could be possessed by a dark energy macrobe. The cybernetic alterations the final consciousness had installed in his flesh made that impossible. But Adelaide and Cassandra had no such protections. Nor did the rest of the Maiden's crew, for that matter. Mercer grunted. "Wife put it up to you, did she?" "Yeah." Mercer managed to smile for a half-second. "Suppose some peace and quiet is your real reward then?" March kept his thoughts on that to himself. That night he returned to his cabin. The passenger cabins aboard the adventurous Maiden were little different than hundreds that March had seen aboard various ships over the years. The cabin he shared with Adelaide had 3 bunks built into the right-hand bulkhead, with a small desk and storage compartments on the left. To the rear of the cabin was the toilet, with the necessary attachments in case of gravitational failure, and the sanitizer booth, since water was too precious of a commodity aboard a starship to waste with bathing. The cabin had been clean, but a bit musty when they had come aboard at Sibley Station. March suspected that the crew had used it for storage until they had passengers, and that the machine parts that had been kept in here had been hastily pulled out. Adelaide was waiting for him. She had been lying on the lowest bunk, but she rose to her feet the second he locked the door behind him. An instant after that, her arms were around his neck, her mouth hard against his. Soon after that, she was pulling at his clothes, and then she drew him down to the bunk. Ever since she had recovered from the surgery and stopped the painkillers, she had been more aggressive. March wasn't sure why, but he could make a few guesses. The final consciousness had all but destroyed her life on Kalaskar, and he was nearly the only thing that she had left. Ever since they had met, March had realized she tended to deal with stress by either chain-smoking, overworking, or lovemaking. And they hadn't let her smoke in Kalaskar Station's hospital, and for all the adventurous Maiden's lax maintenance standards, Negan absolutely refused to allow anyone to smoke aboard the ship. And of course, sometimes cybernetic limbs resulted in neurological changes that made it difficult to reach arousal and climax. Maybe Adelaide wanted to prove to herself that she could still do this. He could give her what she wanted. Gladly, even. The augmentations of an iron hand had given him a seething, elevated libido, one that he had ignored for almost 10 years before he had met Adelaide, and with her he could let go of his self-control. "I love you, Jack," she whispered when they had finished, her arms wrapped around his back, her skin shining with sweat. Only a bit of stubble had regrown on her scalp after the surgery, making her face seem larger, her gray eyes enormous. "I love you too," he said, and kissed her. She pressed her face into his shoulder, and they lay like that for a while. March started to doze off. Finally, Adelaide shifted beneath him. "I hate to say it," she said, "but I need to stand up." Right. They had been sleeping in separate bunks, simply because there really wasn't room for 2 people to sleep in one. He rolled off Adelaide, gripped the bunk above his head, and pulled himself to his feet. Adelaide rose, a pale, slim shape in the faint glow from the recessed light over the sanitation booth. The synthetic skin over her new forearm almost exactly matched the rest of her body in the dim light. March waited, watching as she stepped toward the toilet. "A lot of sweat," she said. Aye. She dropped onto the toilet, buried her face in her hands, and started crying. He crossed the room and knelt next to her, putting his right arm over her shoulders. "Damn it," said Adelaide, rubbing at her face. She sniffled and swiped the tears from her eyes. "Damn it. These mood swings, Christ, it's like when I was pregnant but worse." "It's your nervous system adjusting to the implant the surgeons put in your brain to help control the new arm," said March. "I know," said Adelaide. "I know, damn it. I just wish that I could get pregnant. That I could get pregnant with your baby. That we could just live quietly somewhere." March said nothing but rubbed her shoulders. The damage from the bombing that had killed her first husband and her unborn child had left her unable to conceive. For that matter, the genetic modifications that were part of becoming an Iron Hand had left March sterile. He could not impregnate a woman simply because the genetic incompatibility would make fertilizing an egg impossible. March had become an Iron Hand at a young enough age that he had never even considered having children, and the loss of the potential did not trouble him. In his mind, lovemaking had always been for pleasure and companionship, not procreation, and in the few and infrequent moments he had thought about children, he supposed it was just as well that he would not bring a small, helpless creature into a universe that so often tormented and devoured the weak. But sometimes, he thought it might have been nice to have a child with Adelaide. "I know," said March. "It's not in the cards for people like us. But we can give others a chance. Your sister Sydney and your brother William." Adelaide had been close to her family, and her banishment from Kalaskar had hit her hard. "Perhaps their kids will be able to grow up peacefully because of what we're doing." "I know," said Adelaide. She reached up and grabbed his right hand with her left. "We'll do it, Jack. We'll find and destroy the pulse, and we'll go home." "Yes," said March. At least, that was one potential outcome. The various other outcomes of their mission were both more unpleasant and much more probable. But Adelaide knew that as well as he did. No need to point it out. "I'm glad you're with me," whispered Adelaide, and she rested her head against his shoulder. The stubble on her scalp scraped against his skin. This would be so hard alone. March said nothing, old guilt squeezing his heart. Odin had hoped to use the Wraith devices to assassinate the King of Kalaskar. He could have chosen anyone to entangle with the Wraith, but he had picked Adelaide specifically because March had thwarted him several times. The cognarchs of the final consciousness had a vengeful streak as wide as the galaxy, and Odin had been especially vindictive. Indulging that vindictiveness had been a mistake, considering that March had killed Odin. But Adelaide had paid the price for it. March had never cared about what happened to his own life, which was why he had spent so much time as an Alpha operative, far longer than most men did. He cared very much what happened to Adelaide, and he knew that if he had been a little slower and a little less lucky on Kalaskar, he would have seen her die. Eventually she calmed down, the storm of grief passing. Her careening emotional pendulum swung back to affectionate, and March guided her back to the bunk and climbed atop her once more. After they finished, she sighed contentedly and drifted off to sleep in his arms. Once he heard her snoring, March eased back to his feet and dressed in silence. He ought to get some sleep himself, he knew, but his mind would not settle. Strangely, he found trying to comfort Adelaide when she was at the nadir of her mood swings to be exhausting. He would rather have done something for her, but there was nothing to be done but continue their mission for Censor and the King. Life and experience had made March into a killer, not a man equipped to take care of someone he loved. Still, he was all that Adelaide had now, so he would do the best he could. He left the cabin, walked down the corridor, and came to the Maiden's Galley. Nagin ran the ship on a 3-shift rotation, and it was 0200, the middle of the 3rd shift. Likely the only people awake were the pilot and whoever had been assigned to monitor the engine room. March expected the galley to be deserted, but to his surprise, Cassandra sat at one of the tables. The table had a built-in holoprojector, and she was currently playing a chess game against the computer and winning. "Couldn't sleep," said March, sitting opposite her. "No," said Cassandra. She tapped one of the holographic chess pieces. It moved to a new position, and a notification appeared that she had forced a checkmate. I stayed up late reading some of the scientific papers in our luggage, and my head was spinning with it. Between helping with the resonator calibration and certain other activities he had enjoyed with Adelaide, March was quite tired. But his mind remained restless. "Something like that." "Game," said Cassandra, resetting the board. "Sure. You always win, though." Cassandra tapped a button, and the holographic chessboard reset itself in two-player mode. She took white, March took black, and Cassandra made the first move. "How's Adelaide?" said Cassandra. "Sleeping," said March. He moved one of the pawns. The hyperdrive allowed mankind to convert unfathomable distances at speeds the human mind could not comprehend. Nevertheless, interstellar travel could still take days or weeks, and at some point on a properly maintained ship, you ran out of work to do, and so chess and other board games were popular. He had always been better at cards. "That's good," said Cassandra. "She told me she used to have insomnia, even before she got hurt." "Yeah," said March, wondering why Cassandra had just moved her knight. "That was how she got so many books written. Couldn't sleep, so she got up and worked." "Suppose you finally tired her out enough to sleep," said Cassandra. March looked at her. Cassandra smiled. "You used," said March, "to be a lot more reticent." Cassandra shrugged. "Then I met you and Adelaide, and got shot at a lot." March moved a game piece. "As I recall, you were already getting shot at when I met you." "That's fair," said Cassandra. "That sort of experience changes people, I guess. I used to be anxious all the time. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm still anxious, but I think I'm accustomed to it now." "When we met," said March, "you'd never have sat alone in the galley on a ship full of strange men." "They're not strange, just shifty and probably criminal," said Cassandra. She tapped her belt where a stun pistol rested in its holster. "Also, they're all afraid of you." She moved her bishop and captured one of March's rooks. He glowered at the board for a second, sighed, and made a new move. "Makes it easier, I suppose." "Is Adelaide coping well?" said Cassandra. "I mean, I've never had to have a limb replaced. But I have had to leave my home and fly off into the dark. Not that I really missed Orodria that much. I didn't have any friends or family left. I liked Kalaskar a lot better. But it's still a shock," said March. He moved his remaining rook. "Yeah," said Cassandra. "But I've done this kind of thing before, you know. Left everything and ran for it. And..." She paused and moved her bishop. "Checkmate." March stared at the board. It was indeed checkmate. "Hell," he muttered. "Every time." Cassandra grinned. "For once, I have the unfair advantage. Chess is basically the Orodrian national sport." Her smile faded. "I can never get Adelaide to play." "She doesn't like to lose," said March as Cassandra reset the board for another game. "She told me once that she likes to deal with things by working. Better than alcohol and drugs, I suppose." March nodded. "And we'll have a lot to do when we get to Rustbelt Station." 2. Spikers. 2 days later, March finished his morning workout and sat in the galley eating breakfast. His phone was in hand, and he read some of the documents that Censor had provided. Adelaide and Cassandra had read them all already, but March wanted to look them over himself. Granted, it was mostly a futile exercise. The Silent Order knew very little about the pulse superweapon, which was why the King and Censor had sent March, Adelaide, and Cassandra to find and destroy the damn thing. In fact, most of what the Silent Order knew about the pulse was what March himself had uncovered, usually the hard way. The documents about the non-aligned systems were far more useful. March had just started reading a history of Thunderbolt, the insane AI that dominated the non-aligned systems, when the comm panel by the door buzzed. "We're about to come out of hyperspace in system NB8876X, mate," came Negan's voice. The speaker crackled a little. "Thought you might want to watch the final approach." March rose, tucked his phone into his jacket pocket, and hit the button on the comm panel. "Acknowledged. We'll be on the bridge shortly." He left the galley and headed to the crew cabins. Cassandra ought to be in her cabin, and he thought Adelaide was with her. March knocked, and after a few seconds, the door slid open. Cassandra stood in the doorway, and Adelaide sat on one of the bunks. They had just finished their morning workout, and both women wore blue Starship Crewers jumpsuits, though Adelaide had also donned her favorite brown leather jacket and the ball cap she now habitually wore while her hair regrew. "Trouble," said Adelaide. "Not yet," said March, which seemed the most honest answer. "We're about to exit hyperspace. Negan asked if we wanted to watch from the bridge." Cassandra frowned. "Why would he ask that?" Adelaide shrugged. "Why not? Make sure we all stay honest, I suppose." "And our advice if things go bad," said March. "Isn't Rustbelt Station a Kalaskaran outpost?" said Cassandra. Her frown deepened. "Or would the machinists have conquered it already?" "Probably not," said March. "They could, most likely, but the station doesn't offer any strategic advantages. It's more likely that a corporate or pirate group is operating the station now. Or those slimeballs at Ronstadt Private Security Corporation," said Adelaide with a scowl. Cassandra glanced back as Adelaide got to her feet. "I take it you have some history with them?" "It was the trip where Jack and I met," said Adelaide, touching March's right arm. "I led an archaeological expedition out to Xenostas, which wasn't all that far from the non-aligned systems, come to think of it." "Oh right, I saw that video," said Cassandra. Adelaide had made a documentary about that ill-fated trip, one that had been factually correct while omitting most of the details about what had actually happened. "I guess that the real story was different." "Just slightly," said Adelaide. "I'll tell you about it later. Anyway, I hired Ronstadt Corporation to provide security for our trip. They accepted bribes to abandon my team, and if Jack hadn't shown up, we would have all been killed." "The company was corrupt even before that," said March. "The incident with Adelaide's team was the final straw. Ronstadt lost its charter to operate in Kalaskaran space." "They went out of business," said Cassandra. "No." March stepped into the corridor, and Adelaide and Cassandra followed him. "There's a lot of work for a private security company in the borderlands and the non-aligned systems, and Ronstadt became a private army. And one with a lot of connections to pirate groups and slaving gangs." He looked at Adelaide. "They might still have a grudge against you. They were already under investigation, but you got their Kalaskaran charter revoked." "That's true," said Adelaide. "Well, with luck, we'll be gone and on our way by the time anyone thinks to look for us," said Cassandra. She locked the cabin door behind them. "With luck." March had been first an Iron Hand, and then an Alpha operative of the Silent Order for long enough to be distrustful of luck. Preparation was a more reliable ally. They walked in silence through the dorsal corridor and climbed the ladder to the Maiden's Bridge. The ship's control center sat at the center of the U-shaped mining appendage. The bridge was a wide rectangle, with stations for the pilot, the co-pilot, the navigator, a tactical officer, and a few other consoles that could be reassigned at need. A navigation plotting table sat in the center of the room, a holographic map of system NB8876X floating over it. A large screen on the far wall gave the illusion of a massive window overlooking the vastness of space. Of course, no serious interstellar vessel had windows in the command center. A well-calibrated laser could pass right through translucent metal and kill the entire crew in one blast. Nagin sat at the pilot's console, holograms floating before him, the console's flat displays showing navigation information. Mercer was at the engineering station, flipping switches. Nagin's first mate and co-pilot, a sour, taciturn man named Holt, occupied the co-pilot's console. He had leathery, sun-damaged skin and no facial hair, not even eyebrows, save for an enormous bushy gray mustache. "Ah, our passengers," said Nagin. "Mercer says you did good work on the resonator." He smirked. "You must have, since we all haven't been turned into macrobes." Cassandra shuddered a little before she caught herself. "Glad to be of service," said March. "We're here." "See for yourself," said Nagin, and he tapped a command into his console. The wall screen changed, showing March the familiar sight of Rust Belt Station, complete with an overlay listing sensor information. The station occupied an asteroid shaped like a lumpy potato, about 50 kilometers in diameter, at its thickest point. The Maiden's radar and ladder picked up dozens of metallic domes clustered near the asteroid's southern pole, and the radiation sensors registered numerous active fusion reactors. The sensors also detected enormous empty spaces within the asteroid, marking where the mining equipment had cut into the rock. A long time ago, the asteroid had been home to numerous rare ores, and some Kalaskaran nobles had chartered a mining company. Unfortunately for them, the ore deposits dried up, market prices fell, and the company went out of business. Rust Belt Station remained, catering to those who wished to conduct their business far from official eyes. Smugglers and pirates and drug runners turned up here, along with people involved in far more serious crimes, such as slaving and kidnapping. Naturally, spies from the various starfaring nations and alien races had a presence on Rust Belt Station as well. March had met Adelaide on the station. That was about his one positive memory of the place. He had gotten shot at a lot here, both on the station itself and in his ship. And stabbed. And then shot at some more. His eyes moved over the information overlay. A lot of ships were docked at the station, and more waited in orbit around the asteroid. The outbreak of open war hadn't damaged the trade flowing through Rust Belt Station. If anything, it had increased. War boosted the demands for certain commodities, and with the Royal Kalaskaran Navy fighting for its survival against the machinists, various business opportunities now had much lower risk: gun running, slave raiding, and other unsavory activities. 4 of the nearby ships were Ronstadt Corporation gunships flying a patrol pattern. It looked as if Ronstadt still had a presence at Rust Belt Station, at least for now. "That frigate," said March. "That looks like trouble." "Yeah," said Nagin, and he tapped controls. He didn't do an active radar and ladder focus on the frigate. That would draw unwelcome and possibly fatal attention, but he swept the ship's telescopes and passive sensors over it. The frigate was an old Mercator Foundry Yards warship, the sort purchased by planetary militias and system patrol forces, designed to be rugged and reliable. It looked like a floating metal box with drive nozzles on one side, the rest of the hull dotted with turrets and missile ports. Old battle scars marked the hull armor, and some of the turrets looked as if they had been replaced several times. A symbol had been painted on one side of the frigate, a vertical black line pierced by 3 parallel red nails. Or spikes. "That's trouble all right," grumbled Holt. "Spikers." "Spikers," said Cassandra. "Pirate gang," said March. "They're based out of the borderlands and attack both Kalaskaran and machinist shipping when they can get away with it. They've got nests in the non-aligned systems," said Mercer from the engineer station. "Places where they can hide away from Thunderbolt ships and the stronger militaries. Nasty group of folks." "Reckon they're in business with Ronstadt Corporation now," said Nagin. He glanced up at March. "You sure you want to stop here? Might not be hospitable." "I am," said March. "All right, mate," said Nagin. Given his tone, he might have just said that it was March's funeral. The captain tapped a command and opened a communication channel. "This is the Adventurous Maiden, requesting docking permission." The speaker crackled, and a harsh voice came over it. "Business. Atmosphere and potable water resupply," said Nagin. "Also dropping off some passengers." March waited. At most places in Kalaskrun space, pilots were required to file a flight plan and declare their cargoes. You could fly unplanned to a Kalaskrun station, but docking or landing would require an interview and an extensive customs inspection. March was willing to bet that Ronstadt Corporation would not be so picky. "Docking fee is 1,500 credits, announced the voice. "Also a 500 credit convenience fee. Payable immediately." Nagin glanced at March, who nodded. Part of their agreement had been that March would pay any docking fees or bribes at Rustbelt Station. Fortunately, Censor had provided March with enough cash to cover quite a few expenses. "Very well," said the voice. "Docking Bay 83. Proceed immediately." The connection ended. "A convenience fee," muttered Nagin. "The Spikers are pirates, boss," said Mercer. "What do you expect?" Nagin shrugged and looked up at March. "Well, it's your money, Mr. Sylvester. Your neck to risk. Your wife's and sister's too. Let's hope you know what you're doing." "Guess we'll find out," said March. Nagin adjusted the ship's vector, angling it towards the beacon for Docking Bay 83. It was on the outer edge of the cluster of domes that dominated the asteroid's southern pole, the domes that housed most of the station's habitable areas. "Better get your luggage. Make sure you have the money ready. Ronstadt Corporation isn't the kind of people you want to owe money to." "They are not," said March. "We'll meet you at the main personnel airlock." He beckoned, and Adelaide and Cassandra followed him from the bridge and back to the doors. "We're all packed and ready to leave," said Cassandra. "Yeah," said March. "Think we're going to have to unpack some." He opened the door to his cabin. The 3 heavy equipment cases that Censor had provided before their departure from Kalaskar sat against the wall. Each one was about the size of a coffin, and they held a variety of useful equipment and items. Everything that March thought they might need on the journey to find Dr. Terra Sigrande and the pulse. Thankfully, the cases could lock together, and the bottom one had a built-in anti-grav field generator that let March pull it with ease. He unlocked the top case, flipped open the lid, and drew out weapons. Plasma-based weaponry had been restricted on Rustbelt Station the last time he had been here, as it was on most space-based installations. An ill-placed plasma shot could cause a hull breach and kill a lot of people. Kinetic-based projectile weapons, by contrast, were much less regulated, since it was harder to open a hull breach with one. March took a pistol and a gun belt, strapped it to his waist, and then several magazines worth of spare ammunition. He also took a stun pistol and several flash grenades. Cassandra's dark eyes were wide. "Do we really need all those weapons?" Adelaide reached into the equipment case and began arming herself. "Remember our first day in Northgate City," said March. He handed a stun pistol to Cassandra. She sighed and took the weapon. "Yeah." "What happened in Northgate City?" said Adelaide, expertly checking her own pistol. "We almost got mugged by a scooter gang," said March. "A scooter gang?" said Adelaide, incredulous. "It was really scary at the time," said Cassandra, a bit embarrassed. "You've never been to Raisha," said March. He finished settling his weapons into place. "Doesn't sound like I've missed much," said Adelaide. She tugged her ball cap lower, and then reached into a pocket of her coat and produced a pair of sunglasses, sliding them onto her face. Between the hat and the glasses, hopefully she would not be immediately recognizable to any vengeful Ronstadt officers. "Not really," said March. He closed and locked the top case, and then activated the anti-grav unit built into the lowest one. The cases floated a few inches off the deck. March tugged a handle from the middle case and drew the stack after him. There was about 800 kilograms worth of equipment stuffed into the 3 cases, but the anti-grav unit let him pull them with minimal effort. Useful device that. "Keep your eyes open," said March. "I don't think Negan's going to double-cross us, but if he does, now is the time." "I am really looking forward," said Cassandra, "to having our own ship again." She had no idea how much March agreed with her. "This way," said March. They went to the end of the dorsal corridor and took the lift down to the Maiden's cargo bay. At the moment, the bay was packed full of locked shipping crates containing whatever cargo Negan was carrying to the non-aligned worlds, some of them stacked to within a few inches of the armored assault shuttle. Negan hadn't volunteered what his ship was carrying, and March had known better than to ask. A half-dozen of the Maiden's crew stood by the passenger ramp built into the starboard side of cargo bay, all of them holding weapons. Carmen waited at their head, and his eyes lingered on Adelaide a little longer than March liked. He flexed the fingers of his left hand, readying himself to move if this was a trap. But Negan strode into the cargo bay a few seconds later, a worried frown on his gaunt face. "All right, mate," said Negan. "You've got the cash." "Your final payment," said March, handing over 2 preloaded credit chips to Negan. "And the bribe for the Ronstadt officials." Negan took the chip, produced his phone, and tested the chips against it. He grunted in satisfaction and made his credit chip disappear into a pocket. "It's legit." The crewers relaxed a little. "Now we have to pay off the Ronstadt people." Nobody opened their goddamn mouths, got it? The airlock before the ramp cycled open, and the ramp itself lowered with a hiss. The landing bay beyond looked like all the others that March had seen on Rust Belt Station. It had been carved from the rock of the asteroid, the walls rough, the floor polished mostly smooth. Maintenance and refueling equipment had been bolted to the walls. An atmosphere field kept the air from venting into space. A pair of double doors opened into the docking complex. 4 men wearing the black uniforms of Ronstadt Private Security Corporation stood waiting at the foot of the ramp. Their shoulders bore patches with the company's logo, a pair of crossed red pistols. All 4 men had plasma pistols upon their hips, but the weapons weren't out. A good sign. "Captain Negan," said the oldest of the soldiers. "That's me," said Negan. "Your docking fee," said the Ronstadt soldier. Negan handed over the second credit chip. The soldier checked it against his phone. "This all seems to be in order. How long will you remain on Rust Belt Station?" 2 days at the most," said Negan. "Long enough to top off the ship and do some maintenance." "And where are you headed?" said the soldier. "Non-aligned system," said Negan. "Got some cargoes to drop off." "Very good," said the soldier. "Enjoy your stay at Rust Belt Station, Captain Negan. Be advised that this system is under the control of the Ronstadt Private Security Corporation, which holds all judicial and legislative powers." Negan grunted. "Thought this was a Kalaskaran station. Not that I object to a change of management, mind you. But it's always good to know who's in charge." "A sensible attitude," said the officer. "In point of fact, the Kalaskaran government illegally ended our charter to operate in their territory. In repayment for this lawless act of unwarranted aggression, the company has seized NB-8876X and all facilities currently contained in the system." "Reckon the Kalaskarans aren't too happy about that," said Negan. The officer smirked. "I imagine they aren't, Captain. But if they disapprove of the company's actions, they're welcome to send warships to contest our control of the system. Assuming the final consciousness left them with any ships after the defeat at Antioch." His gaze shifted to March. "You were dropping off some passengers." "Yeah," said March, pointing a thumb at Adelaide and Cassandra. My wife and sister and I are heading to Mothro in the non-aligned systems. Got passage booked on another freighter that's coming in a few days. Would have taken a Starliner, but the schedules have all been messed up since the war started, and... Yes, very good, said the officer. March was pleased that the officer didn't care. Conduct yourself appropriately while you are here. Hotels are available to rent in the commercial concourses. If you are caught sleeping in a public area, you will be arrested for vagrancy and will have to pay a fine to the company. If you are unable to pay your fine, you will be put to work until your debt is repaid. Or sold to one of Ronstadt's affiliates who trafficked in slaves, like the Spiker pirate gang. We won't make any trouble, said March. See that you don't, said the officer. He beckoned, and he and his men strode off, vanishing through the double doors to the cargo corridor. What an asshole, said Nagin, shaking his head. He held out his hand. Well, Sylvester, I wish you luck. If you need a lift the next time our paths meet, I'll only charge you 5% more over the last time. March shook hands. If I need a ride out to the non-aligned systems, I'll keep that in mind. Watch your back, said Nagin. He turned to his crew and started giving orders. Mercer and Holt emerged and took charge, and the crew began attending to the maintenance of the adventurous maiden. March paused for a moment, looking up at the stars visible through the atmosphere field that kept them from asphyxiating. The Spiker frigate was visible passing overhead. Right, said March. Let's get moving. I'll walk in front. Stay on either side of the cases, and if we get attacked, take cover behind them. They'll block anything short of a ship-grade plasma cannon. Cassandra frowned. Do you think we're going to get attacked? I don't know, said March. But he had his suspicions. The Ronstadt officers had left a little too quickly for his liking. The obvious explanation was that they were lazy and wanted to retreat with their bribe money before their superiors asked inconvenient questions. A darker explanation was that 3 new arrivals without a ship of their own would make easy targets for robbery. Especially since the Spikers often traded slaves on the side. March loosened his pistol in its holster and tugged on the stack of cases. They floated after him, Adelaide moving on the right, Cassandra on the left. The doors hissed open, and March stepped into the cargo corridor. The floor was covered in metal plates, but the walls were the bare rock of the asteroid, radiating a chill that the life support systems barely kept at bay. Cargo drones on tank treads moved back and forth, unloading and loading cargoes from the ships in the landing bays. It was far busier than it had been the last time March had been here. The Kalaskran government's grip on Rust Belt Station had always been loose, and now that it was gone, no doubt a wide variety of otherwise illegal cargoes moved through the station. It was entirely possible, March supposed, that some of those cargoes were going to support the war machine of the final consciousness. Then again, it was just as likely that they were going to Kalaskran space. Given that the entire Antioch system had been conquered, the Ministry of Defense could not turn away any supplies or war material, no matter how sketchy the source. There were a few human cargo handlers overseeing the robots, all of them wearing black Ronstadt uniforms. Where's our ship? Said Adelaide. If the information we have is right, Bay 8, said March. He glanced at a metal map bolted to the rock wall. It's a bit of a walk. 2 kilometers. They headed down the cargo corridor, pausing every so often to let a flatbed cargo drone loaded with crates and barrels roll past. March scanned their surroundings, watching for threats. No security cameras that he could spot. The Ronstadt cargo handlers were armed, and they glanced at March and the others as they passed, but the men were focused on their work. Likely the penalties for falling behind schedule were severe. March kept his free hand near his stun pistol, but no one stopped them. They came to a junction and March turned left. The corridor beyond was mostly deserted. A few wheeled drones moved back and forth, but they were empty, and there were no cargo handlers. "No one here," said Cassandra. "Our ship is in a long-term docking bay," said March. Or so Sensor had said. They would find out soon enough if Sensor's information had been accurate. A deserted cargo corridor would be a nice place to carry out an ambush. No cameras, no witnesses. Even as the thought crossed his mind, a set of docking bay doors to the left slid open with a hiss. March's instinct screamed a warning. "Guns," he said, letting go of the cases and drawing his stun pistol with his right hand. Adelaide and Cassandra stopped, lifting their own weapons. Adelaide's face had become a blank mask, Cassandra's face tight with tension. March palmed one of the flash grenades in his left hand, turning his wrist so it would be hidden against the sleeve of his jacket. 6 men emerged from the docking bay doors. All of them wore ship crewers' jumpsuits and weapons belts. The men carried weapons, stun pistols in their hands, plasma guns on their hips. Their heads had been shaved, and their foreheads and scalps had been tattooed with a black line pierced with 3 red spikes. Pirate gangs often tattooed themselves as a way of producing group loyalty, and the Spikers were no exception. "You look lost," said the Spiker in the lead, stepping forward. Rings glittered in his ears and nose, and he held his pistol with a loose, easy grip. Some of his confidence faded when he saw March, Adelaide, and Cassandra pointing weapons at him. "We're not," said March. "Are you?" "Nope," said the leader. "We know just where we are." "Do you?" "Where are we then?" said March, thumbing the button on the grenade. The leader grinned. "You're in the kind of place where a man shouldn't walk alone with 2 pretty ladies." He turned a leering grin at Adelaide and Cassandra. "Tell you what. This is gonna happen no matter what you do. You're just gonna decide if it's the easy way or the hard way. You're going." He shouldn't have stopped to talk. March hit the button on the flash grenade and flicked his wrist. The weapon hit the ground and spun across the floor to come to a stop a few paces from the Spikers. "Eyes," barked March. He screwed his eyes shut and clapped his hands to his ears, and the grenade went off a half-second later. The noise was immense, and he saw the glare of the weapon even through his closed eyelids. The grenade had been designed to release a pulse of light that would temporarily dazzle human eyes, while simultaneously creating a burst of infrasonic sound that induced vertigo and sometimes intense nausea. The infrasonic attack had much less range than the dazzling light, but March still felt his bones vibrate with it, a twinge of nausea going through him. But he had been expecting it, and the Spikers had not. March surged forward. All 6 Spikers had reeled back from the smoking spot on the deck plates where the grenade had gone off. Some had their hands over their eyes, others had fallen to their knees, and one man had dropped to all fours and was busily emptying his guts. March leveled the stun pistol and started shooting, aiming for the center of mass. The stun pistol delivered a charge of energy designed to overwhelm a human nervous system, inducing unconsciousness for a short time. On occasion, it could cause fatalities in targets with weakened circulatory or nervous systems, but March wasn't terribly concerned about that. 4 of the 6 Spikers had fallen into unconsciousness when Adelaide stepped to his side and raised her weapon, her expression glassy calm. March thought that she was holding her stun pistol. But a kinetic firearm was in her hand, and she pointed the weapon at the head of the vomiting Spiker and pulled the trigger. 3. The new ship. March was faster. His left hand darted out and pushed the barrel of Adelaide's weapon towards the ground. She had already pulled the trigger, and the bullet that had been aimed at the Spiker's head bounced off the deck with a burst of sparks. The pirate shuddered, hearing the gunshot, and tried to rise, but the vomiting overwhelmed him. "Jack," said Adelaide. "What are?" March squeezed off 2 more shots, stunning the remaining Spikers. "Why did you stop me?" demanded Adelaide. He looked at her, an unpleasant flashback playing through his mind. March was reminded of the day that the king had visited the construction site of the Museum of the Ark. the day that Odin had used one of the Wraith devices to program Adelaide to kill the king. A strange confusion had gripped Adelaide, and she had seemed almost half asleep as she had raised her hidden laser to fire. Now she just looked angry. She had really wanted to shoot the spiker. "Killing them will bring more trouble than it's worth," said March. Adelaide scowled. "You heard them. You heard Negan. The spikers are pirates and slavers. They would have killed you and sold Cassandra and me to a spaceport brothel somewhere." Cassandra came up behind them, the stun pistol steady in her hand, her face paler than usual, and her dark eyes wide. "They're probably working with the final consciousness. The fewer spikers, the better." "If we kill them, it's going to draw attention," said March. "Right now, those spikers will look like idiots to their bosses. They took a chance and got their hands slapped. No one will care. But if we kill them, we'll have the spikers coming after us. Pirate gangs don't like it when you kill their members. Especially here, on a station controlled by their friends in Ronstadt Corporation." "Adelaide, he's right," said Cassandra, voice quiet. Adelaide turned an annoyed glare in her friend's direction, and then closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She had started shaking a little with rage. One of the mood swings, March realized, brought on by a combination of the stress of the situation and the lingering trauma from her surgery and the events on Kalaskar. "You're right," she said, voice quiet. She opened her eyes. "I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry, Jack." "Don't be sorry, just don't do it again," said March. The words felt inadequate. Had she simply been a silent order operative under his command, it would have been enough. But she was his wife. Shouldn't he find a way to comfort her? He wished there had been a way to leave her safely in Kalaskaran space while he went in search of Dr. Sigrande and the pulse, but the circumstances had not allowed it. "I won't," she said. He might not be able to find a way to comfort her, but come to think of it, getting shot while they stood over some stunned pirates wouldn't be terribly comfortable. "Let's move," said March. "We don't want to be standing here when they wake up." "We should probably give them another jolt," said Adelaide, returning her kinetic pistol to her belt and drawing the stun weapon. "Just to be safe." That was a good point. "Yeah," said March. "Just aim for the chest, not the head or the neck. Less likely for them to stroke out that way." "I have stunned people before, thank you," said Adelaide, but with no annoyance. "You do the 3 on the left, I'll do the 3 on the right." "I'll be happy not to shoot anyone," said Cassandra. "Sensible attitude," said March, and he leveled his pistol and pulled the trigger. Once he and Adelaide had each given the spikers one more stun jolt, March stepped around the various pools of vomit and returned to their equipment cases, which had remained floating where he had left them. "Keep your stun pistols out," said March. "And we had better go at a jog." Cassandra sighed. "I hate cardio days." "No time like the present to learn to love them," said Adelaide. "You sound like a drill sergeant." "A drill sergeant would swear a lot more," said March. "Let's go." He led the way at a light run, stun pistol ready in his right hand, his left towing the cases. Adelaide and Cassandra kept pace on either side. March remembered when he had first met Cassandra, how they had run for their lives from the macrobes aboard the Alpine. Back then, even a short run had reduced her to wheezing. Now she had no trouble keeping up. Adelaide also had no trouble keeping up, but she had always exercised religiously, partly to stay fit in the event of a crisis, partly because she had produced a lot of videos and wanted to look good for them, and partly because of the vain streak she could not quite admit to herself. March had spent enough time with her to realize the fourth reason, to keep depression from taking hold in her mind, the same reason she threw herself into whatever work lay before her. The very hour the doctors had cleared her, she had started hitting the gym again, first in Kalaskar Station's hospital, and then on the Adventurous Maiden. The cargo corridor remained deserted. Every so often he glanced behind them, but no one was following. The Spikers had not yet woken up to call for help. Belatedly, March realized that he should have taken their phones or radios, but Adelaide had distracted him. He still should have thought of it. Still, like all predators, pirate gangs preferred prey that could not fight back. Hopefully, March and the others would be off the station and on their way to the non-aligned systems aboard their new ship by the time the Spikers reported to their commanders. "Why is there no one around?" said Cassandra. She was breathing a little fast, but not enough to impede conversation. "Are we walking into another trap?" "Maybe," said March. "But the ship is in long-term docking. Not much reason for anyone to be in this part of the docks." They had taken a Starliner to Sibley Station and then hired the adventurous Maiden to take them the rest of the way to Rustbelt Station. Since the Tiger had been destroyed at Kalaskar Station, March needed a new ship. Sensor had arranged for the Silent Order branch on Rustbelt Station to prepare a ship for the mission to find the Pulse. Unfortunately, Sensor hadn't known what kind of ship, save that it would be well armed, with a security system that March needed to disarm first. Given the hurried circumstances, March suspected that Sensor had taken over a ship that had been intended for some other covert project. Winning the war with the final consciousness and finding the Pulse had taken priority, which meant that March, Adelaide, and Cassandra would receive whatever ship the local Silent Order branch had prepared. They came to the end of the docking corridor. It terminated in a pair of massive double doors that were locked and sealed shut. From his previous visits to the asteroid, March knew those doors led into the old mining and refining levels of the station, long abandoned to anyone but criminals and vagabonds. The doors to the final few docking bays stood on the left. March spotted the alcove leading to Bay 8 and stopped. "What is it?" said Adelaide. "Enemies." "No," said March. There was quite a bit of distance between the doors to Bay 8 and the doors to the surrounding docking stations. Nearly 400 meters, he guessed. That meant Bay 8 was intended for bigger ships, such as larger freighters or maybe small capital warships. March had thought Sensor would find him another ship like the Tiger, a small freighter and a blockade runner. Just what kind of ship was waiting for him? He needed something fast and well-armed, not a wallowing cargo hauler. March took a step towards the alcove holding the doors to Bay 8, and something moved. A metallic blur shot out of the alcove. March's gun hand snapped up, tracking the object. His first thought was that it was a missile or a grenade, but the thing was moving in the wrong direction and was far too slow. It veered to the left, slowing just enough as it turned that March could get a brief look at it. The object was about the size of a dinner plate, and a variety of lenses and electronics had been attached to the upper half of its chassis. Then it shot away down the corridor, soon vanishing from sight. "What was that?" said Cassandra. "Drone of some kind," said Adelaide. "It was moving too fast for me to get a good look at it." "Spy drone," said March. "The ship is supposed to be secured, so no one can enter it. Whoever set up that drone couldn't enter the bay, so they left their drone waiting by the entrance. When it saw us approach, it flew off to report to its controller." "The machinists," said Adelaide. "Maybe," said March. "Or the Spikers. Or Ronstadt. Or whoever wants to steal the ship sitting in Bay 8. Which means we should take control of it right now." March strode towards the bay doors and stopped in the alcove, Adelaide and Cassandra following. He noted that Adelaide kept watch on the corridor without him telling her to do it, and that Cassandra followed the older woman's example a second later. Adelaide's instincts in this kind of covert work were almost always good, at least when her brain wasn't reeling from the stress of the last 6 weeks. The doors remained closed and locked as he approached. March reached into his pocket and drew out the authentication token that Sensor had given him. A computer terminal had been built into the rock to the right of the doors, and March slid the token into the appropriate slot. The terminal lit up, lights flashing over the display, and after a few seconds the machine beeped. A metallic clang came to his ears as the doors unlocked, and they slid open with a slow, ominous hiss. The bay beyond was enormous, and the ship filled most of it. In fact, there was barely 2 meters of clearance between the ship's wings at their widest point and the rock wall of the docking bay. That was the first thing that March noticed. The second was the burn marks. A half-dozen scorch marks darkened the floor of the bay, marks that had a distinctly greasy look to them. Because of the way the ship had been parked, one of the point defense laser turrets on the starboard hull pointed right at the access doors to the cargo corridor. A point defense laser of that size at full power could burn through an incoming missile or even an enemy starfighter. Fired at a fraction of that power, the laser would reduce an adult human to a greasy char mark on the landing bay floor. March suspected that someone had tried to break into the ship, and it hadn't gone well. Other details filtered through his mind. The ship was big, at least 3 times the length of the Tiger. It was shaped vaguely like a winged oval with a chisel-shaped nose, and March saw a lot of weapons on the hull. The Tiger had carried fixed-position plasma cannons, but this ship had plasma turrets in addition to the point defense lasers, and March spotted flak launchers as well. He noted a pair of capital ship-grade railguns running along the ventral hull. The Tiger had carried a railgun, and it had been one of his ship's most powerful weapons. But that weapon had possessed only a fraction of the impact power of even one of the ship's big railguns. It was an Auradrian drive yards cargo gunship, capable of acting as either a medium freighter or a light capital warship. Depending on how the frigate orbiting the station had been configured, the cargo gunship could give the Spikers a run for their money, maybe wiping out the frigate entirely. The Auradrian government sold this class of cargo gunship to anyone who could pay, which made it a perfect vessel for the Auradrian Secret Police's Black Ops squads to use for extraction and execution missions. And March was entirely certain he had seen this exact ship before. "Oh good, an Auradrian ship," said Cassandra. "It will have a decent hyperdrive, at least." "Jack," said Adelaide. "Is that?" "Yeah," said March. "It is." Cassandra blinked. "You know this ship?" "It's the Helix," said March. "It belonged to a machinist agent named Valerie Retzplatt." "I wondered what they did the Helix," said Adelaide. "Lord Admiral Stormreel had the ship moved off the Ark as soon as we contacted him." "The Ark," said Cassandra. "Long story short," said March, "Valerie Retzplatt tried to blow up the Ark. Didn't go all that well for her. Or for her crew. They all died on the Ark. But their ship was fine." "And it's ours now," said Cassandra. "Looks that way," said Adelaide. "Should we?" "No, don't move," said March. "Another meter, and we'll be within the firing arc of that point defense laser." Granted, they were close enough that the radiant heat from the laser would probably flash fry them, but Adelaide and Cassandra didn't need to know that. Adelaide had probably already worked it out, anyway. Adelaide swallowed. "I guess Sensor made sure no one could steal the ship." "Yeah," said March. He wondered if the drone by the doors had been left by one of the allies of the dead thieves. "So how do we get inside?" said Cassandra. March lifted the authentication token and held it up over his head. The laser turret shifted to point at him, and a spotlight clicked to life, pointing right at March. "Guess I'm being invited," said March. He took a deep breath and walked forward, approaching the personnel airlock on the side of the ship. A ramp led up to it, and March's boots clanged against the metal as he climbed. A metal plate slid open next to the airlock, revealing a small terminal. March slid the authentication token into the slot, and the terminal chimed and flashed with green light. "Access granted" appeared on the screen. There was a whine from overhead as the laser turret powered off, and the spotlight went dim. "I think it's safe," said March over his shoulder. Cassandra and Adelaide hurried forward, Adelaide pulling their cases behind them. "Will the ship let us inside?" said Cassandra. "It's not shooting at us," said March. "That's a good start. I'll take." The door in front of him hissed, and both the inner and the outer airlock doors cycled open. Beyond, March saw a metal corridor that led into the Helix's cargo bay. A drone stood before him. Or floated, rather. March found himself looking at an Auradrian starship repair and maintenance drone. It looked like a rounded metal cylinder with a dozen insectal arms. An anti-grav unit allowed the drone to float in gravity, though it also possessed retractable magnetic treads for maneuvering along the hull when necessary. "Oh," said Adelaide. "A pity the ship doesn't have a courtesy android." March shared a brief glance with Cassandra. Neither one of them were native-born Kalaskarans, and so the Kalaskaran obsession with courtesy androids was something March had never quite understood. He had asked some Kalaskaran officers he knew, and they had told him it was a gesture towards egalitarianism. Kalaskar had nobles, and nobles had butlers to announce themselves. But after the Renarchist revolt, fashion had changed to dismiss butlers in favor of courtesy androids, since Kalaskarans of all classes could afford one, more or less. March still found them vaguely irritating. The repair drone began to speak in a metallic voice. "Greetings," it said. "I am Designated Repair Unit 01. For efficiency, please refer to this unit as RU-01. Please speak and identify yourself." "Jack March." The drone whirred to itself for a moment. "Voice print recognized, authentication token confirmed," said the floating robot. "All command functions are transferred to you, Captain Jack March. What are your instructions?" "Let's get inside," said March. "I'll have more orders for you there." He moved to the side as Adelaide and Cassandra went into the ship, Adelaide still towing the cases. March followed them inside, sealing the airlock doors behind him. He strode into the Helix's cargo bay, RU-01 floating beside him. The bay was a cavernous space, dimly lit by arc lights mounted on the ceiling. If March remembered right, on this model of ship, the cargo bay ran the length of the vessel, with living and working areas above and the engineering areas to the rear of the ship. There was a computer desk and console near the airlock, and March crossed to it, unlocked the system, and keyed for an internal scan. The results came up a few seconds later. He, Cassandra, and Adelaide were the only life forms aboard the ship. The interior sensors had sufficient resolution to identify one human female with a cybernetic limb, and one human male with more extensive cybernetic modifications. The sensors reported 4 independent power sources moving through the ship that fit the profile of repair drones. RU-01, said March. "How many drones are active on the ship right now?" 4, including this unit, said the robot. Scheduled maintenance is underway on the water recycling systems. This vessel carries a complement of 12 repair drones. March tapped keys on the console, accessed the weapon systems, and rearmed the laser turret pointing at the bay doors. After a second's hesitation, he configured the turret to fire a single warning shot before targeting any intruders. The spikers might come after them once they woke up, but March didn't want to kill any innocent scavengers who were hoping to steal a quick score. Well, relatively innocent anyway. "What now?" said Adelaide. "We make sure this thing is ready to fly," said March. "The bridge first, and then we'll inspect the ship." He paused. "And I need to check in with the head of the local silent order branch before we leave. I really should have done it first, but with the spikers on the station, I wanted to take possession of the ship." He left unspoken that what he really wanted was to get Adelaide and Cassandra to safety aboard the ship. Neither his wife nor his friend would appreciate protective condescension, but they were both attractive women, and that made them targets for men like the Spikers and their organization. Adelaide and Cassandra weren't fools, but more than one arrogant Kalaskaran noblewoman had decided to go slumming off the established travel routes in places like Rust Belt Station, only to find herself sold to a pirate-run brothel or a Khazradite emir's harem. "Who is the local Silent Order Sigma operative?" said Cassandra. She frowned. "No, wait, stupid question. I know you can't tell me." "No, you'll hopefully meet him in a few hours," said March. "His name's Constantine Bishop. He owns a bar called the Emperor's Rest in one of the station's commercial concourses. We were Alpha operatives together years ago, but he decided he was tired of flying all over the galaxy. He'll probably flirt with you, but politely." "Oh," said Cassandra. "Good. I guess. But first, let's make sure the ship is working," said March. "Makes sense," said Adelaide. "Which way to the bridge?" "I will conduct you to the bridge," announced RU-01. "This way, please." The drone floated across the cargo bay. It led them to a lift, and March, Adelaide, and Cassandra followed the robot inside, Adelaide still towing the cases. The lift took them past 3 decks, equipment and maintenance, living quarters, and then finally to the command deck. March walked past a dedicated computer room and a backup pilot station and came to the bridge. The bridge was both bigger and nicer than the one Negan had on the Adventurous Maiden, and vastly larger than the flight cabin aboard the Tiger. The pilot and co-pilot station sat in the center of the room. Stations for engineering, weapons, security, navigation, and other ship functions lined the walls. A hologram table stood in the center of the room. Like the Maiden, the forward bulkhead was covered with a massive wall screen. Unlike the Maiden, the wall screen was much higher quality. Cassandra let out a low whistle. "Jack, I feel bad for saying it, but this is a lot nicer than the Tiger." "It is," said March. All the consoles and equipment were new and looked well maintained. "It must have cost a fortune," said Cassandra, as March crossed to the hologram table. He tapped one of the keys on the console built into the side. The surface of the table glowed with blue light, and then it powered up, displaying a floating holographic diagram of the ship. March keyed for a ship-wide status report and diagnostic. "It probably did," said March. "The stock model of this kind of cargo gunship isn't all that expensive, but there's been a lot of custom work. Red Splat could afford it." Adelaide snorted and came to his side. Red Splat was a thief and a tomb robber. "And look where that got her," said March, watching as the hologram flashed. "She's dead, and we have her ship." The diagnostic completed, and March looked at the results. Most of the ship's systems remained glowing blue. Fusion drive, ion thrusters, gravitics, life support, inertial absorber, all the key systems looked good. The weapons and shield systems were in good condition, and March was both surprised and pleased to see just how much firepower, armor, and shielding the Helix carried. The mad AI that called itself Thunderbolt enforced a sullen peace between governments in the non-aligned systems, but they still swarmed with pirates and raiders, since Thunderbolt didn't consider petty piracy a threat to the future of humanity. Only one system flashed red on the display. The hyperdrive. "I thought you said Orodrian hyperdrives were the best," said Adelaide. "They are," said Cassandra. "That doesn't mean they don't break down from time to time." "Excuse me." She stepped past March and reached for the table's controls, her fingers flying over the keys. March let her work. She knew more about both the physics and the actual mechanics of a hyperdrive than he did. "Resonator is good," muttered Cassandra. "Power matrix good. Coupling's good. Reaction chamber showing green." She gave an irritated shake of her head and stepped back from the table. "Something's broken in the computer linkages with the hyperdrive." She turned to RU-01. "How long has the hyperdrive been down?" 3 days, 12 hours, 47 minutes, said the robot. "Reason for failure?" said Cassandra. RU-01 considered this for a few seconds. "Unknown," said the drone. "Data corruption." "Data corruption," said March. "All log files and security records for 30 minutes before and after that time point have been corrupted," said RU-01. Do you know why they were corrupted? Said March, looking at the schematic hologram. The diagnostic for the computer systems showed no physical errors. Unknown, said RU-01. March tapped the fingers of his cybernetic hand against the side of the table, thinking. He entered a command, running a sweep with the internal sensors, and once again the system only detected 3 humans, 2 with cybernetic modifications, and 4 active repair drones. It seemed they were alone on the ship. A perfectly functional ship, with an inexplicably inoperable hyperdrive. Radios, said March, reaching into a pocket. He slipped a radio earpiece into his left ear, and Adelaide and Cassandra followed suit. We're splitting up, said Adelaide. Cassandra, you go to the engine room, see if there's a physical problem with the hyperdrive, said March. Adelaide, check on the cabins, the common areas, the infirmary, the gym, and the supply stores. Make sure everything's the way it's supposed to be. I'm going to get the pre-flight checks going and see if I can figure out why that log data is corrupted. Should we split up? Said Cassandra, giving a nervous look around the bridge. We're alone on the ship, said March, and no one's getting in unless they bring heavy weaponry to blow up that laser turret. It should be safe enough. Keep your stun pistol in one hand and keep talking over the radio. We need to get this ship up and running. That's a good argument, said Cassandra. She took a long breath, drew her stun pistol and nodded. All right, I'm ready. Do you know the way to the engine room? Said Adelaide. What? Oh yes, of course, said Cassandra. She waved her free hand over the bridge. Adrian ship. Had to do a few semesters of practical hyperdrive repair in university. Let's get moving, said Adelaide, and the 2 women left the bridge, leaving March alone. Well, mostly alone, since RU-01 floated near the table, no doubt waiting for March to give it orders. He crossed to the pilot's console, seated himself, and started running the pre-flight checks on the ship. Green and blue lights winked across the displays, both holographic and flat screen. Dr. Valerie Retsplat might have been a fool who had thrown in with a final consciousness out of petty academic spite, but March conceded that she had used some of her money to keep her ship in good shape. Once the pre-flight checks were running, he moved across the bridge to the security console. A steady alternating commentary came from Adelaide and Cassandra as they moved through the ship. Adelaide searched the cabins one by one. Cassandra reached the engine room, found everything in good order, and started examining the hyperdrive components. March seated himself at the security station and started going through the logs. They didn't contain much data. The Helix had been sitting here for 3 months. March found the security video of the scavengers trying to break into the ship. It didn't look like they were spikers, just random scavengers, but he would never find out for sure because the ship's point defense laser had efficiently vaporized them. But the logs were flawless. No corrupted data. Except for an hour-long block 3 days ago. March thought about that as he heard Adelaide examine the supply room and Cassandra double-check the dark energy resonator. RU-01, said March. When was the last time someone was aboard the ship? 3 days, 13 hours, 27 minutes, said the robot. Who came aboard, said March. Unknown, said RU-01. The drone paused. This unit's access log mentions a visitor, but the specific data has been corrupted. That's what I thought, said March. Someone had come aboard and left again. Someone who had been clever enough to corrupt the security log and the memory data of the drone. But the unknown intruder had missed a step, failing to delete RU-01's directory information. The drone had recorded a visitor, but no data related to the visitor. And the intruder had also rearmed the defenses after he or she had left. Why? Had traps been left behind? March doubted it. That kind of thing would be impossible to hide from the maintenance drones, especially after 3 days. Sabotage. Everything was working, as far as March could tell. Except maybe the hyperdrive. Had someone wanted them to take possession of the ship but prevent them from leaving the system? Ronstadt Corporation maybe, or the Spikers. But the Spikers shouldn't have known that they were coming, and while Ronstadt had a grudge against Adelaide, they couldn't have known she was coming to Rust Belt Station. For that matter, both the Spikers and Ronstadt wouldn't play sabotage games. With control of the station, they wouldn't need to bother. On the other hand, maybe he was overthinking it. Perhaps the hyperdrive had simply developed a fault and needed repair. With a system as complex as a modern hyperdrive, even with all the redundancies and automated repair sequences, God knew there were any number of things that could simply stop working. Then why had someone broken into the ship and gone to great pains to erase their presence? Jack. Adelaide's voice came over the earpiece. Yeah, said March. I found the armory, said Adelaide. I think you had better take a look at it. On my way, said March. He glanced at the pilot's console, but the pre-flight checks were still underway. Cass, how's the engine room? Fine, said Cassandra, her tone abstracted. She sounded that way when puzzled by something. Everything's fine. The hyperdrive passes all the checks, the dark matter reactor is operating normally, and the resonator works. The hyperdrive should be showing up as functional, but it's not. I'm going to start checking the computer links. Okay, said March. That's a good idea. I think the ship may have been sabotaged. Sabotaged, chorused Adelaide and Cassandra. Someone got onto the ship 3 days ago and corrupted the security logs, said March. Whoever it was erased the repair unit's memory, but didn't get all the directory information. RU-01 remembered that someone was aboard the ship, just not any details. Do you think we're alone on the ship now? Said Cassandra. I do, said March. All the security logs for the last 3 days are intact, and the internal sensors are good. He came to the lift and opted for the latter instead, leaving the equipment cases on the bridge for now. Unless the intruder has more advanced stealth technology than anything I've ever encountered, we're the only ones on the ship. But keep your eyes open and keep this channel open. Copy, said Cassandra. March descended to the crew deck and stepped into a narrow corridor. Dim lights set into recessed panels provided light, and the doors to the crew cabins lined either wall. Quite a few crew cabins, March noted. The Helix could carry considerably more crew and passengers than he could have managed aboard the Tiger. He passed the galley, a well-equipped gym, and a common room with a variety of game and video devices. All the doors were heavy-duty and could be sealed in the event of a hull breach. The armory was at the end of the corridor, and Adelaide stood by the open door. Everything all right? Said March. Well, said Adelaide, there is some good news. If the Spikers come after us, we're going to be ready. March stopped next to her and gazed into the armory. It was about the size of 2 of the crew cabins put together, and it was absolutely stuffed with weaponry. Racks on 3 of the walls held rifles, both plasma and kinetic, all of them capable of full automatic fire. The 3 tables held clamshell cases for pistols, boxes of magazines and power packs, and several crates of grenades, both thrown and rocket-propelled, stored beneath the tables. The 4th wall held 4 niches, each one containing a suit of powered scout armor. Royal Kalaskaran Marines went into battle wearing powered combat armor. Scout armor wasn't quite so formidable, but the suits of armor in the niches were Horoth Foundry's rangefinder model of scout armor, widely considered the best in human-controlled space. A man wearing the armor could spend 24 hours in the vacuum of space, and if he had access to an atmosphere, the suit could recycle his water and waste for weeks. The armor had built-in weapons, ion thrusters, a sensor suite, and a shield generator that could take 2 or 3 direct hits from a plasma weapon. They stared at the arsenal in silence for a second. Guess Red Splat really like guns, said March at last. Adelaide shook her head. I doubt it. It wouldn't surprise me if her iron hands bought this stuff and loaded up the ship with it before they started looking for the Ark. Makes sense, said March. He knew how the iron hands operated. All this stuff would have been bought anonymously and off the shelf. Most of the guns looked like they were never even fired. Adelaide let out a breath. I hope we don't need the weapons, but... That's okay, said March. I like guns too. She looked up at him in surprise, a startled grin going over her face. It was one of the few genuine smiles he had seen from her after the disaster at Kalaskar. He felt the sudden urge to kiss her. Cassandra's voice interrupted the moment. Guys, said Cassandra over their earpieces. I think I found out what's wrong with the hyperdrive. Can it be fixed, said March. Not easily. Come to the computer room behind the bridge, and I'll show you. On our way, said Adelaide. They left the armory, climbed up to the command deck, and came to the computer room. It was a small square room, one wall dominated by 9 displays showing the status of the ship's computer systems. Sealed compartments along the other walls offered access to key components. One of the panels was open, and Cassandra stood in front of it. The navigational computer is gone, she said, pointing. What? Said Adelaide. March looked into the compartment, which was indeed empty. He had seen navigational computers hundreds of times. They were usually squat, cylindrical devices about the size of a coffee can, holding immense quantities of navigational data. The primary difficulty of accurate interstellar travel was that space was mostly, empty space. The galaxy had over 100 billion stars, but it still consisted of over 99% nothingness. It was in theory possible to calculate a direct hyperspace vector from Rust Belt Station to someplace as far away as Kalaskar. In practice, because of the distances involved, even an error of 1,000% in the calculation would throw off the destination by thousands of light years, maybe even sending the ship deep into interstellar space. That was why most ships traveled by jumping from system to system, using the star's gravity wells to catch them like crossing a pond by moving from stone to stone. The hyperdrive worked just fine, but without the charts in the navigational computer, the helix could not leave the system. Whoever broke into the ship stole the navigational computer, said Cassandra. As far as I can tell, nothing else was taken. Guess we're not leaving the system quite yet, said Adelaide. No, said March. And I should talk to Bishop right now. 4. Sigma Operative. March needed to talk to Bishop in person right away, but he didn't want to take the public corridors to Bishop's bar, and he didn't want to risk using the station's Ronstadt-controlled communication system. By now, the stunned Spikers would have awakened, and they might be seeking revenge. For that matter, March wanted to go alone. Adelaide could handle herself in a fight, and Cassandra was a lot better in a fight than she had been when March had first met her, no doubt because of all the violence they had survived in the years since. Despite that, March could move quicker and faster by himself, without the need to watch over Adelaide and Cassandra. Fortunately, the suits of rangefinder armor Adelaide had discovered in the armory provided a way to get to the Emperor's Rest. You want to walk over the surface of the asteroid, said Adelaide as March led the way to the armory, Cassandra following. No, said March. I want to jump over the surface of the asteroid. This docking bay is about 5 kilometers from one of the abandoned habitat domes. Dome 12 specifically. The asteroid's gravity is low enough that I can use the thrusters in the armor to jump, and I'll come down near the dome. Then I can let myself in through one of the airlocks. How do you know the dome's abandoned? Said Adelaide. Because, said March. He stopped before the armory door and looked her in the eye. Simon Laurie almost killed me there. Her expression didn't change, but a muscle in her jaw tightened, and rage flashed through her gray eyes. "Who?" said Cassandra. "It's probably classified," said Adelaide, voice soft. March shrugged. "Why? He's been dead for years." Laurie was a machinist operative. Used to be a Calaskaran University student, then went to work for the Final Consciousness's covert arm. He made a lot of trouble. What March didn't mention was that Laurie had planted the car bomb that had killed Adelaide's first husband, her unborn child, and had left her unable to carry any children to term. "Jack and I killed him," said Adelaide. "Here on Rust Belt Station, actually, when we first met." Cassandra blinked. "Was this before or after, you know?" "Right before." Adelaide grinned at her. "You know, some girls like flowers and candy, but a dead enemy is a better gift." "How Calaskaran," said Cassandra. "Anyway," said March, opening the armory door before the conversation could wander further off track. "Dome 12 was damaged in the fight. I can enter using one of its airlocks, and I'm familiar enough with the station that I can get to Bishop's Bar from there. He should be able to find us a new navigational computer. Or he would know who had stolen the Helix's computer, and why. It was an oddly specific thing to steal. Navigational computers were, of course, very valuable, especially if they contained rare data. Valerie Redsplat had been an archaeologist and a tomb robber, and her ship's navigational computer probably contained data for numerous otherwise uncharted systems. Maybe the reason for the theft had nothing to do with March, Adelaide, and Cassandra at all. If so, he would just find a stock model of navigational computer that had charts for the non-aligned systems, and go from there. "Are you sure you want to go alone?" said Adelaide. "Yes," said March. "You and Cassandra need to stay here and watch the ship. The security's good, but good security, with human eyes operating it, is better. Someone already broke into the Helix once, and if the ship is damaged or stolen, we're in a lot of trouble." He could tell that he hadn't quite persuaded her, that she knew his real reasons for wanting to go alone, but his logic was sound, and Adelaide gave a reluctant nod. "Makes sense. Okay, I'll help you get dressed." "What should I do?" said Cassandra. "I've got the pre-flight checks running," said March. "Keep an eye on the engine systems, the fusion drive and the hyperdrive both. I don't think our thief did anything other than altering the security log and taking the navigational computer, but I don't want any nasty surprises." "Actually, help me get Jack's armor on first," said Adelaide. March looked at her. "What? Getting into scout armor by yourself is a pain. It will go faster with help." "Fine," said March. "Wait here for a second." Cassandra nodded, and March and Adelaide went into the armory, closing the door behind them. He pulled off his boots, jumpsuit, and jacket, stacking them in the corner, while Adelaide unlocked one of the suits of rangefinder armor. The first component of the armor was a skin-tight black bodysuit that could withstand radiation and control body temperature all on its own. With a proper supply of oxygen, March could survive in hard vacuum with just the bodysuit and a sealed helmet. "Okay, Cass," called Adelaide as March stepped into the suit's armored boots. "Come in and give me a hand." The door slid open, and Cassandra stepped inside. She froze for an instant, staring at March with wide eyes. The bodysuit covered everything to the base of his jaw, but it was skin-tight, and apparently that was enough to embarrass her. "You've never seen a fully clothed man before," said Adelaide. Said Cassandra. "Don't tease her," said March. I know, I'm sorry," said Adelaide. "Here, help me with the legs." "It's just," said Cassandra, her cheeks red, "it's just there are a lot of muscles." But her hands were steady as she helped lock the armor on piece by piece. March was silent as they worked. He was more heavily muscled than the average human male, but that was one of the consequences of the modifications the Final Consciousness made to its iron hands, permanently elevated testosterone to increase muscle mass and aggression. A side effect was a heightened libido, which noticed that both Adelaide and Cassandra were kneeling in front of him as they attached the heavy pieces of black armor. His traitorous imagination conjured an image of them naked as they worked, and he pushed it aside with annoyance. Damn it all, next time he was putting on the armor himself, even if it did take 4 times as long without help. Adelaide and Cassandra worked swiftly and efficiently, and soon March was encased in a carapace of black armor. Cassandra locked the backpack that held the power supply to the back of the cuirass, and Adelaide handed him the helmet. March put it on, the helmet sealing itself to his collar, and the armor booted up, green text scrolling across the heads-up display. He loaded a surface map of Rust Belt Station and started the armor's computer calculating the vector for what he needed. The air coming through the armor's life support systems was cold and smelled of absolutely nothing. "Ready," said March, the speakers in the helmet giving his voice a flat electronic tone. "I should be synced to the Helix's communication systems. I'll keep you updated." The rangefinder armor was compact enough that March didn't need to turn sideways to get through the door. They took the lift to the command deck, and Adelaide and Cassandra turned towards the bridge. "Be careful," said Adelaide, and she leaned up and kissed the side of March's helmet. "I will," said March. "That would have been more effective if you had kissed him before he put on the helmet," said Cassandra. "When you could still see all the muscles, you mean?" March expected Cassandra to get embarrassed, but she only raised an eyebrow. "Well, yes, obviously." "I'll be back quickly," said March. "Call if you run into any trouble." Adelaide nodded, squeezed March's right hand, and followed Cassandra towards the bridge. It was a nice gesture, but March couldn't feel it through the armored gauntlet, though the suit's HUD informed him that it had encountered an organic contact. He turned, walked to the end of the command deck, and climbed the ladder to the dorsal airlock hatch. The hatch doors cycled, and March pulled himself up and clambered onto the top of the Helix. The big ship filled its docking bay so completely that March was only a few meters from the atmosphere field. In fact, he could just see the rippling distortion that marked the boundary. He looked back and forth, the suit's pseudo-intelligent computer calculating the vectors and speeds he needed. A path appeared overlaid on his HUD, pointing along the top of the ship's dorsal hull. March drew in a deep breath and sprinted as fast as he could for the far end of the ship. He could move very quickly when necessary, and the suit's augmentations moved him even faster. 2 meters from the edge of the hull, he leapt, and instead of plummeting a considerable height to the bottom of the docking pit below, he fired the miniature ion thrusters built into the back of the suit's boots, just below his calves. The blast of the thrusters sent him soaring upward, and he burst through the atmosphere field. That also carried him beyond the artificial gravitics of the docking bay. The rangefinder armor's thrusters had been intended for augmenting jumps in normal gravity. But in the far weaker gravity of an asteroid, the thrusters were almost powerful enough for him to fly. March soared in a high arc over the surface of the asteroid, the rocky ground passing 60 or 70 meters beneath him. The HUD informed him that he was indeed 67.36 meters above the ground. A local scan appeared on his display, noting the relative locations of the nearby starships. The Ronstadt gunboats were millions of kilometers away from the asteroid, but the Spiker frigate was keeping a close orbit over the station. March wondered why the frigate was staying so close. Intimidation, perhaps. Maybe the Spikers were demanding protection money from merchant traffic moving through the system. That was a cheaper and more reliable revenue stream than actual piracy, since stolen goods had to be sold, and better prepared merchant vessels carried a lot of firepower. March wasn't worried that the frigate or the gunboats would detect him. The rangefinder armor wouldn't reflect either ladder or radar, especially at this distance. Still, he would have liked to know why the pirates were keeping their frigate nearby. The jump from the ship carried him forward at 15 kilometers an hour relative to the asteroid's orbital velocity, and the pitted, uneven surface rolled beneath him. Metal glinted as he looked at the habitat domes, the landing bays, and the other structures. It didn't take long for Dome 12 to come into sight. Like the other Habitant domes, it was a web of supports holding transparent metal plates. Unlike the other domes, it had an ugly metal patch welded over its apex. During his confrontation with Laurie, the Tiger's railgun had fired on the dome, ripping it open and giving March the distraction he needed to survive. Given how badly maintained the station's life support systems were, likely Administrator Heights had needed to patch the dome to keep the station's entire atmosphere from leaking into space. March wondered if Heights was still alive, if Rust Belt Station's corrupt civilian administrator had survived the Ronstadt takeover. Or maybe he had fled, or his frozen body was lying somewhere on the asteroid surface after Ronstadt disposed of him. The asteroid's gravity was pulling him in, and March descended towards the dome. A notification flashed over his HUD, and March fired the ion thrusters in a quick low-power burst, slowing his descent. He touched down a few meters from the dome's base, dust puffing around his armored boots. March took a few cautious, gentle steps, not wanting to launch himself off the surface. After the fourth step, he felt the dome's artificial gravitics, and he staggered and caught his balance. A brief walk around the base of the dome brought him to the external airlock. It wasn't locked, but the builders had included one simple precaution: constructing the airlock so it was impossible to open both the inner and outer doors simultaneously. March opened the outer door, closed it, waited for the pressure to equalize, and stepped through the inner door and into Dome 12. The armor's sensors informed him that the atmosphere beyond was human-breathable, with a temperature of 8 degrees Celsius. He headed through a small engineering room and came to the central concourse. The dome overhead was about 100 meters across, built of transparent metal braced with thick gray beams, the stars blazing overhead save for where the patch had been affixed in haste. The buildings below the dome were laid out in a round mall around a courtyard. Once a hydroponic garden had dominated the center of the courtyard, but now it was nothing more than rusting equipment. The dome had already been abandoned when March had confronted Laurie here, and getting shot by a round from the Tiger's railgun had done nothing to improve its desirability as a neighborhood. "I'm here," said March. "Going to visit Bishop now." "Acknowledged," came Adelaide's voice in his ear, crackling with a bit of static. "No problems here. Everything looks good on the ship. Except for the missing part." "I'll try to keep in touch," said March, "but there's enough metal and rock that we might lose contact." "I'll bear that in mind. Be careful, Jack." "I will," said March. He pulled off his helmet and attached it on a magnetic clip to his hip. From one of the compartments on the armor, he drew a small bundle of black cloth and unfolded it, pulling it over his head. It settled into a loose poncho that hung to his knees. The garment would do nothing to hinder his movements, especially with the armor backing it up, but it was no longer immediately obvious that he was wearing scout armor. Even on a place like Rust Belt Station, walking around in battle-ready armor was an invitation for trouble. A short walk took him to the dome's lift station, and March called for a car. After a wait of 5 minutes, an empty car arrived. It looked almost exactly like the interior of a subway car in Kalaskar City. Maybe the same manufacturer had built them. March tapped his destination into the map panel, and the car's doors slid shut. 10 minutes later, the ride concluded and the doors slid open. March stepped into another cargo corridor, one far busier than the one outside the helix. Cargo drones moved from every bay, and groups of freighter crewers supervised the loading and unloading. Ronstadt officers in their black uniforms kept a cold-eyed watch over everything. March strode through the crowd unhindered, keeping a scowl fixed on his face and his stride steady. Part of remaining unnoticed was looking like you knew exactly where you were going, and no one paid him any attention. A corridor turned off to the right, and March came to a commercial concourse with businesses that bought from and sold to the ships that docked at the station. Shops lined the walls, catering to men accustomed to violence. One business sold hand weapons, everything from plasma guns to portable missile launchers. Another specialized in ship repairs and upgrades. March saw 3 bars and 2 brothels, one specializing in human women and another in androids of various models designed to cater to every perversion. Armed guards stood at every establishment, watching the crowds with cold eyes. March ignored them all, heading for the restaurant at the end of the concourse, only to come to a dismayed stop. The Emperor's Rest had been the largest bar and restaurant on this part of Rust Belt Station. Like all the other businesses on the concourse, it had been carved from the rock of the asteroid, the floor covered with deck plates. A long metal bar had run the length of the room. At least it had. The bar was now a charred wreck, with soot stains on the walls, twisted metal debris filling the space. Someone had set off a powerful bomb in the kitchen of the Emperor's Rest. It had been enough to destroy the bar, the storeroom, the kitchen, and Bishop's office. In fact, March could see the warped hulk of Bishop's desk lying on its side. He let out a breath, wondering if Constantine Bishop was alive, or if he had died in the explosion that had destroyed his bar. For that matter, who had bombed the Emperor's Rest? The machinists? The spikers? March moved out of the flow of traffic and stepped closer to the rock wall outside the ruined door, thinking. As he did, he noticed the scratches on the metal of the doorframe. No, not scratches. Symbols. Specifically, a string of numbers and letters. It was part of the address system used on Rust Belt Station. Unless March missed his guess, it was the address of one of the warehouses near the commercial concourse. He needed more information. Though if the machinists or the spikers had destroyed Bishop's bar, they might be waiting at the warehouse address to see who showed up. March thought for a moment, and then crossed the concourse to the shop facing the Emperor's Rest. It was a pharmacy that sold more recreational drugs than medical ones. The entrance was sealed off with a counter, the rows of bottles visible on shelves. The owner, or maybe the clerk, stood behind the counter, a gaunt woman with a face so pale that it had likely been years since she had seen natural sunlight. She wore a sleeveless shirt with a high collar, showing the tattoos of vines twisting up her scrawny arms. Her pale hair had been shaped into a mass of ragged dreadlocks that hung down either side of her face and onto her shoulders. Her cold blue eyes locked onto March as he approached, and her lips pulled into a smile that revealed stained teeth. "Hey, handsome," said the pharmacist. "Looking for a good time?" She cackled to herself. "Don't usually say things like that, but might make an exception for you, big boy." "You been on Rust Belt Station long?" said March. She ran her tongue over her lips. 2.5 years now, handsome. I just want people to have a good time. Used to have a shop on Raisha. Anything goes in the Falcon Republic, you know." A thunderous look came over her face. "Except some rich shit's kid mixes up the wrong ingredients, and the next thing you know, his daddy wants me on murder charges." "Rust Belt Station is a long way from the Falcon Republic," said March. "I like it here," said the pharmacist. "I give the spikers some gifts so they have a good time, and no one hassles me. And when people are dumb enough to hassle me..." She jerked a thumb towards the ceiling of her shop. A small black turret, equipped with a pair of plasma weapons, had been mounted there, both pointed at March. Probably it was voice-activated, no doubt keyed to the pharmacist's voice print. "I just gotta say the magic word," said the pharmacist, "and then no more hassle." "Good setup," said March. The pharmacist laughed quietly. "You seem like a cop. Or maybe a bounty hunter the rich shit's daddy hired." "No," said March. "I'm looking for the owner of that bar." He jerked a thumb at the charred wreckage of the Emperor's Rest. "He owes me money." "Old Bishop," said the pharmacist. "Yeah, I know him. He's not too bad. Doesn't give me a hassle when I drink at his bar, though some of his waitresses give me the stink eye." She scowled. "Like they're better than me. I'm not the one bending over in tight shorts and letting drunk assholes see down my shirt, so I get a bigger tip. I got too much self-respect for that shit." "When did the bar explode?" said March. 4 days ago, I think," said the pharmacist. "It was, yeah, 4 days ago. Middle of the night. Not many people there. A bunch of those bitchy waitresses got killed. Suppose I shouldn't speak ill of them now. You know if Bishop died, said March. The pharmacist gave a lazy shrug. Don't know. Haven't seen him around since the big boom. Ah, well. Guess I'll just have to find somewhere else to drink. I guess so, said March. He slid a credit chip on the counter. Thanks for your time. Didn't sell you nothing, said the pharmacist, though she made the chip disappear. This is Rust Belt Station, said March. Nothing's free here. Not even time. The pharmacist laughed and March walked off. It was entirely possible, he knew, that someone might have paid her to watch the ruins of the bar and see if anyone came asking about it. Well, if attackers showed up, he would just have to deal with them. He came to a wall terminal at the end of the concourse and punched in the string of letters and numbers that had been scratched into the metal doorframe. As he expected, it had been an address, but it was for a warehouse, not an apartment. Specifically, it went to one of the warehouses near the cargo corridor. Rust Belt Station's facilities included warehouses carved out of the rock of the asteroid, places where goods could be stored long-term in exchange for rental fees. It was possible that Bishop was holed up there. Or that whoever had blown up the bar had set a trap for anyone who came looking for Bishop. It didn't matter. Either way, March had to investigate. He tapped his earpiece. Adelaide. Here. Her voice crackled with an overlay of static. We've got a problem, he said. The Emperor's Rest was firebombed 4 days ago. There was a pause. Did Constantine get out? Said Adelaide. I don't know, said March. There was an address scratched into the doorframe. I'm going to check it out now. It could be an ambush, said Adelaide. I know, said March. If it is, at least I'm dressed for the party. 4 days, said Adelaide. Jack, the navigational computer was stolen 3 days ago. That timing's suspiciously close. Yeah, said March. Might be a coincidence, might not. Maybe we'll find out. All right, said Adelaide. You know what you're doing. Call if you need help. I will, said March. Any problems with the ship? None that we can find, said Adelaide. No traps, no sabotage, nothing. I'm running a deep malware scan on the remaining computers, and it doesn't look like there are any logic bombs or backdoors. Everything is in working order. Except the one thing we need to actually leave the system, said March. I'll check in once I find the warehouse. Copy that, said Adelaide. March left the wall terminal and headed back to the cargo corridor, flexing the fingers of his right hand as he did. He hadn't carried any weapons with him, but the bracers of his armor contained plasma weapons. March would have to aim by raising his arm. He never liked using weapons built into scout armor because they were harder to aim, but it was better than nothing. Nevertheless, a good plasma assault rifle would have been welcome. He walked unhindered through the cargo corridors, weaving his way through the crowds of working crewers, handlers, and drones, and came to the warehouse level. It didn't look all that different from the cargo corridor, a long passageway carved through the asteroid's rock, the walls lined with alcoves holding double doors leading to the warehouses. The station offered a variety of storage facilities, from small secure vaults intended to hold valuables, to chambers the size of a Kalaskaran soccer stadium for storing ore, comet ice, grain, and other bulk commodities. March stopped before one of the smaller warehouses. The sign next to the double door said it was rated for storing livestock and other living creatures, which made sense if Bishop was using it as a safe house. Then again, he could be a prisoner here, or an entire squad of Spikers or Ronstadt officers was waiting on the other side, weapons leveled. Only one way to find out. The alcove before the double doors, like all the ones in the docking bays, had a small computer terminal built into the wall. March stopped before it long enough for his presence to register on any motion sensors or cameras, and then tapped the intercom button on the terminal. "I'm looking for Constantine Bishop," said March. There was a pause, and then a computer-generated voice, toneless and metallic, came from the terminal. "Where did the Tiger get its railgun?" March felt a tight smile go over his face. The question would have been nonsensical gibberish to anyone overhearing it, but he remembered where he had acquired the railgun for his ship. His old ship. Supposed he had a new one now. "Mercator Station," he said. "That business with—" He thought for a moment and recalled the name, Bevier. The engineer. Adrian Bevier, that was it. He was grateful after we saved his life. There was a long pause, and the door slid open with a metallic clang. March strode into the warehouse, his eyes scanning for threats, his armor's plasma weapons primed and ready. The warehouse was about the size of the Emperor's Rest, and mostly empty. Plastic shipping crates had been stacked in the corner. 4 cots stood against one wall, and March saw signs of habitation: a chemical toilet, open containers of rations. 3 women stood near the door, guns in hand. All of them were young and attractive, even with the baggy ship crewers' jumpsuits they wore. March recognized only one of them, a woman with brown eyes and shaggy blonde hair cut to her shoulders. Her name was Anne, and she was the chief bartender of the Emperor's Rest. In the center of the room was a plastic table holding a laptop computer, hooked up to 3 flat panel displays. The laptop was connected to the flat black box of a security server, and to judge from some of the modules attached to it, the laptop's owner was using the server to break into the station's systems. Constantine Bishop stood next to the computer table, a plasma rifle in hand, a big grin on his face. The Sigma operative, the head of the local branch of the Silent Order, was a huge man, nearly 7 feet tall, though he had developed a slight stoop from spending so much time in the cramped quarters of starships and space stations. He had rag blonde hair, a bushy blonde beard, and wore an odd mixture of clothes: steel-toed work boots, cargo pants, a red silk shirt, and a formal black coat. Combined with the gun belt and the bandolier holding power packs and grenades, the net effect looked like some video producer's idea of a swashbuckling space pirate. "Jack March," said Bishop. "I'll be damned. I am glad to see you. We've got a lot of problems." 5. Alpha Operative. March stepped forward, and he and Bishop shook hands. "Sorry about the bar," said March. Bishop grimaced. "Well, it was insured. Not that anyone's likely to pay up now that the war started." He gestured at the 3 women. "The bastard killed some of my workers. But the ones who are part of the Silent Order, my beta operatives, they got out. I'm not going to forgive and forget, though. My other workers might have been spies for Orodria and the Falcon Republic and the Spikers, but they were still my workers." He turned back to March. "Sensor sent you for the Helix. You already have a ship." "The Tiger blew up," said March. Bishop let out a breath. "Christ, I'm sorry, Jack." He shook his head. "I lost the bar, and you lost your ship. If your girlfriend left you, it would be like one of those rural Kalaskaran songs, the one where a guy comes home from the war only to lose his truck, his dog, and his girl." "We used to play those songs all the time in the bar," said Anne. She snorted. "The singer's usually more upset about losing his dog than his girl." "Speaking of that," said March. He tapped his earpiece a few times, syncing it to the transmitter in his armor and boosting the microphone range. "Adelaide, are you there? I found Bishop and his people." "Constantine." Adelaide's voice came out of the speakers on March's helmet. He pulled it off the magnetic mount and set it on the table of computer equipment. "Glad you're not dead." "I am in complete agreement, my dear," said Bishop. "It's good to see you again, Dr. Tarrant. Well, hearing you anyway." "It's Dr. March now, actually," said Adelaide. Bishop blinked several times, and then threw back his head and laughed. "What?" said March. "Jack March actually getting married," said Bishop. "Who would have thought we would live to see the day?" He clapped March on the shoulder, a bit gently because of the armor. "Congratulations, both of you. All the more regrettable that my bar blew up. We can't drink toasts to your health and happiness." "We have water in the survival kits, boss," said Anne. "Yes, but that's just not the same." "We can congratulate ourselves later," said March. "What's going on?" Bishop let out a breath. "You've taken control of the Helix." March nodded. "Adelaide's on the ship. So is Cassandra, but you haven't met her yet. Was that your surveillance drone by the docking bay?" Bishop frowned. "Surveillance drone?" March had hoped that Bishop had set the drone to watch the Helix, but it seemed they would not be that lucky. "We have news to exchange," said March. "You go first, and then we can make some plans." "Very well," said Bishop. "The Helix arrived on the station about 3 months ago, flown out by a skeleton crew. Sensor's instructions said the ship would wait for an Alpha operative to take it on a mission. I set the ship to defend itself, keyed it for authentication token and voice print, and left." He grimaced. "Then 6 weeks ago, we got word that the war had started between the Kingdom and the Final Consciousness, and things got ugly." "What happened?" said March. "Ronstadt Private Security Corporation showed up and took control of the station," said Bishop. "They announced that since the Kingdom of Kalaskar had revoked their charter, they were taking control of the system as compensation." He shrugged. No one really minded. The Spikers had been getting bolder and bolder, and Ronstadt had a deal with them. Protection money in exchange for safe passage. "Is Administrator Heights still running the station?" said March. Bishop snorted. Heights and Ronstadt had a falling out. The day the war started, he took a shuttle and ran for it. I expected he drained every credit he could out of the station's operating budget and fled for the Falcon Republic. He shrugged again. "But our orders from Sensor were the same. Keep operating out of the station and collect information. Ronstadt Corporation is running Rust Belt Station as a neutral port, and a lot of material is flowing through here. Every major power and most of the minor ones have spies here, so the silent order needed a presence." "It got more dangerous though," said Anne, voice quiet. "This has always been a rough place, but we never used to have corpses turning up in the back corridors every day. And the Spikers run a big slaving operation. It never was safe to go anywhere alone on the station, even in the old days, but now you needed an armed party. Else the Spikers might catch you and sell you." March nodded. "They tried to ambush us on the way to the Helix." "Did you kill any of them?" said Bishop. "No, just stun them," said March. Bishop let out a breath. "That's good. There's not much law on Rust Belt Station, but the one thing that will draw a violent response is killing a Ronstadt officer, or killing one of the Spikers." "Did the Spikers blow up the bar?" said March. "No, the machinists did that," said Bishop. "Last time you were here, you wiped out most of the local machinist sympathizers. But they're like weeds, they always come back. They weren't very effective for the most part. We spied on them, they spied on us, and we both sent back information to our governments. Then someone new took charge of the machinist sympathizers right before the war started." "Who?" said March. "An Iron Hand. Calls himself Nico," said Bishop. March didn't recognize the name, but that hardly mattered. The Iron Hands were some of the most deadly and effective agents in the covert arm of the Final Consciousness. Many members of the hive mind of the Final Consciousness could no longer pass as unmodified humans. Army troops, starship crewers, and naval officers all had their blood replaced with nanomachines, giving their flesh a distinctive grayish look. Iron Hands, by contrast, still looked like unmodified humans if they concealed their cybernetic left arms, and they were fearsomely skilled at arranging covert operations. He ought to know. He had been one of them for years. Nico reorganized the machinist sympathizers, said Bishop. He's in tight with the spikers, probably from bribing their captains. I think Nico's mission is to put the station under the control of the machinists, without anyone realizing what has happened. What good would that do? Came Adelaide's voice from the helmet speakers. We're a long way from anywhere, and with the fall of the Antioch system, Rust Belt Station is cut off from the rest of the kingdom. I assume that was why Ronstadt thought they could take over. Supply lines, I think, said Bishop. The machinists took Antioch, but they'll have to hold it, and that's a long supply line back to their industrial worlds. I know the Lord Admirals are sending commerce raiders to attack machinist shipping. They were, in fact. March had seen the plans before he had left Kalaskar Station with Adelaide and Cassandra. March's cover as an Alpha operative, before he had asked Adelaide to marry him, had been as a Kalaskaran privateer. No doubt he would have joined the vessels sent to raid machinist shipping. Sending war materiel through the borderlands to Antioch via Rust Belt Station is the long way around, but it's much less exposed to any privateers or raiders operating from Kalaskaran space. Bishop shook his head. Anyway, that's beside the point. Censor sent us some help to deal with Nico, but it all went wrong. Nico bombed the Emperor's Rest, and we barely got out in time. We've been holed up here ever since. Bishop spread his hands. That's what happened to the bar, I'm afraid. All right, said March. I can tell you more details once we're alone. But we're on a mission from Censor. He hesitated for a moment. As an Omega operative of the Silent Order, one of the few who knew the true nature of both Censor and the King of Kalaskar, there were secrets March could tell no one else. Anne and the other Beta operatives working under Bishop did not need to know the full details of his mission. There's a person of considerable importance to the war effort. Censor sent us to find him, and we're taking the Helix for the search. That makes sense, said Bishop. I figured Censor intended the Helix for something like that. The plan was to leave as soon as I spoke with you, said March. But someone stole the navigational computer out of the Helix. Bishop frowned. That's impossible. We left the ship secured. It should have gunned down anyone without the proper authentication token. In fact, I know it did. I don't doubt you, said March. But the navigational computer is physically missing. Someone broke into the ship 3 days ago, corrupted about an hour's worth of security logs, and then took the navigational computer. Nothing else was taken or sabotaged, as far as we can tell. Bishop's brow furrowed. That doesn't make any sense. If you can break in, why not fly off with the entire ship? Stealing it would be worth the effort. For that matter, there are tens of thousands of credits of weapons and equipment aboard the ship. Like the navigational computer, said March. True, that's expensive, said Bishop. I had to order it from the shipyards at New Constantinople and have it loaded specifically with navigational charts for the non-aligned systems. Those charts are hard to get. The non-aligned systems are out past the borderlands, the Gloom Nebula, and the Eschaton system, so not many people from Kalaskar head that way. Whoever stole the computer, said March, we need a new one. Doesn't matter if we have to buy one or steal another. We can't leave the system without it. I think, said Bishop, we might be able to help each other out. He looked towards the helmet. Sorry, Dr. March, but I'm going to have to borrow your husband for a bit. We need to talk about some things with no one else listening in. All right, said Adelaide. What should we do in the meantime? Keep checking over the ship, said March. I think we're in the clear, but I want to make sure that whoever broke in didn't leave behind any other nasty surprises. He wished he knew who had left the surveillance drone by the entrance to the docking bay. Somebody had gone to a lot of trouble to know when March had taken possession of the Helix. Okay, said Adelaide. Be careful, Jack. Constantine, don't get him involved in anything dangerous." "I wouldn't dream of it, my dear," said Bishop. "I'll check in soon," said March, and he ended the connection. He and Bishop looked at each other over the computer table. "I'm going to get you involved in something dangerous, obviously," said Bishop. "What did you have in mind?" Bishop gestured, and they moved to the corner of the warehouse, where the others would not be able to overhear them. "I told you Censor sent us some help," said Bishop. "Another Alpha operative. Darius Memnon." "Memnon's here," said March. Like Bishop, he and Memnon went way back and had been in a lot of dangerous situations together. Unlike Bishop, who had become a Sigma operative and settled on Rust Belt Station, Memnon had remained an Alpha operative, probably because he enjoyed fighting too much to give it up. Bishop nodded. He found one of Nico's safe houses in the old refineries and went to take it out. Unfortunately, Nico was one step ahead of us. Memnon's been trapped there since the Emperor's Rest was bombed. He's holed up in a dead end with enough firepower to keep Nico's thugs from killing him, but he can't get out. Nico has some men camped outside the entrance. Memnon only has a few more days of water, and then he's in trouble. Bishop drew in a deep breath. "I've been trying to find a way to rescue him. And then I turn up in a suit of Heroth Foundry's scout armor," said March. "Exactly," said Bishop. "Want to go kill some machinist sympathizers. Between you, me, and Memnon, we should be able to work out a way to get a new navigational computer for the Helix." March crossed to the computer table and picked up his helmet. "Let's get moving. But I suspect Nico has your warehouse under surveillance." "Oh, probably." Bishop pointed at a metal panel on the far wall. "But I rented this warehouse for a reason. It has access to the maintenance corridors, and we can take an abandoned lift tunnel to the refinery level." A short time later, March and Bishop moved through the narrow maintenance corridor. Bishop knew the route, but March led the way because his scout armor could soak up a lot more bullets and plasma bolts than Bishop's body, and the armor's sensors would give them advance warning of any attackers. He held a plasma rifle from Bishop's stores, additional weapons affixed to the hardpoints on his armor. The maintenance corridors were narrow shafts driven through the rock, the floor covered in metal grillwork, metal racks holding pipes and conduits, and bundles of wires running along the walls and ceilings. If Rust Belt Station had been a living thing, these maintenance corridors would have been both the veins and the digestive system, the pipes carrying water and air and waste to be recycled. Bishop followed a few steps behind. He had donned a helmet with a translucent faceplate and a tactical vest. Helmet and vest would stop kinetic rounds of mid to low caliber, but would do nothing to block plasma bolts. Still, it was better than nothing. The helmet also had a transmitter that March linked to his armor, so they could converse without anyone overhearing them. As they walked, he gave Bishop a brief sketch of that catastrophic day on Kalaskar, the Wraith device, Adelaide's mind-controlled assassination attempt on the king, the ambush on Kalaskar Station, and the destruction of the Tiger, and the death of Odin, and the mission March had received personally from the king. Though he said nothing about the true natures of Censor and the king. "Christ, Jack, that sounds like a hell of a day," said Bishop. "I'm sorry about the Tiger." "It was just a ship," said March, though he felt a pang when he thought of it. That ship had been his home for over a decade. An incongruous thought passed through his mind. He had made love to Adelaide the first time aboard the Tiger. "I'm just glad Adelaide and Cassandra made it." "How is Adelaide doing?" said Bishop. March thought about his answer for a few paces. "Not well. She has some mood swings from her brain adjusting to the cybernetic limb. And she's upset about being separated from her family. She was close to them." "That's unfortunate," said Bishop. "Still, it's something she's done before, isn't it? She didn't bring any of her family with her to Xenostas or any of her other expeditions." I suppose they're used to her being gone for long periods of time. And well, we're at war, aren't we? Every man and woman in human history who went to war had to leave their family behind. Unless their homes were invaded, said March. But he hadn't thought of it in that light before. How are you holding up? Said Bishop. March snorted. What, are you a therapist now? I'm a bartender. Well, I was a bartender until my bar got blown up, said Bishop. And to be a good bartender, you have to be a good therapist. I'm fine, said March. I lost the tiger and had to leave Kalaskar, but I've lost everything before. More than once. Unbidden, the memory of his mother's face flashed through his thoughts, followed by the sight of Martel's world burning as the machinist warships bombarded the planet. What I want now is to find Dr. Sigrande, destroy the Pulse, complete the mission, and go home. The Pulse, said Bishop. We've been hearing about it for a while now. It's some kind of directed dark energy radiation weapon built from the technology of the great Elder Ones, said March. Do you remember that Firestone thing Adelaide found on Xenostas? Vividly. I saw one used in Raisha. It can generate dark energy radiation that shouldn't exist in this universe, radiation that absolutely destroys any organic life. Seeing the effect of that radiation, of watching a living human wither into a twisted, desiccated corpse in a matter of seconds, had stood out for its horror, and March had seen a lot of horrible things in his life. Odin told me that the Firestone doesn't have an upward limit on the amount of radiation it can generate. It just needs a big enough power source. And if the machinists have a lot of Firestones linked to a big enough reactor. Hell of a weapon, said Bishop. Especially since I doubt even planetary shields would block it. They wouldn't, said March. That band of dark energy radiation shouldn't be able to exist in this universe. Planetary shields can't protect against something that shouldn't exist but does. Odd to think that it all started here, said Bishop. The Wraith devices, the Firestones, all of it. It didn't start here, said March. He remembered his conversation with the custodian, the ancient, insane, artificial intelligence constructed by the long-dead alien race who had called themselves the Harmonious Scholars. It started a long, long time ago. We just found out about it here. They came to a junction box, 3 more utility corridors running off in different directions. Left? Yup. They finally came to the tube for the lift car. It had been carved out of the rock, the rails running down the floor of the tunnel. Lights mounted into the ceiling every so often threw a dim, feeble glow, casting shadows everywhere. The corridor had normal gravity, which meant no one had bothered to shut off the artificial gravitics, even though this section of the station had been abandoned for years. Given how badly maintained all of Rust Belt station systems were, March would not be surprised if someday a fault vented the atmosphere into space, and half the station's population asphyxiated before repairs were finished. It's another 1.5 kilometers that way, said Bishop. Rails are powered off, so no worries about electrocution. Well, I don't have to worry about electrocution. That armor of yours could shrug the shock right off. It could, said March. Not something I want to test, though. They followed the rails, plasma rifles ready in their hands. The sensors in March's helmet pierced the gloom without trouble, overlays flashing across his HUD as it scanned for threats. None appeared. Nico might have made the machinist sympathizers aboard the station more competent, but none of them had set a watch. Or even left behind a surveillance drone to warn them of trouble. Just who had set that drone to watch the helix? It kept scratching at March's brain because it didn't fit in. Everything that had happened at Rust Belt Station had been explained, but not that the drone. Was someone else involved, someone other than the Silent Order, the machinists, the Spikers, and Ronstadt Private Security Corporation? As if this wasn't complicated enough already. March pushed the thought out of his head. Dwelling on unrelated matters while entering combat was a great way to get killed. As both an Iron Hand and an Alpha operative, he had killed quite a few people who had been lost in their thoughts rather than paying attention to their surroundings. He tried to check in with Adelaide and the Helix twice, but they were far enough into the asteroid that his armor's transmitters couldn't penetrate the rock. And while the life support and gravitics were still running down here, the local network repeaters had been switched off. "We're almost here," said Bishop. "Better keep quiet now. Communicate only through the helmet microphones." "Copy," said March, and they eased forward, taking care to remain silent. With the walls and floor of stone, any noises would echo for a considerable distance. Another entrance opened on the right, the metal door standing open. Beyond was an enormous chamber with the look of a factory. Hulking machines stood in rows, long abandoned by their owners. This had been one of the station's refineries, smelting ingots of metal from the ore dug up from the asteroid's core. The heat sensors in March's helmet picked up 6 human infrared signatures in the refinery, all of them facing the far wall. "6 men," murmured March. "Where's Memnon?" "He's in the equipment room on the far side of the refinery," said Bishop. "If I remember right, that's a wide door," said March. "Why haven't they overrun him yet?" "Memnon's got a repeating heavy plasma cannon connected to a motion detector," said Bishop. "Trip the motion detector, and the cannon starts shooting." He pointed towards a pair of open double doors on the other side of the refinery. The floor bore the scars from the work that had been carried out here years ago, but March saw several recent craters that had been blasted into the rock. "Where the hell did he get an anti-personnel plasma cannon?" said March. "You can't just buy those things off the street even here." "He brought it with him. You know what Memnon is like. What's the plan?" He studied the infrared display on his HUD, noting the location of the heat signatures. The 6 men had gotten lax during their siege. None of them were facing the entrance to the lift tunnel. They were paying close attention to the doors of the equipment room, but weren't watching their backs. Perhaps they had assumed Nico had dealt with any remaining Silent Order operatives on the station. Sloppy of them. And it was going to be fatal. March slung his plasma rifle over his shoulder, the weapon locking into the armor's carrying hardpoint, and drew the kinetic pistol from his waist. Plasma weapons had one great weakness over kinetic weapons, despite their greater power. It was impossible to silence a plasma bolt. The core of the bolt, thousands of degrees hotter than the surrounding atmosphere, always created a howling sound. A kinetic bullet, by contrast, could be at least partially silenced. The kinetic pistol he had taken from the Helix's armory had a silencer module. "See that conveyor line there?" said March, pointing towards a large conveyor belt a few meters past the entrance. "Take Overwatch position behind it. I'm going to eliminate as many of the enemy as I can before they wake up and realize that we're here." "Got it," said Bishop. They moved in silence to the conveyor line. Bishop crouched behind it, resting his plasma rifle atop the belt. He flipped down an eyepiece over the faceplate of his helmet, one that would give him greater vision in the refinery's gloomy light. March's own HUD adjusted, making the most of the available illumination. He moved forward in silence, the pistol in his right hand. The first thug was sitting behind a smelter, a bored expression on his face as he played a puzzle game on his phone. The man looked a bit ragged, probably a freighter crewer who had been thrown off his ship at Rust Belt Station for a drug or alcohol problem. Despite that, his weapons were new and in good condition, a plasma pistol and an automatic kinetic rifle with a 100-shot magazine. Formidable weapons, but not enough to overcome the anti-personnel plasma cannon, defending Memnon's position. March raised the pistol. He never particularly enjoyed killing, though he didn't flinch from it when necessary. And the man before him had chosen to serve the final consciousness, the power that had destroyed March's homeworld of Calixtus, turned him into an Iron Hand against his will, killed billions across the galaxy, and taken Adelaide's arm and her ability to bear children. March squeezed the trigger twice, the bullets plunging into the back of the thug's skull. The silenced bullets only made a dull thudding sound as they left the weapon, rather than the usual loud crack of a chemically propelled round. The thug jerked forward, and March caught his shoulder and eased the man to the floor as the life fled from him. No other sounds came from the refinery. March moved forward. Despite the armor's augmented strength, it had been designed for reconnaissance, so the joints made no sound as he moved. The second thug proved more vigilant. The man had taken up a firing position behind a dead electric cart, his rifle braced on the seat and pointing at the equipment room door. March crept up behind him and shot him in the back of the head. Right about then, someone noticed the attack. He wasn't sure why. Maybe the noise of the gunshots had carried farther than he thought, or maybe one of Nico's thugs had happened to turn around. "We're under attack," screamed one of the men, surging to his feet and swinging his plasma pistol towards March. "We're..." Bishop's plasma bolt took him through the side of the head, and the remaining 3 men scrambled for cover, firing as they did. March ducked behind the dead electric cart, bullets and plasma bolts ripping into it. He slapped the pistol against its hardpoint, yanked the plasma rifle over his shoulder, and opened fire. His first shot caught one of the thugs and sent him spinning to the floor. The other 2 men scrambled backward, taking cover behind the cold shell of a silent smelter. "Jack." Bishop's cool voice came over the speakers of his helmet. "I think they've got grenades." "Great," said March. "I'm going to rush them. The shielding on my armor will take a few hits." Fire exploded from the doors to the equipment room. A half-dozen plasma bolts ripped out, smashing apart the smelter the thugs were using for cover, and reducing it to shards of molten metal. The plasma bolts also tore apart the thugs. Organic matter was no match for energy in the plasma bolts, and the attack reduced them to smoking char. The volley of plasma fire stopped, and silence hung over the refinery, broken by the occasional pinging noise of cooling metal. March looked over the top of the cart and saw a man standing in the entrance to the equipment room. He wore a ship crewer's jumpsuit, his thick arms and heavy torso straining against the fabric. Despite his bulk, there wasn't a trace of fat on him, and old scars marked his rough-featured face. His dark hair had been close-cropped, and his black eyes were bloodshot with fatigue. 4 days' worth of beard stubble marked his face. Under his right arm, he held an anti-personnel plasma cannon, a power cord trailing from the weapon back to the equipment room. "Constantine," called Darius Memnon, Alpha operative of the Silent Order, his deep voice rough with the accent of Sherek City on Kalaskar. "That you?" "It is," said Bishop, straightening up and climbing over the conveyor. "Brought some help." Memnon's eyes shifted to March. "Been a while, Darius," said March through the helmet speakers. "Well, damn me," said Memnon. "Jack March. Wasn't expecting to see you here." "Been hearing that a lot," said March. 6. Conflicts. "We'd better not hang around here," said Memnon. "Nico has been along once day to check on his boys." "Maybe we should wait then," said Bishop. "Ambush him." That wasn't a bad idea. March knew firsthand the kind of damage that an iron hand could do if left unchecked. But Memnon was shaking his head. Those poor dead bastards were supposed to check in with Nico every 4 hours. The last check-in was, I think 2 hours ago. He rubbed a hand over his face. "When they don't check in, Nico will know something is up, and he'll come prepared," said March. "Yep," said Memnon. "And the only thing worse than an iron hand is a prepared iron hand. No offense, Jack. We'd better be back at the Emperor's Rest by the time Nico shows up." "Can't," said Bishop. "Nico firebombed my bar the day after you got caught here." "God damn it," said Memnon. He rubbed his face again. March thought he looked exhausted. I'm sorry about that. How many of your people got killed? Some, said Bishop. The silent order operatives got out. Memnon grunted. Glad to hear that. I keep meaning to charm Anne into bed one of these days. I'm sure she'll be happy for the opportunity to shoot you down again, said Bishop. Yeah, said Memnon. He stepped forward, wavered on his feet, dropped to one knee, and set the plasma cannon on the ground. Have to put that thing down for a second. Getting heavy. When was the last time you had some sleep? Said March. Memnon thought about it. I think I managed to get 4 hours about 2 days ago. Ran out of food yesterday, and I was going to run out of water tomorrow. Just as well you came, or I would have been in trouble. I think that's why Nico never bothered to rush the equipment room. He knew he just had to wait until I passed out from dehydration. March clapped him on the shoulder. Well, I'm glad we came along. Yeah, said Memnon. Suppose you came on the Tiger. That blockade runner of yours is uncomfortable, but I could sleep for a week on even the Tiger's bunks. March shook his head. Sorry to disappoint you. The machinists blew up the Tiger on Kalaskar Station the day the war started. Memnon blinked in surprise a few times. The Tiger and the Emperor's Rest? The machinists really have it out for us. They do, said Bishop. We'd better get you back to the safe house. You could use some rest. Not going to argue with that, said Memnon. I'm running on the last of my caffeine pills. Maybe we had better take him back to the Helix, said March. In fact, it might be a good idea to take Anne and the others and all your supplies to the ship. It's more defensible than your warehouse, and if we come under attack, we can at least take off, even if we can't leave the system. That's a good point, said Bishop. No argument from me, said Memnon. He yawned so widely that his jaw cracked. I'm going to be useless until I get some damn sleep and food. Might as well be on the Helix. Wondered why Sensor had them fly that thing all the way out here. You're going to find out soon enough, said March. He started to tell Memnon to gather up the plasma cannon and its power supply, but stopped himself. Memnon was obviously exhausted. I'll pack up the cannon. We might need it soon enough. Constantine, search the dead, they might have something useful. March handed his plasma rifle to Memnon. Keep watch. Got it, said Memnon, feigning a salute. He looked at Bishop. I've forgotten how quickly he takes charge. You're bloody well not going to do it, said Bishop. March ignored the banter. It was the way that both Memnon and Bishop let off stress after a battle. Based on past missions together, he knew that Memnon would probably seek out a brothel as soon as he recovered from his exertions, while Bishop would get moderately drunk once the crisis had passed. But the crisis was far from over, and they needed to move. March picked up the plasma cannon with his left hand and jogged into the equipment room. It had once held backup control equipment for the smelters, machinery that was now riddled with bullet holes and plasma burns. Memnon had set up his camp in the corner of the room, and unlike the warehouse, he hadn't enjoyed the benefit of a chemical toilet, only a bucket. March was grateful that the filters on his helmet would block the smell. He broke down the plasma cannon, packing it and its power supply into a black clamshell case. Memnon had been running low on water, and he had almost been out of power. The cannon only had enough charge left for another dozen shots. The clamshell case weighed around 100 kilograms, but March's cybernetic left arm could handle that, especially with the assistance from his armor. By the time he had loaded up the case, Memnon and Bishop had finished searching the dead. Bishop had produced a satchel to carry the dead men's weapons, which consisted of automatic rifles, plasma pistols, and some grenades. Nothing of significance, said Bishop. Some credits, their weapons, and their IDs. All of them falsified, of course, but we already knew who most of the machinist sympathizers on Rust Belt Station were. 6 fewer now, said March, glancing at the corpses. Let's go. And as we walk, said Memnon as they returned to the lift tunnel, you can tell me just what the hell has been going on. Bishop filled Memnon in about the events of the last 4 days as they followed the tunnel. March kept his pistol in his right hand, the clamshell case in his left. Walking with the damn thing threw off his balance, but the weapon was too useful to leave behind. Though if it came to another fight before they returned to the Helix, he would drop it. Hell, said Memnon. I hadn't realized that Nico would be so bold. It was my mistake, said Bishop. I shouldn't have sent you after that safe house. I was still thinking like we were at peace. We're not. We've always been fighting in the machinists, said Memnon. In the shadows, said Bishop. Now it's open war. The rules have changed. Plus, this isn't a Kalaskaran station anymore. Ronstadt runs the show now, and they're a lot more willing to look the other way than the old administration. Live and learn, and live to fight another day, said Memnon. So what brings you out to Rust Belt Station, Jack? I can't believe Censor sent you halfway around the galaxy to rescue my ass. He didn't, said March, and Memnon snorted. That was just lucky. No, I had another mission. He gave Memnon an abridged version of what he had told Bishop, the destruction of the Tiger, his meeting with the king, and the mission from Censor to find Dr. Terra Sigrande and engineer the destruction of the Pulse. Memnon considered that in silence for almost a minute. Hell of a job to get stuck with, said Memnon. Someone's got to do it, said March. Makes sense though, said Memnon. The machinists have been looking for old alien artifacts for years. We've all seen it. Makes sense that they want to build some giant superweapon out of the stuff. He paused, yawned again, and kept speaking. I'm sorry about the Tiger, Jack, I really am. But the Helix might be a better ship for making the trip to the non-aligned systems and back. The non-aligned systems are a rough place, and you need a lot of firepower. Guess we'll find out, said March. Did Censor send you alone, said Memnon. One man can fly and run a cargo gunship like the Helix, but it's a hell of a job. You're going to need help. I didn't come alone, said March. 2 others. Dr. Cassandra Yerzov. She's the one who worked out how to build the eclipse detector, and she's the closest thing we've got to an expert on that kind of dark energy radiation. The other is the former Dr. Terran, said Bishop. She. Memnon scowled. Wait. Dr. Terran. As in Dr. Adelaide Terran. March glanced back at him. You've met. He hadn't known that Memnon had ever met Adelaide. Neither had ever mentioned it. But secrecy was a habit in the Silent Order. We had a few missions back together on Kalaskar, said Memnon in a sour voice. She's trouble, Jack. Bishop chuckled. She knows how to shoot straight and doesn't make stupid mistakes, I'll admit. But she thinks entirely too much of herself. You know those damn documentaries they show everywhere on Kalaskar? About the glorious history of the kingdom and all that. Darius, said Bishop. Adelaide Terran pretends to be a historian, said Memnon, but she's really a weather girl. She dresses up in a tight jacket and skirt, stands in front of a camera, and looks pretty while narrating. I mean, she's good at looking pretty, I'll give her that. Her tits are only so-so, but she's got a good face and an amazing ass, which I know because she wears those tight skirts. Nothing wrong with that, it's an honest day's work. No one's paying to see you in tight clothing, Darius, said Bishop. He was enjoying this entirely too much. Darius, said March, but Memnon had too much of a head of steam to stop. But goddamn, that woman is arrogant, said Memnon. Too arrogant to realize she's just a pretty girl reading cue cards for the camera. Why the hell did Censor send her? She doesn't have any useful skills for this kind of thing. What, is she going to make a documentary about why the hell do you keep trying to interrupt me? What I was going to say, said Bishop, is that she's the former Dr. Adelaide Tarrant. Now she's very insistent about being called Dr. Adelaide March. Memnon was silent for a few seconds while he processed this. God damn it, Jack, he said at last. You married that woman. Yes, said March. Before we left Kalaskar Station. Memnon let out a long breath and then shook his head. I suppose I should congratulate you, said Memnon, but I want to offer condolences. What the hell were you thinking? When you're alone together, she probably wants you to set up her ring light, check her makeup, and take pictures for her book jackets, which were probably ghostwritten by someone else. In point of fact, Adelaide had written all of her own books, including the novels, under a pen name that she thought March didn't know about. Darius, said March, I understand that you don't like her. That's fine. I've worked with a lot of people I couldn't stand. But don't make any more comments about her ass or anything else. Yeah, I know, said Memnon. But to be fair, I didn't know she was your wife at the time. Because you kept interrupting me when I tried to tell you, said Bishop. Thank you for the sound advice, Sigma Operative Bishop, said Memnon. Bishop chuckled again. But seriously, Jack, why the hell did you marry her? I mean, no judgment, she's pretty enough, but her personality. There are qualities other than the physical, said March. That's just something men say to make themselves feel better when they marry ugly women, said Memnon. I've known you, 10 years? We've done a lot of missions together. And in all that time, I've never seen you with a woman. You kept telling me to find one, said March. Yeah, but someone other than Adelaide Tarrant, for God's sake, said Memnon. March let out an irritated breath. The fact of the matter was that before he had met Adelaide, he hadn't been with a woman for a long time. When he had been an Iron Hand, women from subjugated populations had been provided to him after missions, and they had been expected to please him if they wanted their families fed. That experience had been part of the growing burden of guilt that had finally led him to turn against the final consciousness after the destruction of Martel's world. After he had joined the Silent Order for the first few years, there had been a different woman in every port, as he was intoxicated by his newfound freedom. But that had left him feeling colder and emptier than before, and he had closed himself off, focusing on his work for the Silent Order. When March had met Adelaide, he had fully intended to drop her off on Kalaskar Station and never see her again. But she had understood him in a way that no one else had. She knew what it was to have her life ripped apart by the final consciousness, the need for vengeance that would never quite leave him. She knew it twice over now. But he didn't want to discuss that with Memnon. The Alpha Operative was a friend who had gone with March into some dangerous situations, but he was a man who had no patience for subtlety. Censor had used him as a blunt instrument or for infiltration in situations where Memnon's harsh personality would fit in. March had never given it any thought before, but he suspected that Adelaide and Memnon would annoy the hell out of each other after 30 seconds of conversation. She makes me happy, said March. Both Memnon and Bishop looked startled at that. I know you don't like each other. But we're all in this mess, and if we don't grit our teeth and work together, Nico is going to kill us all. In other words, said Memnon, play nicely together or you'll beat some sense into my skull. In response, March lifted the heavy clamshell case to his shoulder level, just to remind Memnon that he could. Memnon snorted. Good argument. Fine. I won't start anything with the exalted professor. Happy, mused Bishop. Now there's a word I thought I'd never hear from you, Jack. For God's sake, said March, feeling his patience start to strain. Memnon's hostility to Adelaide had gotten on his nerves, and Bishop's amusement with it irritated him further. If we all want to sit down in a circle and talk about our damn feelings, fine. Let's just wait until we're in interstellar space, and not when we have an iron hand coming to figure out who just shot all his employees." Bishop glanced at Memnon. "He makes a good argument." "That's why he's in charge," said Memnon. March rolled his eyes. He kept his armor's sensors active, seeking for the approach of any enemies, but the lift tunnel remained deserted. They turned back to the maintenance corridors, and March had to carry the clamshell with a plasma cannon in front of him. It was awkward, but his cybernetic limb and the armor could bear the weight. Besides, if anyone started shooting at him from the front, he could use the case as a shield. "And," said Bishop. He was silent for a second, and then he kept speaking. "We've retrieved Memnon, and we're returning to the safe house. Captain March suggested it would be safer if we all retreated aboard the Helix, and I agree with him. We'd better start getting the equipment packed up." A thought occurred to March. "You have a signal booster in your safe house." "Our own link to the local station network," said Bishop. "Hang on, I'll send your armor the connection." He produced his phone and tapped a few commands into it, and a notification came up on March's HUD, informing him of the link through Bishop's phone to the signal booster. March accepted it and sent a connection request for a private channel to the Helix. "Jack," came Adelaide's voice a few seconds later. "We've rescued Bishop's Alpha operative," said March, shutting down his helmet's external speakers so they could talk in privacy. "We're all going to relocate to the Helix since we have a better chance of defending ourselves there." "Well, we've got plenty of room," said Adelaide. "And stores too. I think we could go for a year without having to get new rations or refill the water and the oxygen supplies." A wry note entered her voice. "Of course, until we get a new navigational computer, we're not going anywhere." "Yeah," said March. "We'll figure out what to do once everyone's aboard the ship and had some rest." He paused. The Alpha operative was stuck in one of the abandoned refineries. "I don't think he's had more than 4 hours of sleep in the last 4 days. Poor guy. What's his name? Maybe we've met." "Darius Memnon." There was a long pause. "Memnon," said Adelaide, her voice cooler than before. "Darius Memnon. Looks like he's been beaten up a few times, swears like a drunk dockhand, probably couldn't spell his own name without help." "We've worked together a lot in the past," said March. "He never had any problem spelling when he wrote messages." "You never mentioned that you knew him," said Adelaide. "That's not how our business works, and you know it." I know," said Adelaide. "That man has never seen a problem he hasn't tried to solve by shooting it. Door's locked. Shoot it open. Informant won't talk. Shoot him. Maybe the next one will be more cooperative." "He mentioned that you work together," said March. "I can just imagine," said Adelaide. "Do you know what Memnon's problem is, Jack? He expects every woman he meets to stare at him in adoration and nod at all his brilliant ideas. That wouldn't be so bad, except I doubt Memnon has ever even had a mediocre idea in his life, let alone a brilliant one." March repressed the urge to sigh. It was a common plot device in Kalaskran fiction, he knew, for mutual loathing to disguise hidden attraction between the male and female leads. However, he had rarely seen that in real life. Usually, loathing only disguised even more loathing, sometimes contemptuous disdain. This was especially true of Adelaide, who, while usually easygoing, sometimes held a grudge in an iron grip. There was a convenience store near her mother's house that she absolutely refused to patronize for any reason, and when March had asked, she explained that the store's owner had once disputed with her father about the cost of an engine repair. Her father had been dead for decades, and so had the store's previous owner, but she still refused to spend any money there. "He's good in a fight, and he does what I tell him," said March. "If we're going to get out of this mess, we'll all need to work together." I know," said Adelaide. "I'll be a good team player and put up with him. I'd better go tell Cass that we're having visitors." Bishop and his beta operatives will be welcome. Memnon, I suppose we'll just have to tolerate him. She ended the connection. This time March did sigh. When he had still been an alpha operative, he had usually preferred solo assignments or missions with just one partner like Bishop or Memnon. Working with a team inevitably meant that personalities and egos would clash, and both Adelaide and Memnon had strong personalities. Well, one problem at a time. An external threat could unify people. Or they could spend their time bickering instead of taking effective action. March supposed it was his responsibility to deal with it. They returned to Bishop's warehouse without incident. Anne and the other two beta operatives had been busy. They had obtained a cargo drone from somewhere, a robot that resembled an electric cart with a flatbed. Most of the crates had been loaded up, and Anne was busy shutting down the equipment on the computer table. She looked up as March came through the access panel to the maintenance corridor, a plasma pistol in her hand, but lowered the weapon when she saw Bishop and Memnon. "Anne," said Memnon. "Selma." "Brittany." The other two women nodded at him and returned to their work. "Did you miss me?" "Not particularly," said Anne. "The peace and quiet were welcome." "Didn't your bar get firebombed?" said Memnon, the last word dissolving into another yawn. "Still quieter than listening to you," said Anne. She pointed at the top of one of the crates. "Bishop said you hadn't eaten for a while, so we left some rations out for you." "You're a saint, a bloody saint," said Memnon, ripping open the packaging. "I know, I've had to put up with you." March helped the women load the rest of the supplies onto the cargo drone, then pulled off his helmet and locked it to his hip. He had left the black poncho in the warehouse, and he slid it back on over his armor. By now, Nico had to have realized that his hirelings had been killed and that Memnon had escaped. There was no telling how the Iron Hand would react. If he had attempted to get into the Helix before and had failed, he might try to attack them on the way to the ship, or convince his Spiker allies to do it. Either way, March intended to be ready for trouble. He locked one of Bishop's plasma pistols to the hardpoint on his other hip. He considered putting on his helmet for the walk back to the Helix, but discarded the idea as impractical. The poncho wasn't a very good disguise for his armor, but it was better than nothing, and walking around with a rangefinder helmet covering his head was a good way to draw the attention of the Ronstadt officers. "I think we're ready," said Bishop, and Anne nodded her agreement. "Okay," said March. "I'll walk in front. Constantine, you bring up the back. Anne, you handle the cargo drone. The rest of you watch the sides. I don't know if Nico will try anything before we get back to the Helix, but we had better be ready. Everyone have a weapon." Anne lifted a stun pistol. "Good. Stun weapons at first. If the Spikers decide to come after us, we'll have less trouble if no one gets killed. Follow me." March stepped through the warehouse doors and into the corridor, Anne handling the cart, Bishop watching their backs, and Memnon, Brittany, and Selma guarding the sides. He led the way from the warehouse area, back to the cargo corridor, running along the docking bays. It remained as busy as ever, the cargo handlers supervising the work, Ronstadt officers watching everything with cold eyes. March and the others drew stares as they passed, but no one moved to stop them. Given that Anne, Brittany, Selma, and Memnon all wore Starship crewers' jumpsuits, likely the Ronstadt officers assumed they were a freighter crew delivering their own cargo to save on handling costs. March remained watchful, scanning the crowd, but he didn't see any Spikers, and no one lunged at them with a gun or a knife. His tension increased as the traffic thinned out and they approached the long-term docking bays, the cargo drone's treads rasping against the deck plates. If anyone was going to ambush them, this was the place. Fewer crowds met fewer potential witnesses, and March passed the spot where the Spikers had attacked him, Adelaide and Cassandra, earlier today. Finally, they reached the door to Bay 8, and March let out a breath. Could it have been that easy? Something always went wrong. He tapped his earpiece. Adelaide. Here. We've arrived, said March. Keep the ship from shooting at us, and we'll board through the starboard cargo hatch. Copy, said Adelaide. Cassandra and I will meet you in the cargo bay. I suppose she'll get the pleasure of meeting Darius Memnon for the first time. March gave no response to that, but instead unlocked the bay doors and stepped inside. The metallic bulk of the helix rose over him. The point defense laser turret was still pointed at the doors, but it didn't move as he approached. It's clear, said March to the others. Follow me. He led them to the starboard cargo hatch, and its inner and outer doors hissed open as they approached. Anne had just enough room to steer the drone through the hatch and into the bay. Adelaide and Cassandra waited just within the cargo bay, watching the newcomers. A computer tablet rested in Adelaide's hand, and she wore both her black ball cap and her calmly serene expression, the one she used when presenting documentaries for the Ministry of Defense. Cassandra merely looked nervous. March had spent enough time with her to know that she never liked meeting new people. That's everything, said Bishop. Adelaide tapped a command into the tablet, and the hatch's inner and outer doors sealed shut behind them. I've rearmed the defenses. Selma let out a breath. Then we're safe. As safe as we're likely to be for now, said Bishop. Jack, shall we do the introductions? He stepped forward without waiting for an answer and held out his hand, his most charming smile in place. I'm Constantine Bishop. Cassandra Yerzov. She gave his hand a quick shake and released it. These are my associates Anne Murphy, Selma Quaron, and Brittany Eastridge, said Bishop. My dear Dr. March, congratulations on your recent wedding. I regret that I was unable to attend. Thank you, said Adelaide. And this, said Bishop, is Darius Memnon. Memnon leaned against the side of the cargo drone and offered a curt nod to Cassandra. Dr. Yerzov. Cassandra nodded back, relieved that he hadn't asked to shake hands. His gaze shifted to Adelaide, and he smirked. You know, Professor, you looked better with longer hair. I've heard the camera doesn't like women with short hair. Adelaide smirked back, drew off her ball cap to expose the dark stubble covering her scalp, and put it back on. The surgeons had to shave it all off after my left arm got blown off, and they needed to put on a replacement. Jesus, murmured Anne. I'm sorry to hear that. She and Adelaide had gotten along well during the incident with Simon Laurie and the Firestone. Thanks. She flexed her left hand. Good as new, right? With the artificial skin, you can barely tell it's cybernetic. You both have cybernetic limbs now, said Memnon, looking back and forth between March and Adelaide. Is that why you got married? He was willing to settle for you, even though you're part robot now. March had been listening to Memnon complain for years, and he only found the remark mildly annoying. But Adelaide's eyes flashed like a solar flare. Unlike you, Jack could find a woman he didn't have to hire by the hour, said Adelaide. Cassandra gave her a startled look. You should. That's enough, both of you, said March. Adelaide and Memnon both gave him annoyed looks. Question, said Bishop before March could continue. Of everyone on this ship, who's had their lives saved by Jack March? Show of hands, please. Organic or cybernetic? Bishop held up his hand. So did Cassandra and Adelaide. Memnon sighed and raised his hand. Splendid, said Bishop. Since listening to Jack has worked out well for us in the past, I suggest we do so again. How shall we proceed, Captain March? Thank you, Constantine, said March. It's late by station time, and we all need rest. Darius, you haven't gotten any sleep or decent food for 4 days. We'll all eat, I'll set a schedule for the night watch, and after some rest, we'll decide what to do tomorrow morning. March had a throbbing headache by the time he got out of the rangefinder armor and returned to the cabin he shared with Adelaide. One of the reasons for the headache, kept talking. Of all the Alpha operatives in the Silent Order, I cannot believe we got stuck with him, said Adelaide. March looked around the cabin that Adelaide had picked out. It was considerably nicer than the one aboard the Adventurous Maiden, though it still had bunks. It did have a computer terminal with a bigger screen and an actual bathroom about the size of a closet, though it still had a sanitizer booth instead of a shower. Water on a starship was far too precious a commodity to waste on a luxury like bathing. Just why do you dislike him so much? Said March, locking the door behind him. It was years ago, said Adelaide. I had an assignment from Censor to expose a professor at the Royal University who had been leaking starship design information to the machinists. Censor sent Memnon to help me. We tracked the professor and the local machinist cell to a warehouse, and I had bugs set up, recording everything. We just had to hand the recordings over to the Ministry of Security, and they would have all been arrested. Her mouth twisted with a bitter memory. Instead, Memnon rushed in, guns blazing. We got trapped behind some cargo containers, and the machinists would have killed us. I managed to blow up the fuel cells for a park shuttle, which wiped out the professor and the machinist cell. So you escaped, said March. No thanks to Memnon, said Adelaide, pacing in her agitation. He's a hot-headed idiot, and he nearly got us killed. If I hadn't blown up those fuel cells, we would have died, and no one would have known what happened. We lost a lot of valuable intelligence. He had the temerity to laugh it all off, and after he had nearly gotten us killed, he propositioned me. Like he expected me to be turned on by his incompetence. I told him to go to hell, and Censor never had us work together after that. I can see why, said March. You're too soft on him, said Adelaide. He's reckless, and he's a liability to the mission. He'll do what I tell him to do, said March. I don't appreciate you trying to make peace between us, said Adelaide. He's too much of a... Enough, said March. You made your point a quarter of an hour ago. He tried to say it gently, but it came out harder than he expected. Adelaide flinched, and he saw hurt and chagrin go over her eyes before she caught herself. She had ignored criticism from her colleagues for years, indifferent to their opinions, but she loved him enough that even the mildest word from him could sting her in a way that an hour of insults from Memnon could not. Yes, Darius Memnon's an ass, said March. But he follows orders, and he's killed a lot of machinist sympathizers. He's also watched my back in some very dangerous places. If he gives you a hard time, tell me and I'll put a stop to it. But we're alone in hostile territory, and if we don't work together, we're done for. They stared at each other in silence for a moment. I'm sorry, Jack, said Adelaide. You're right. I've been carrying on too much about it. I don't like him, yes. But I'll work with him. Thank you, said March. It's just Memnon of all people. I don't want to talk about Darius Memnon any more tonight, said March. Adelaide stepped towards him. Oh. Just how are you going to shut me up? He caught the offer in her words, and he took her up on it more forcefully than he might have otherwise. Once he had Adelaide out of her clothes, they ended up braced against the door, her legs wrapped around his waist as he held her up, her fingers sinking into his back as she moaned. Once they had finished, he laid her limp form on the lower bunk and then lay beside her, the sweat cooling on their skin. Oh, murmured Adelaide. That was energetic. I feel better. I hope you feel better. I do, said March, sliding his arm under her neck and shoulders. His headache had mostly vanished. We usually only do it standing up like that when you're really excited or agitated about something, said Adelaide. March only shrugged. I'm sorry, said Adelaide. For that. He glanced towards the door. Her back had left some sweat upon the door. He made a mental note to wipe it off later. You really shouldn't be. For everything. Adelaide sighed. I know it's been difficult lately. March shrugged again. You've had it worse than I have, Adelaide. I'm not the one who had my arm blown off and was banished from my home. That's true, she said. But I've been married before, and know something about it that you might not. What's that? She pushed up to look him in the eye. When the other person suffers, if you really love them, you suffer too. I know, said March, voice quiet. And I've put a lot on you, said Adelaide, leaning back against him. More than is fair. Life's not fair. It can be unfair to us together. Oh. She snuggled against him. I know you hate to talk, but you say the sweetest things. She paused. Is Memnon really your friend? Yes. He's like Bishop. We've gotten shot at a lot. No, he's not. Constantine Bishop is charming. Adelaide drew in a long breath. But you're right. I'll be civil to him. Even when he's trying to get under my skin. I appreciate that, said March. Because you are right, said Adelaide. If we don't work together, we're in trouble. They lay in silence together. March found himself dozing off, a combination of fatigue and the pleasant heat of Adelaide's body lulling him to sleep. He snapped back awake when he felt Adelaide's fingers brushing over his stomach and then moving lower. What are you doing? Her grin flashed in the gloom. Seeing how tired you are. The second time was slower and much less frenetic. The bunk might have been sized for only one adult human, but they made it work. After, when it really was time for sleep, March took the bottom bunk and Adelaide the top. He would have to check the ship's doors to see if it had a double bunk. The chiming of the intercom woke him up. Jack, said Adelaide. The sleep had fallen from her voice, and she sat up and dropped to the floor as he got to his feet, a stun pistol in her hand. She always slept with a weapon nearby. It took his brain an instant to process the sight of a naked woman holding a gun, and then he crossed to the intercom panel by the door. Yes, he said. It was about 0300, according to local station time. March wasn't due for a turn at watch for another hour. Captain March, this is Anne. There's someone at the bay doors. 7. Negotiations. March was dressed and out the door in 30 seconds, wrapping his gun belt around his waist. Adelaide followed him, likewise adjusting her weapon. He vaguely wished he had thought to go through the sanitizer booth before falling asleep. He smelled a bit of sweat and recent activities. Still, he and Adelaide were married, so that would hardly come as a shock to anyone who made the connection. And Rust Belt Station wasn't Kalaskar, with its strict customs about public morality. That was one of the darker facts about space travel. Out here, thousands of light years from the nearest sources of law and authority, a man could do as he liked. Provided, of course, he was strong enough and clever enough to survive the consequences. Bishop, in one of his more philosophical moods after a glass of wine, had once told March that he thought the isolation of interstellar space could reveal a man's true character. Given how many pirate and slaver gangs March had encountered, Bishop might have a point. He shook his head in annoyance, pushing aside the thoughts. His mind was moving in odd directions. A consequence of not enough sleep, no doubt. What's wrong? Said Adelaide, picking up on his mood. Guess we'll find out when we get to the bridge, said March. They took the ladder to the command deck. The bridge's lights were dim, set to the ship's night cycle. Anne sat at the security station, frowning at the displays. There was a tangle of blue cloth resting on the console. March wondered if she had torn her jumpsuit, but then realized Anne had been passing the time by knitting. Captain March, Dr. March, she said without missing a beat. Someone's at the bay doors. Look. She tapped a key, and a hologram came to life over her console. The image came from the security camera over the bay doors. A woman stood in the cargo corridor, her head titled down, her hood drawn up so that March could not make out her face. She wore a long dark coat with a hood, boots, and a skin-tight black jumpsuit of the sort starfighter pilots commonly wore, one rated to withstand both hard vacuum and significant quantities of radiation. A gun belt was slung around her hips, holding both a plasma pistol and a kinetic one. The black jumpsuit was tight enough to reveal that she was in very good shape, even beneath the coat's concealing drape. A metallic object floated near her right shoulder. The thing was about the size of a dinner plate. Its bottom half consisted of a small anti-grav unit, and its top half was covered with the lenses of various sensors. "Jack," said Adelaide. "That drone. Is that?" "Yeah," said March. "It's the one that was watching the ship when we arrived." The woman's gloved left hand was extended. A rectangle of white cloth dangled from it. In many human cultures, that was the traditional invitation to negotiation. As if the point was not clear enough, 2 words had been written on the white banner. "Let's talk." "I don't recognize her," said Anne. "We see. Well, we used to see a lot of the people who went through the station when they came to drink at the Emperor's Rest, but I've never seen her before." "I haven't either," said Adelaide. She glanced at him. "Jack." "I don't know," said March. He couldn't see the hooded woman's face, but something about her tugged at his memory, reminded him of someone he had met a long time ago. It couldn't be her, though, could it? They were a long, long way from the place where she and March had met. But that didn't matter. The woman had been a mercenary, selling her services to the highest bidder. She charged a lot, but she was very good at what she did. But what the hell was she doing here? And more to the point, why would she have stolen the Helix's navigational computer? "I might," said March. "She reminds me of a mercenary I met a few years ago." "Then she's the one who stole the navigational computer," said Adelaide. "Maybe," said March. "Only one way to find out." "It might be an ambush," said Adelaide. "A trap." "I wouldn't put it past her," said March. "Or I could be wrong, and she just looks like someone I met years ago. But I think she really does want to talk." "I'll cover you then," said Adelaide. His first instinct was to refuse, to tell her to wait on the ship. But he did need someone to cover him, and she was a pretty good shot. Memnon and Bishop were still sleeping, and March was loath to wake them up. They needed rest after the ordeals of the last few days. Cassandra was sleeping as well, but this sort of situation wasn't her strength. "All right," said March. "We'll get a rifle from the armory, and then we'll go out and talk to her. And keep an eye on things. If it goes bad, I'll wake up Bishop and Memnon and send them out after you," said Anne. "Right," said March. He hoped he wasn't about to make a serious mistake. "Let's go talk." They stopped by the armory long enough for Adelaide to help herself to a plasma rifle. March briefly wondered if he ought to don the rangefinder armor again, but he decided against it. Showing up with the armor to a parley might trigger a fight then and there. March and Adelaide emerged from the ship, their boots tapping against the bay's metal-sheathed floor. "Stay here," said March. "You'll have line of sight to the cargo corridor once I open the bay doors." "Should I let her see me?" said Adelaide. March nodded. "Just enough to keep her honest." She gave a sharp nod. "Be careful." "I will." He crossed the landing bay and opened the doors to the cargo corridor. They slid apart with a hiss, and March found himself standing a dozen paces away from the hooded woman. They stood in silence for a moment. "If you wanted to talk," said March, "you could have called. Sent a message over the network." The woman raised her head and drew back her hood, a smile going over her sharp-featured face. "But I have your attention, don't I?" She did. Her face was pale, gaunt, and completely hairless without even eyebrows. Heavy scarring marked the skin near her eyes, almost making it look as if she wore a stylized mask. Her eyes were gray. Not the gray of Adelaide's eyes, but pupil, iris, and sclera were all different shades of gray. Had March gotten closer, he knew he would have seen that they were not eyes at all, but machines that had replaced the eyes with which she had been born. Not that she was blind. Far from it. "Jack March," said Axiom Descartes, a slow smile going over her thin, pale lips. "Axiom," said March. He had met her on Rusturil years ago, specifically in Rykov City. Simon Laurie had been testing a new type of machinist drone on Rusturil, and a patriotic-minded business magnate had hired Axiom and her sister to kill him. A lot of other things had happened. March and Axiom had almost been killed a few times, and Laurie attempted to nuke Rykov City. They had stopped him, and Axiom had invited March to come away with her. He hadn't. March hadn't been willing to stop serving as an alpha operative of the Silent Order for Axiom, but he had for Adelaide. Only to end up going with Adelaide on the most important mission of his life. "You're looking well," said March. "You look almost exactly the same," said Axiom. "Except you are 2.27 kilograms heavier than when we last met, but your body fat is 1.1% lower. That indicates you are taking better care of yourself." She glanced to the side. "Probably at the prompting of that woman by the ship, who, I should mention, has an excellent game face, but her elevated heart rate and blood pressure indicate that she will shoot me in the chest if I do anything to threaten you." "Huh?" Axiom blinked and looked back at March. "She has a cybernetic arm, too. Was that the attraction? You both have cybernetic limbs." Today, March reflected, he had heard far too many people speculate about his relationship with Adelaide. Though Memnon had done it because he didn't like Adelaide and wanted to get a rise out of March. Axiom, by contrast, didn't know any better. When the machinists had transformed Axiom into an iron eye, they had permanently altered the way she looked at the world. Social graces, being illogical and imprecise, simply annoyed her the way someone else might have been irritated by a sharp pebble in their shoe. Granted, March suspected that even if Axiom had not been taken by the final consciousness, she might have gone through life displaying higher-than-average bluntness. That was why she worked with her sister Helen, who was charming and socially adept, and all the things that Axiom was not. Helen was the fixer, the ones who arranged the jobs and negotiated with the clients. Axiom was the one who pulled the trigger. After March and Axiom had tried to kill each other in an abandoned factory in Rykov City, Helen helped smooth things over and obtained March's help. Come to think of it, why wasn't Helen making this initial contact? She was a lot better at it than Axiom. March knew perfectly well he was in a bit better shape than he had been when he and Axiom had met, but a lot of people would not respond favorably to comments about their weight during a business meeting. "I've heard rumors about you since Rusturil," said Axiom. "Heard that you killed Simon Laurie." The machinists were pissed about that. "They were," said March. "And I heard another story that you were the one who found the Ark," said Axiom. "UN." She snapped her fingers. "Dr. Adelaide Tarrant, that was it. That must be the woman pointing the plasma rifle at me." March shrugged. "That's public knowledge." "I heard all the artifacts on the Ark were donated to some big museum on Kalaskar," said Axiom. "Even if the Kalaskaran government capped the standard rate on returning salvage, you and Dr. Tarrant must be rich. What are you doing out here?" He and Adelaide were, in fact, richer than March was comfortable considering. Of course, all their personal assets were frozen on Kalaskar until they completed Censor's mission. "All the credits in the galaxy," said March, "won't matter if the machinists win the war." "They've calculated that they can win, haven't they?" said Axiom. "The Pulse thing I've heard rumors about. That nasty old alien technology that Lori was playing with on Rusterl. It's coming, isn't it? That's why you're here. March said nothing. Axiom was no longer an iron eye, just as he was no longer an iron hand. She had escaped years ago, and Axiom and Helen had arranged for her hive implant to be removed. Axiom detested the final consciousness, but she wasn't part of the silent order. March was under no obligation to tell her anything. Indeed, keeping quiet was smart. The trouble was that Axiom was extremely intelligent and perfectly capable of figuring out something from only a few scattered clues. "You stole our navigational computer, didn't you?" said March. "Yes," said Axiom. "In all fairness to Mr. Bishop, it was very difficult. If I had been 2 seconds slower, that point defense laser would have gotten me, and there would be one more greasy crater on the floor. But I was motivated." "Why?" said March. "I needed a bargaining chip," said Axiom. "I knew that sooner or later, the silent order would send an alpha operative, maybe even a team of them, to take possession of that gunship. I thought about encrypting the main computer or stealing some other vital component. But I saw that the navigational computer had been loaded with rare charts showing the best hyperjump routes to the non-aligned systems. Those charts aren't easily or cheaply available in a place like Rust Belt system, so I took the computer. All I had to do was wait, even though time will run out soon." She shrugged. "I needed to make sure the alpha operatives would listen to me. I didn't expect that you would show up." She tilted her head to the side. "I'm still not sure if that was fortunate or not." "Did you know that Nico was going to firebomb the Emperor's Rest?" said March. "No," said Axiom. "When it happened, I thought I was screwed, that the silent order wasn't sending anyone after that. Or worse, that they might think I had been the one to blow up the Emperor's Rest. Nico's dangerous, and he knows I used to be an iron eye. If he gets the chance, he'll kill me." March might not have the sensory ability of an iron eye, but he had spent a lot of time reading people. Despite her aloof expression, he saw the faint signs of strain and fatigue on her face. Axiom and her sister were mercenaries. Despite her dislike of the final consciousness, Axiom didn't go out of her way to fight them, and only worked for the highest bidder. So why did she need a bargaining chip? There was only one thing in the galaxy that Axiom cared about. "Axiom," said March. "Where's Helen?" Axiom let out a breath. "The Spikers have her. They're going to sell her at their slave auction tomorrow." "Maybe you should tell me what happened," said March. Axiom sighed and rubbed at her eyes, artificial though they were. The gesture surprised him. On Rusterl, she had liked to pretend that she was above common humanity, above their weaknesses and emotionality. Rubbing her eyes showed just how tired she was. Or frightened. "Helen and I had a job in the borderlands," said Axiom. "Working for some half-bit local magnate. We finished it up, got paid, and decided to head to Kalaskruin space. Then the war began, and the hyperspace routes were cut off after Antioch fell to the machinists. We ended up landing here, and decided to find some work." "What went wrong?" said March. "Nico recognized me from when I was an iron eye," said Axiom. "He decided to use his spiker friends to kill me." She offered a brittle smile. "Since you're a healthy human male of normal configuration, I'm sure you noticed that Helen is attractive to healthy human males of normal configuration." March had in fact noticed that. The Spikers sell slaves to the more tyrannical minor governments in the non-aligned systems and the Kesrodite sultanates, and after the destruction of Burnchain Station, they can keep more of the money for themselves. An attractive, healthy human woman can bring in a lot of money. Nico made a deal with the Spikers. "Kill me and destroy my ship, and make it look like both Helen and I died in the explosion. Then they can take Helen and sell her without bribing Ronstadt to look the other way." Her brittle smile hardened. Ronstadt, you see, doesn't like it when the Spikers take slaves from the station. Oh, they don't mind when slaves are shipped through here, but if any merchandise is captured here, big bribes have to be paid. What happened? Said March. The plan mostly worked, said Axiom. They destroyed my ship and captured Helen. But I survived the explosion. I tried to get Helen back, but all my equipment had been destroyed with our ship, and I had to steal what I needed. That's why you needed a bargaining chip, said March. To make the Alpha operatives help you get Helen back. Exactly, said Axiom. She met his eye. Will you help me, Captain March? Will you help me rescue Helen? He could see what asking for help must have cost her pride. There's every chance, said March, that she's already dead. No, said Axiom. She's on the inventory of slaves the Spikers are auctioning off. They won't touch her or hurt her. That might lower her price. Her mouth twisted with anger. Though what her buyer does. She shook her head. We need to rescue her by tonight. Why? Said March. That's the time of the auction. Yes, said Axiom. And I have self-imposed another deadline. Have you heard of a pirate gang called the Red Hats? Yeah, said March. They operate out of the Borderlands and the non-aligned systems, same as the Spikers. The Red Hats and the Spikers have fought each other a lot. The Red Hats hate slavers and go out of their way to kill them, said Axiom. But the Red Hats make most of their money from drug running, and the Spikers refuse to move drugs. So they hate each other's guts, and they'll kill each other whenever they have the chance. She took another deep breath. I sent a message to the Red Hats, hoping I could get them to help me rescue Helen. They refused, said March. They accepted, said Axiom. More enthusiastically than I hoped. Oh. Axiom might have just set the stage for a major space battle. She continued, I sent the Red Hats the location of the auction. It's taking place elsewhere in this system. The Red Hats are going to arrive, attack the auction, and kill all the Spikers and the buyers. The slaves will just be collateral damage. Better to die than to live as a slave, or so the Red Hats say. But we know better, don't we? Iron eyes and iron hands are slaves to the final consciousness. You want me to go to the auction and somehow rescue Helen before the Red Hats blast the place to hell, said March. Yes, said Axiom. If it helps, Nico will be there. The Spiker captains think they're the ones running the show, but all their ideas come from Nico. Before much longer, I think he's going to send them to attack Kalaskran shipping. If you kill him, you can stop his plans. March said nothing. Axiom and Helen had been friends of sorts, and he disliked leaving anyone in the hands of people like the Spikers, but they were not part of the Silent Order, and he had a duty. If the machinists finished building the Pulse, it would kill a lot of people. She must have seen his hesitation. I can pay you. I don't need credit, said March. You need a navigational computer with charts for the non-aligned systems. That's right, said March. But I can probably buy a stock navigational computer here and pick up the charts for the non-aligned systems somewhere else. It will be expensive, but like I said, I don't need credits. Then I'll offer two things, said Axiom. The navigational computer and help. Help, repeated March. If you help me rescue Helen, said Axiom, then she and I will help you. You're on some mission or another. That's the only reason you would be this far from Kalaskar. She braced herself. Help me rescue Helen, and we'll help you until the end of your mission. I give you my word. I've never broken my word, but if you want, I'll sign a contract and everything. That was a far more compelling offer. Axiom had come within a hair's breadth of killing March on Rustral. He was a good shot, and so was Memnon, but Axiom's particular cybernetic enhancements meant that she could outshoot them both. She had as much experience with covert operations as he did, both as an Iron Eye and later as a freelance consultant. Her help could be invaluable. "Let's talk," said March. She relaxed a little. "Not much, but enough." "Then you will help Helen," said Axiom. "Maybe," said March. "If we can find a way. Come on." "I should walk at your side," said Axiom, "so your girlfriend doesn't shoot me." "Wife, actually," said March as Axiom stepped to his side, the surveillance drone floating after them. "Wife," said Axiom, startled. "I wonder how she cracked your shell. I thought you wanted to die alone and celibate in battle against the final consciousness. Like a warrior monk or something." "Metaphors really aren't your strength," said March. They walked to the ship, Adelaide watching their approach. "Friend of yours?" said Adelaide. "This is Axiom Discard," said March. "Former Iron Eye, now freelance mercenary. I met her and her sister Helen on a job some time back. The Spikers have taken Helen hostage. We're going to rescue Helen, and in exchange, she and Axiom are going to help us until our mission is done." "Are we now?" said Adelaide. "Hello." Axiom held out her right hand, the gesture stiff. "I am Axiom Discard. I am very pleased to make your acquaintance. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" Adelaide blinked, but Kalaskran manners took hold, and she shook Axiom's hand. "Adelaide March." "Your grip strength is impressive," said Axiom. "It is higher than 89% of human women for your height, weight, and age." "Thank you, I think," said Adelaide, looking at March. "Better wake up the others and have them come down to the cargo hold," said March. "We're going to have a chat. I am looking forward to the opportunity to discuss mutual interests and other matters of importance in a congenial social setting," said Axiom. "Right," said Adelaide, bemused. "I'll get the others. You can keep our guest company, Jack." They headed into the Helix's cargo hold, locking and sealing the hatch behind them. Adelaide went off to gather the others, slinging the plasma rifle over her shoulder. March watched her go and then looked back at Axiom. She smiled at him. "What are you doing?" said March. "It is common in human mating bonds that the male is strongly influenced by the opinions and feelings of the female," said Axiom. "So by convincing your mate to think highly of me, she will be more likely to encourage you to acquiesce to my requests." March sighed. "I forgot how your logic works." "Well, my logic works well." Adelaide returned a short time later with everyone else. Anne carried a tablet linked to the ship's security systems, Selma and Brittany trailing after her and watching Axiom with wary eyes. Bishop blinked in surprise when he saw Axiom, though his face settled back into its usual mask of a genial smile. Cassandra folded her arms, remembered herself, and settled into a loose stance, hand near the butt of her stun pistol. That was a good instinct, but in a gunfight, she would have absolutely no chance against Axiom. Memnon scowled and kept scowling. "Jack, you realize you have an Iron Eye standing next to you," he said. "You might need to shoot her." Axiom half-turned and tapped the base of her skull. The scar from the removed hive implant was visible there. "I used to be an Iron Eye. I'm not any longer." She turned back to face Memnon, coat swirling around her legs. Memnon's eyes flicked up and down the tight jumpsuit that covered her body. March wondered if she had done that deliberately. "Jack," said Bishop, "maybe you should introduce our visitor." "This is Axiom Discard," said March. "Former Iron Eye. She also stole our navigational computer." Silence answered him for a few seconds. "I really still think we should shoot her," said Memnon. "Yes, but then I won't give back the navigational computer," said Axiom. "I think a more relevant question," said Cassandra, "is why she stole the navigational computer and what she wants in exchange for it." "That is a bright young lady," said Axiom, and you should listen to her." "Thank you," said Cassandra. "I think." Before Axiom could accidentally alienate anyone with her efforts to be charming, March laid out the situation: the destruction of Helen's ship, the Spikers, the slave auction, Nico's involvement, and the impending attack of the Red Hats. "Bullshit," said Memnon. "She's setting us up." "There's some truth to her story," said Anne. "Details we can confirm." "The Spikers have been running slaves through the station since the war started," said Bishop. "But Ronstadt won't let the Spiker captains kidnap anyone from the station, not without paying a huge enough bribe that it's not really worth the Spikers' while. If you'll excuse the observation, Miss Discard, your sister must be a woman of remarkable beauty if the Spikers wanted to take her." "She is," said Axiom. "Some Kesradite warlord would pay a fortune for her. And I should point out that the Spikers didn't need to bribe Ronstadt for her. Helen was supposed to have been killed in the ship explosion. The profit from selling my sister is the reward the Spikers will get for blowing up my ship." "Clever," said Bishop. He turned to March. "There was a ship explosion 2 weeks ago. A freighter blew up in its docking bay. The official Ronstadt investigation said it was a failure of the power system, and all the crew were killed. As far as we could find out, Nico wasn't involved." "That's because he wasn't," said Axiom. "The Spikers did it for him." "So let me get this straight," said Memnon. "You've arranged for the Red Hats to attack the Spiker slave auction. You want us to fly there, rescue your sister, and get out before the Red Hats blow up the auction site, wherever that is. Why isn't the auction on Rustbelt Station?" "Ronstadt won't let them," said Anne. "We think the slave auction site is an old gas mining station near one of the gas giants. We've seen a lot of ship traffic coming and going from there, and Ronstadt and the Spikers won't let anyone near it." "That is correct," said Axiom. "The auction will take place tonight on the abandoned gas mining station near the fourth gas giant. I have the coordinates." "And what are we going to get in exchange for this?" said Memnon. "Your navigational computer for a start," said Axiom. "Which we can replace given time and money," said Memnon. Bishop nodded. "I'm afraid Mr. Memnon has a point. You've seriously inconvenienced us, Miss Discard, but it's an inconvenience that can be overcome." "In addition," said Axiom, "I'm also offering my help on your mission. Whatever it is. No questions asked." "We can get hired guns anywhere," said Memnon. Axiom turned to March. "Can I show off? I promise it will be impressive." He sighed and gestured for her to go ahead. Axiom pointed at Memnon. "You are exactly 99.7 kilograms of weight, and your heart rate is currently 77 beats a minute. Additionally, for concealed weapons, you have knives in both of your boots, a concealed pistol in the back of your belt, and another one under your shoulder." "You're an iron eye, yes, I get it," said Memnon. "Very impressive party trick." "If that doesn't impress you, maybe this will," said Axiom. She drew a coin from her pocket and rested her hand on her plasma pistol. "Can I?" "So long as you don't blow a hole in the hull," said March. Axiom nodded and tossed the coin into the air. A second later, she had her plasma pistol in her hand, and the molten shards of the coin bounced off the deck. Memnon snorted. "A trick shot. You probably practice it every." Adelaide reached into her jacket pocket and flung 3 coins into the air. Axiom whirled and pulled the trigger 3 times, and the glowing pieces of the coins fell to the deck. Everyone contemplated that in silence for a while. "Okay," said Anne. "I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm impressed." "I don't know what your mission is," said Axiom. "To be blunt, I don't care. My sister is the only person who truly matters to me. If you help me rescue her, I'll kill whoever you want. And I calculate that you need the help. This system isn't Kalaskuran space anymore. You're a long way from home, and if you're really going to the non-aligned systems, you're heading even farther from Kalaskar. Helen and I have done jobs out there before. I can offer advice, and if you'd rather I just shut up and shoot where you point, I can do that too. I think we should take her deal, said Adelaide, voice quiet. We'll need all the help we can get. Well, everyone, the eminent professor has spoken, said Memnon. Adelaide, true to her earlier conversation with March, did not rise to the bait. But the professor and the Iron Eye have a point. We could definitely use more guns. The borderland systems are rough, and the non-aligned systems are rougher. I'm inclined to agree with the lovely Dr. March, said Bishop. Do your cybernetic implants let you see the conduction variations on hyperspace power conduits? Said Cassandra. For the first time, Axiom looked taken aback. As it happens, yes. It is not something I have been often hired to do. Okay, said Cassandra. Could you also see the kind of power flow that would convert to dark energy radiation? Yes, said Axiom. Not that people usually ask me that. We should take her offer, said Cassandra to March. That kind of sensory acuity will be very useful if we reach the final stage of our mission. Anne, Brittany, and Selma likewise agreed. Is this a democracy? Said Axiom. No, it's not, said Bishop. Captain March, what is your decision? We're going to rescue Helen, said March, and see if we can screw over the Spikers and Nico at the same time. Anne grinned at that. But first we need to make a plan, and we don't have much time to prepare. They got down to work. 2 hours later, they had both a plan and some contingency plans. Had there been more time, perhaps March could have thought up a better approach. Still, they did have some advantages. The Helix was a well-armed and armored ship, and could put a powerful fight if things went sideways. Axiom, Memnon, and Bishop could all handle themselves in a fight, and Adelaide could fly a ship the size of the Helix without trouble. But the Spikers had that frigate. March doubted that the Ronstadt Corporation gunships would respond to an attack on the gas mining station. Letting the Spikers dock at Rust Belt Station was one thing, but sponsoring a slave auction conducted by a pirate gang was something far more serious, something that might get Ronstadt's charter revoked by governments other than the Kingdom of Kalaskar. Still, that frigate might be too much for the Helix to take on alone. Memnon had said that hired guns could be found anywhere, which wasn't quite true. But March had an idea where he could find one. He made the call, arranged the meeting, and left the Helix with the rangefinder armor, using a thruster-assisted jump to cover the distance over the asteroid surface to the necessary airlock. Once he landed, he let himself into the station, locked his helmet to the hard point on his hip, donned the poncho, and set off through the maintenance corridors. A short time later, he arrived at Habitat Dome 7. Unlike the dome where he had confronted Simon Laurie, Dome 7 was still intact and in use. It was a hydroponics bay that had been repurposed into a habitat. The metal dome arched overhead, its central third made of a clear alloy that offered a good view of the stars. Where hydroponics pods had once grown food, now stood a variety of seedy-looking businesses, pawn shops, questionable pharmacists like the one across from the Emperor's Rest, shops offering escorts, and various gambling establishments. The largest business was a bar lit with flickering green lights, and pulsing music came from within its doors. 2 guards stood before the door, stun batons in their hands. March stopped before them. The men looked him up and down. He had no visible weapons, but it was obvious that he was wearing a suit of powered scout armor beneath the poncho. I have an appointment, said March. I'm here to see Maxwell Nagin. One of the bouncers lifted his hand to his ear, listening to his earpiece for a moment. There's a cover charge of 100 credits, said the bouncer. It was extortion, but March paid it. Go inside, said the bouncer. You make trouble, we have some weapons that'll crack that armor like glass. Got it, said March. He walked between the guards and stepped into the bar. March had been in a lot of places like this during his life, and they always seemed to get a little seedier. The bass rumble of the music filled the air, and the patrons sat at the tables, eerie in the green light. Waitresses in translucent halter tops and short skirts tottered past on stiletto heels, carrying trays of drinks. On the stage, 3 women wearing some string, glitter, high heels, and nothing else twisted and danced in time to the beat of the music. A large crowd of men had gathered at the base of the stage, many of them holding credit notes. Nagin sat in a booth against the left wall, watching the doorway, his back to the dancers. His mismatched eyes met March's, and he raised a half-full glass in salute. March crossed the dim-lit room, weaving his way around the tables, and seated himself across Nagin. "Mr. Sylvester," said Nagin, "I see you've made some wardrobe upgrades since we last spoke. You're not careful, mate. That armor will scratch up the seat, and they'll charge you extra." "A few scratches might improve the decor," said March, and Nagin snorted out a laugh. A waitress glided over on her stiletto heels. Her cheery smile and feigned flirtatious greeting faltered just a little when she spotted March's armor, but he put her mind to rest when he ordered a beer. "You know," said Nagin, "this place is a dump. I'm surprised you wanted to meet here. I usually drink at the Emperor's Rest when I'm here." "We would have met there," said March, "but someone blew it up." "I know," said Nagin. "Damn shame, isn't it? I blame the war. Even if it wasn't the machinists or Kalaskaran intelligence that did it, every crazy asshole decides it's payback time during a war. Ah, well." The waitress returned with a can of beer, and March opened it and took a sip. He had ordered the beer in the can because he wasn't sure about the sanitation levels at the bar. "I expected that you would be gone by now," said March. "So did I," said Nagin. "We have a shipping schedule to keep. But Mercer convinced me that the fusion drive could stand with a quick overhaul before we continued." He shrugged. "It's a long and dangerous trip to the non-aligned systems. Better to address any problems now." "Engine overhauls aren't cheap," said March. "Indeed they are not." "Amenable to some more work?" said March. "Perhaps," said Nagin. "I do, however, have a schedule to keep. Our clients in the non-aligned systems would be disappointed if their deliveries did not arrive in a reasonable time. They have particularly violent means of expressing their displeasure when necessary." "This job would take place entirely in the system," said March. "A quick hyper jump out to the 4th gas giant, and it would be over in an hour." Nagin leaned back in his seat and considered him for a few seconds, and then smirked. "You know," he said, "I thought you were either Kalaskaran law enforcement or maybe military intelligence." "What gives you that impression?" said March. "Because officially, there's nothing out by the 4th gas giant," said Nagin. "Just the usual constellation of moons, all of them too cold or too irradiated to support life without a setup like this one." He waved a hand to encompass Rust Belt Station. "But there's this abandoned gas mining station in orbit around the planet. Technically abandoned, anyway. In reality, the Spikers use it as a black site for businesses they wish to keep out of sight from their partners at Ronstadt." "You're well informed," said March. Nagin offered a lazy shrug. "It is a dangerous galaxy, mate. Best to keep one's eyes open." He raised an eyebrow. "Are you looking for a ride to the station?" "No, I've been able to obtain my own ship," said March. "I want you and the adventurous maiden to steal the Spikers frigate." Nagin laughed. "If I want to kill myself, there are cheaper ways to go about it." "What if I could give you something that would even the odds?" said March. "That would have to be a pretty impressive equalizer." "The Spikers are having one of their slave auctions on the station," said March. "Male and female slaves of exceptional beauty. Someone leaked the auction location to the Red Hats." "Dangerous thing to do," said Nagin. "The Red Hats rather disapprove of slavery." Violently, said March. They are coming to attack the station, kill the spikers, and kill as many of the buyers as possible. I imagine that would give you the perfect opportunity to seize the frigate and escape with it into hyperspace. What makes you think my crew even has the ability to board and seize a ship? Said Nagin. Because I've seen the weaponry mounted on the front of the Maiden, said March. Quite a lot of it would be useful for opening a targeted hull breach. There's also that shuttle you have in the cargo bay. As I recalled, it is armored and armed far more heavily than shuttles its size usually are. You're very observant. March shrugged. It pays. Speaking of payment, I'll need a retainer of 25,000 before I even consider doing this, said Nagin. 15, said March. Nagin would find it suspicious if he did not haggle. 22. 17. 18.5. Done, said March, holding out his right hand. They shook on it. You know, mused Nagin, there are many buyers in the non-aligned worlds who would happily purchase a gently used capital warship. I suppose it will piss off the spikers, but if we leave no witnesses behind, it won't be a problem. He shrugged. And if we do piss them off, well, I had planned to remain in the non-aligned systems until the war is over. As dangerous as the spikers are, it's still safer than getting caught in a fleet battle between the machinists and the Royal Kalaskaran Navy. A sensible businessman, said March. Here's what I have in mind. He told Nagin the plan. Or at least, as much of the plan as Nagin needed to know. 8. Professional arrangements. An hour later, March walked onto the bridge of the Helix. They were ready. March had filed a flight plan with the Ronstadt Flight Controller's office, claiming that the Helix was carrying a load of algae protein to one of the Kesrodite sultanates near the Falcon Republic. Since a reasonable bribe had accompanied the flight plan, no one had questioned it. As the Helix currently didn't have a navigational computer, attempting to take the ship anywhere near the Falcon Republic would most likely get them lost forever in interstellar space. But that was all right. They would not be going far. The others were already on the bridge. Adelaide sat at the co-pilot station, finishing the ship's pre-flight checks. Cassandra was at the engineering console, checking the dark matter reactor and the resonator. Axiom leaned against the viewscreen next to the pilot station's, face expressionless. She had donned a pair of black sunglasses that concealed her artificial eyes. The lighting on the bridge was dim enough that sunglasses would have hampered March's sight. For Axiom, it made no difference. Memnon and Bishop stood nearby. Both men wore suits of Heroth rangefinder armor and carried plasma rifles. Memnon had placed himself so that he could shoot Axiom if necessary. For her part, Axiom ignored him. Anne, Selma, and Brittany had seated themselves at the remaining stations. All three of the beta operatives had armed themselves with plasma pistols. March hoped they wouldn't be pulled into the fighting. That wasn't part of the plan. But plans had a way of going awry. Captain March, said Anne. You clean up better than I expected. Thanks, said March. Unlike the others, he did not wear armor or a crewer's jumpsuit. Instead, he wore a dark suit of Mercatorian cut with a white shirt and a tie of gray silk. He never liked to wear ties, since they provided an attacker with a convenient handle for his neck, but it was a necessary part of the disguise. Thankfully, the suit's jacket was cut loose enough to conceal a compact plasma pistol in a shoulder holster, and he could carry 2 spare power packs in his pockets without disrupting the lines of the suit. He didn't bother to carry a stunner. The abandoned gas mining station where the spikers would hold their slave auction wasn't going to be the sort of place that allowed for mercy. Memnon snorted. You look like a banker. That's the point, said March. Adelaide glanced up at him and grinned as he seated himself at the pilot's console. Bankers aren't usually in such good shape. He could be a banker who spent a lot on a personal trainer, said Bishop. The disguise will work, said Axiom. Mercatorian bankers are fastidious about their appearance. The appearance matters less than the forged credentials, said Memnon. They will work, said Axiom, as March flipped switches and hit buttons on his console. I forged them on Captain Mach's own equipment. Among the useful tools that Sensor had sent along for this mission had been computer equipment and software explicitly designed for creating falsified credentials. Using that software, March and Axiom had created an identity for him as a high-ranking banker for a Mercatorian bank, specifically the famed or notorious, depending on who you ask, Citadel Bank. Mercator was technically a republic, but in practice, its banks ran the planet, enforcing the Mercatorian Republic's famous neutrality and willingness to deal with nearly anyone, so long as they abided by Mercatorian banking regulations. The Mercatorian banks wouldn't deal with the final consciousness, given that one of the hive mind's stated goals was the destruction of all banks and private wealth, but the Citadel Bank would do business with people like Ronstadt Private Security Corporation, who provided a veneer of legitimacy for groups like the Spikers. Or the Khazradite Sultanates, who might send a Mercatorian banker as a trusted third party to oversee the purchase of new acquisitions for the Sultan's harem. Axiom, said March, as he watched the final pre-flight checks scroll past on his displays. Take the tactical station. Axiom looked at him in surprise. If we're not as clever as we think we are, and the Spikers start shooting at us, I want you running the firing solutions for the weapons. You trust her that much, Jack, said Memnon, watching Axiom as she crossed to the tactical station and seated herself. Trust isn't necessary, said March. If the Spikers blow up the Helix, everyone on the ship dies. I'd like to avoid that if possible. I am quite in agreement, said Axiom. Green flashed across Adelaide's displays. We're ready, she said. Cass, said March. Hyperdrive, dark matter reactor and resonator are all ready, said Cassandra. She glanced across the bridge at Axiom. Though I would feel a lot better if Ms. Discard had returned our navigational computer. Do not worry, Dr. Yerzov, said Axiom, her hands flying over the console as she familiarized herself with the Helix's considerable armaments. I've already given Captain March the navigational data he needs for the task ahead. March reached into his pocket, drew out a thumb drive, and plugged it into the appropriate slot on the console. The drive contained only a single file, the hyperspace navigational chart for Solar System NB8876X, extending to the edge of the system's heliosphere. He linked the chart to his flight plan and started the ship's main computer on the hyperspace calculation. The primary computer couldn't work out a hyperspace calculation anywhere near as fast as the dedicated navigational computer, but for 2 short, simple jumps, it would be sufficient. Guess we'll find out, won't we, said Memnon. Indeed we shall, said Axiom. March's console lit up with an incoming transmission, and he received permission from station control to depart. He acknowledged and settled into his acceleration chair, gripping the flight yoke, his eyes on his displays. First time flying the new ship, said Adelaide, flashing him a quick grin. Yeah, said March. Let's see how she handles. He fed power to the antigrav units, lifting the Helix from the floor of the bay and into space. His first impression was that the big ship was ponderous. The combination of the Helix's greater mass and heavier armor meant that it handled much more slowly than the Tiger. Yet there was a great deal of power in the engines and thrusters. Had the Tiger been equipped with engines of this size, they would have ripped the smaller ship apart. The Helix would be less maneuverable, but once it got moving, it would be like a thrown brick, nearly impossible to stop. Once he was far enough from the station, March engaged the ion thrusters, turned the ship, and started it towards interplanetary space. Though they were already in interplanetary space, technically, The asteroid that hosted Rust Belt Station was far enough from any of the gas giants or the rocky inner planets that their gravity wells shouldn't meddle with the hyperspace calculations. Passive sweep, said March. Radar and ladder only, and the dark energy radiation detector. On it, said Adelaide, and the information appeared on March's screen a moment later, overlaid with transponder information from the nearby ships. The amount of freighter traffic near the station remained the same. The Ronstadt Corporation gunship still patrolled local space near the asteroid, though the Spiker frigate had departed. But radar and ladder only operated at the speed of light. The dark energy radiation detector worked instantly, and the Helix's detector was powerful enough to pick up a cluster of dark energy signatures at the edge of the fourth gas giant's gravity well. It registered the active hyperdrives of numerous starships, ships that were arriving to attend the Spiker's slave auction. Ships that were unknowingly about to find themselves in the middle of a battle when the Red Hats showed up. March wasn't terribly concerned about the fate of the buyers. Axiom had been right. They had been the slaves of the final consciousness, so March didn't care what happened to slavers or people who traveled thousands of light years to buy slaves. He was more concerned about what those ships might do once the attack began. March had infiltrated a few auctions like this as part of his duties for the Silent Order, and the sort of people who attended them tended to travel with a lot of guards and weaponry. The last time he had done this, come to think of it, had been when he had gone to the auction aboard Burnchain Station. That had ended with nearly everyone on the station getting killed. "Clear for fusion drive," said Adelaide. "Copy," said March, putting aside his dark musings, and he fed power to the drive. A faint vibration went through the ship as the fusion drive ignited, and March felt himself pressed gently back into his acceleration chair. The ship's inertial absorber systems were working. Without it, the acceleration would have caused March to black out from the G-forces, followed shortly thereafter by his death. In the early days of spaceflight, before the hyperdrive and inertial absorption technology had been discovered, and humanity had left the Sol system to spread through the galaxy, travelers aboard spacecraft had required a variety of drugs and surgical enhancements to stay conscious during high-G maneuvers. In fact, Adelaide had planned an exhibit about it, using some of the artifacts that had been found aboard the Ark. March focused on flying the ship. The Helix's thrust-to-mass ratio was excellent. Not quite as good as the Tiger's, but a lot better than March would have expected. The ship could accelerate up to somewhere between 5 to 10% of the speed of light, enough to traverse the entirety of the NB-8876X system in about 110 hours. Thankfully, the hyperdrive made that unnecessary. "Cass," he called. "The dark matter reactor is online, the resonator is functioning, and the hyperdrive is primed," said Cassandra. "We're ready as soon as the calculation finishes." "If we had the navigational computer," said Memnon, "we'd be done already." "If you had the navigational computer," said Axiom from the tactical station, "you'd be halfway to the non-aligned systems by now." Well, that was true enough. No sooner had the thought crossed March's mind when the console flashed green. "Calculations done," he said, adjusting the ship's course. He grasped the power levers for the hyperdrive. "Entering hyperspace in 3, 2, 1 now." He pulled the levers back. The hyperdrive opened an entry vortex, and the ship shot into hyperspace, the strange other universe that generated dark energy radiation and allowed for faster-than-light travel. The same universe that produced the radiation that would power the pulse and destroy any organic life in its path. Perhaps that was not surprising, given what the macrobes, non-corporeal creatures of dark energy that swarm through hyperspace, did if they entered a human body. The journey was both uneventful and brief. The resonator functioned perfectly, keeping any macrobes from entering the ship and possessing the crew. After 30 seconds, the Helix exited hyperspace, and March checked the sensors and the navigational readings. The jump had taken them farther than he had expected, beyond the Kuiper belt, almost to the edge of the NB8876X system's heliosphere and the beginning of true interstellar space. "We went a little further than planned," said Adelaide. Memnon snorted. "Told you." "Doesn't matter," said March. "We didn't have a gravity well to catch us, so we couldn't be too accurate. We're far enough out that when we come back, it will be plausible that we came from the direction of Calascaran, or Mercatorian space." He started the next hyperspace calculation, turning the helix towards NB8876X's star. "The gas giant has a big enough gravity well to catch us, especially when the jump is so short." It was a relatively simple calculation, at least by the standards of modern interstellar travel, but it still took the helix's main computer 19 minutes to grind through it. That was more than enough time for the hyperdrive to recharge, and March pulled the power levers again and sent the ship back into hyperspace. 35 seconds later, he pulled back the levers, and the ship re-emerged into normal space. The sensors lit up with information. They had arrived at the edge of the fourth gas giant's gravity well. The gas giant was a massive orange-red sphere that floated in the depths of space, throwing off vast clouds of radiation and an enormous magnetic field. Dozens of moons circled the planet, ranging from spheres of ice and rock that could have been worlds of their own, to small asteroids that had been captured by the planet's gravity. Like Nagin had said, all of them were devoid of life, and it would have required a lot of work to build a habitable base on any of them. March's attention was on the station. The sensors picked up the gas mining station about 120 million kilometers away, a large metallic object that was giving off a power signature. A half-dozen ships were in the vicinity, including the familiar blocky mass of the Spikers frigate, which was running with its shields up and its weapons hot. "We're here," said Bishop. "I think we should send our credentials at once," said Adelaide. "We've got a delay of about 5 minutes on any radio transmissions to the frigate and the station. Better transmit before someone on that frigate gets an itchy trigger finger and starts shooting missiles." "Yeah," said March. Adelaide had already queued up the necessary files. They had fallen back into their familiar pattern aboard the Tiger, where he had been the pilot and she had been the co-pilot, handling some of the necessary tasks and often anticipating his requests before he could formulate them. "Sending now." He activated the microphone on his console. "Patrolling frigate, this is the courier ship Equity, coming to serve as a representative in an upcoming financial transaction. Transmitting authentication and invitation now." He hit the transmission button. Axiom's forged credentials identified them as the Equity, a private courier ship belonging to the Citadel Bank of Mercator that had been commissioned to act as a buying agent for the Sultan of Al-Maradas, the farthest Khazradite Sultanate from Rustbelt Station. Both March and Axiom doubted that the Sultan of Al-Maradas would have sent anyone to the auction. Al-Maradas was among the poorest of the Khazradite states, and the Sultan would not have time and resources to send an emissary to buy slaves for his harem. Of course, if they were wrong, the shooting was about to begin. It was a tense 20-minute wait before the answer came back from the frigate. "Courier ship Equity, you are cleared to dock at the station," said a harsh voice. "Proceed to docking port 19. Guards will meet you there and conduct you to the auction. Telemetry information is included in this transmission." The voice cut off, and March's displays lit up with directions to reach the docking port. "Looks like they believed us," said Adelaide. "Seems so," said March, setting a course towards the station. "I hope that station has a big enough docking port to handle the helix," said Cassandra. "It should," said Bishop. "The gas tankers that used to dock here were easily 5 times the length of the helix. The docking port should have no problem accommodating us." March steered the ship towards the old gas mining station, watching information flow across his screen. About half of the station's superstructure was an enormous ring, 5 kilometers in diameter. The other half was a massive squat cylinder festooned with gas storage tanks that occupied the center of the ring, taking up about half of the circle's interior. 4 bridges connected the ring to the cylinder. When the station had been operating, it had sent trawlers to the upper atmosphere of the planet, capturing valuable gases and pulling them to the station's tanks. Likely, much of the hydrogen harvested from the gas giant had gone to power the first reactors aboard Rust Belt Station. The failure of the rare ore deposits on the asteroid had collapsed the mining company's economic hopes, and the gas harvesting station was abandoned. At least until the Spikers had found another use for it. March spotted 24 ships docked along the ring. Most of them were small, fast, well-armed craft like the Tiger, ships designed to go places in a hurry and to fight their way through any obstacles. None of them bore any visible markings. The sort of people who would attend a slave auction run by a pirate gang probably did not want that fact widely known. He cut the fusion drive, switched to ion thrusters, and eased the ship against the station's outer ring, lining up with the docking port. The starboard cargo hatch fitted nicely against the docking collar, and a moment later, March received notification that the seal had fitted. They had arrived. He let out a breath and switched the flight systems to standby, but he did not power down anything. If this went bad, when it went bad, he wanted to be able to get away in a hurry. March rose and looked the others over. Everyone knows what they need to do. The others nodded. "Transmitters," said Adelaide, getting to her feet. She slipped a lightweight transmitter behind March's left ear and went to give the same device to Axiom. The Helix's communication systems were powerful enough to cover the entire station, and the bone conduction speakers in the earpieces would let them hear the others on the Helix without anyone noticing. "Do not be alarmed, Dr. March," said Axiom as Adelaide stepped back. "I will take good care of Jack for you." "I'll hold you to that," said Adelaide. "Come on," said March. "Let's go meet the welcoming committee." Axiom nodded, and they moved through the ship to the cargo bay and then to the starboard hatch. A docking tunnel connected the Helix to the station, and March moved through the ship's airlock and then the station's, Axiom following him slightly to his right as a good bodyguard should. He stepped into a metal corridor, lit by dim lights overhead. 4 pirates awaited him. 3 of them were men, and the 4th was a woman. All 4 of them looked tough, with the sort of muscles that came from both regular exercise and surgical augmentation, and all of them had the symbol of the Spikers tattooed upon their faces. The pirates wore a black uniform that had been individualized by different pieces of body armor and weapons. One man wore enough armor to stop at least a few plasma bolts, while a second carried what looked like a Gatling gun. The woman had a pair of plasma pistols on her belt. She was the smallest of the 4 pirates, but the cold, hard eyes beneath the close-cropped black hair made March think she was the most dangerous of the 4. He took one step forward and waited, keeping a bland expression on his face. The Mercatorian bankers he had dealt with in the past, especially the higher-ranking ones, tended to have an inflated opinion of themselves, and they would not speak first in this kind of situation. Finally, the woman spoke, her voice cold and flat. "My name is Lieutenant Griswold," she said. "And you are?" "Good evening," said March, doing the best imitation of a Mercatorian banker's precise voice that he could manage. "My name is Mr. Sylvester, and I am here on behalf of the Sultan of Al-Maradas. I have been fully empowered to make purchases on the Sultan's behalf." "And who's she?" growled one of the other pirates. "Your side piece. Or you here to sell her, eh? She'll need some more hair first." None of the other pirates laughed, and Griswold turned her cold-eyed stare upon him. The pirate swallowed and shut up. "I hope this isn't the level of professionalism we can expect at this auction, Lieutenant Griswold," said March. "The Sultan is very keen to find discreet sellers of the particular wares he requires, and loose talk is not profitable to such an enterprise." "Some of my men have a regrettable sense of humor," said Griswold. "I apologize, Mr. Sylvester. It won't happen again." I'm glad to hear it. Though I am curious, said Griswold, as to who your companion is. Her smile had no connection to mirth. I am sure your client would agree that security is paramount at a time like this. March inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the point. This is my bodyguard. Axiom offered a mirthless smile of her own. I believe the invitation includes the proviso that I may bring one bodyguard to accompany me. In these uncertain times, both my employer and my client recognize the necessity for additional security. Of course, said Griswold. Please accompany me, Mr. Sylvester. We will drive to the auction location. 2 electric carts waited nearby, similar to the autocabs that March had seen on Rust Belt Station and practically every other spaceport in human-settled space. The 3 pirates got in the first cart. Griswold took the driver's seat in the second. March sat next to her, and Axiom placed herself in the back. I have been instructed, said Griswold, to answer any questions you might have. She gestured to the pirates, and the 2 carts started forward, their wheels rasping against the deck plates. Thank you, said March. How many units of merchandise do you have for sale? 19, said Griswold. All of them are aesthetically pleasing by conventional standards and are in perfect physical health, should your client wish to improve their appearances with surgery. All the females, likewise, are in their prime fertile years, should that be one of your client's considerations. Surgical procedures, said March. I was given to understand that knowledge died with the masters of Burnchain Station. A hard smile went over Griswold's face. You mean Burnchain Station's guide program? You're referring to the practice of taking a female child and using surgery, gene alterations, and bone sculpting to ensure puberty transforms her into a woman of remarkable beauty. That had just been one of the many evils the masters of Burnchain Station had inflicted upon humanity, which was why March did not regret even the indirect role he had played in their demise. That information died with the masters, yes, though I know some organizations are working to recover it. But in adults, you need a certain baseline level of attractiveness to make any viable surgical upgrades to their appearance. And all our units of merchandise exceed that baseline level. I assume these units were acquired in circumstances that will not offend any major interstellar powers, said March. Of course not, said Griswold with some scorn. Then she remembered that she was talking to a high-ranking official of the Citadel Bank, and got her tone under control. The borderlands between Kalaskar and the machinists are a very dangerous place. Easy to fall through the cracks. The non-aligned systems are better protected, but you can still find merchandise of suitable quality there. Poor Mad Thunderbolt doesn't let any interstellar governments form in the non-aligned systems, but that makes it easy to acquire merchandise. Any you have no squeamishness about this, let us say, said March. I understand the Red Hats take exception to this aspect of your business. Griswold laughed. The Red Hats. Forgive my bluntness, Mr. Sylvester, but the Red Hats are idiots. Drugs kill off their customer base too easily. Our merchandise won't, unless the client is sloppy and lets one of them have a weapon for some reason. Or fails to train the unit properly. She gave him a measuring look. Do you have any moral qualms, banker? My job is to represent my client's financial needs in this matter, said March. The precise nature of the transaction is not my concern. A healthy attitude. A professional one, said March. We are all professionals here, Lieutenant Griswold. Best to conduct ourselves as such. The Sultan has very specific requirements for his purchase. What kind of requirements? Said Griswold. He prefers women with black hair and brown eyes, said March, remembering the last time he had spoken with Helen Discard back on Rusterl. Preferably pale skin, though of course once she is forcefully inducted into the Kesradite faith, her skin color will no longer matter. Athletic, of course, with a good figure. He paused, as if raising a delicate topic. And if the Sultan has the opportunity to further train his purchase in obedience, you understand, he will be most pleased. I'm afraid the Sultan prefers to train his harem in much the same way he enjoys breaking the will of his horses. He let just a hint of distaste seep into his voice, a banker offering just a flicker of prim disapproval at the predilections of his client. "Ah," said Griswold. "Your client is in luck. We recently acquired a unit of merchandise that meets that description. She hasn't been broken yet. Oh, she's obedient enough, don't get me wrong. She's not stupid. But it's all an act, and she's waiting for a chance to escape." Griswold offered that cold smile. "If the Sultan enjoys breaking the will of proud women, he'll love this one. From what I've heard about Khazradite sultans, she'll be begging for his approval on her knees before much longer." "Indeed," said March with the same hint of asperity. Axiom remained motionless and silent throughout the conversation. Yet March was utterly certain that her metal eyes were fixed on Griswold, and if not for the necessity of maintaining their cover, all four pirates would be lying dead with craters in their skulls for daring to talk about Helen that way. March hoped she didn't do anything rash. But would he act coldly and rationally if Adelaide was in danger? With some dismay, March realized that he already had. After Adelaide had fallen under the domination of the Wraith device and nearly assassinated the king, March had let his training take over. He had considered coldly, rationally, the best course of action to save Adelaide's life, and he had asked for Cassandra's help, even knowing it would put her in danger. He had committed numerous serious crimes in the process, including assaulting, drugging, and restraining multiple innocent Kalaskaran citizens. At least he hadn't killed anyone who didn't deserve it. And if he had to do it all over again, he would. Yes, he understood Axiom's dilemma better than she realized. Perhaps that was part of the reason that he had agreed to help her. Adelaide's voice came through his ear. "We've connected to the station's computer," she said. "Cassandra and Selma are uploading the malware now. I'll let you know when it's ready to activate." March scratched his jaw to cover his surprise at the noise. But there was no need. Their destination was ahead. They had driven along the ring and turned onto one of the connecting bridges linking to the central storage cylinder and processing facility. Rail lines went along the wide corridor, marking where tanker cars had delivered liquefied gas to waiting freighters. The walls had been made of transparent metal, offering a frankly spectacular view of the gas giant, which floated in the void like a malevolent eye of orange and red. The corridor ended in a closed double-blast door, not all that different from the ones that sealed off the docking bays on Rust Belt Station. They probably came from the same manufacturer. "We've arrived," said Griswold. "Welcome to the Spikers auction, Mr. Sylvester." 9. Caveat emptor. Axiom got out of the cart and made a show of looking around, and only then did March get to his feet. The pirate stood as well, keeping a respectful distance from Axiom. Something in her stance and posture must have triggered something primal and reptilian in the back of their brains, something that warned that she was a threat. Griswold ignored them and walked to the doors, swiping a card through a locking mechanism. They beeped and then slid open with a hiss. March and Axiom followed the Spikers into the auction room. A sense of déjà vu went through him. March had seen something very much like this before. The auction theater on Burnchain Station had looked similar. One of the Spiker captains must have attended one of those auctions before the destruction of the station and copied the design. But that wasn't quite right. This looked sort of like a copy of a Burnchain auction, but put together by someone with a 20th of the budget. The room had once been a sphere designed to hold liquefied gas, but it had been modified. A viewport on the far side looked towards the gas giant. The ceiling stretched overhead in a metal dome, and tiers of seats had been constructed, surrounding a stage on three sides. A closed doorway behind the stage led deeper within the station. When the masters of Bernchain Station had held their final doomed auction, the finest food and drink had been served, with beautiful gene-altered male and female guides, depending upon the guest's particular preferences, sent to assist each of the attendees. Here a buffet table had been set up against one wall, holding steam trays of food and dispensers for coffee and alcoholic drinks. Instead of beautiful guides, serving androids moved through the crowd, carrying trays of appetizers and beverages. The robots vaguely resembled Kalaskaran courtesy androids, and they looked distinctly second-hand. The Spikers must have stolen a cargo of them at some point. "I should introduce you to my captain," said Griswold. "This way, please." The pirate lieutenant led the way around the top of the theater, March and Axiom following. The other three pirates went off on business of their own. March looked over the guests waiting in their seats as they passed. About half looked to be men and women, like the sort of emissary March was pretending to be. Business-suited men and women carrying out discreet business transactions for wealthy and powerful people who wanted to buy slaves. There was every chance, March supposed, that some employees of the Citadel Bank were actually here, but thankfully this was not the sort of event that encouraged quiet socialization. The other half of the guests were Kesradites, identifiable by their uniformly chalk-white skin and hairless heads. The Kesradite faith had its origins on primeval Earth, before humanity had even begun settling the other planets of the ancient Sol system. During one of the world wars that had almost destroyed human civilization before it could achieve hyperspace travel, the prophet Kesrad had emerged from the ruins of his nation, founding a fierce, militant faith that gloried in battle. On ancient Earth, it had been common for nations to fight each other based on the color of their skin. The Kesradite faithful, the religion's founder declared, would be one nation and ethnicity, and the final ceremonial induction into the Kesradite faith included drugs that turned the new convert's skin an unnatural chalk white, proving that all mankind would achieve unity in the faith of Kesrad. Of course, discrimination by skin color was an archaic concept. Humanity, Censor had told March more than once during mission briefings, had developed new and more sophisticated forms of bigotry than mere skin color. Judgment by planet of origin, genetic status, cybernetics, and so forth. And the old standards of favoritism to money and power never changed. Despite that, the Kesradite religion ruled a substantial minority of human worlds. The Kesradite sultanates constantly warred against each other, taking slaves, and waging battles against the rest of the galaxy as the Kesradite scriptures decreed. March was pretty sure that he believed in God, though he was uncertain how many of the teachings of the Royal Kalaskaran Church he actually believed. Nevertheless, he was entirely certain that the state religion of Kalaskar was far saner and more humane than the brutalities of the Kesradites. "Captain," said Griswold. A man in a dark uniform and body armor stepped from the serving table, a welcoming smile on his face. March's first thought was that the somewhat fleshy man looked more like an accountant or a lawyer than a pirate captain. The spiker tattoo on his face was almost an afterthought. But from the respectful way Griswold straightened, March suspected the captain was more dangerous than he looked. "Yes, Lieutenant," said the man. Even his voice was smooth and modulated. "Sir, this is Mr. Sylvester of the Citadel Bank, representing the Sultanate of Almoradas," said Griswold. "I'm Captain Ruzef," said the man, holding out his hand. March shook it. "I am very pleased to meet you. The Spikers have done business with many of the governments near Almoradas before, but we've never had the opportunity to offer our services to your client. I much hope that can change in the near future." A thought occurred unbidden to March. There had been a writer on primeval Earth, Clive Lewis or Staples Lewis, something like that. His books had accompanied humanity on their diaspora through the stars, and frequently turned up on the Royal Kalaskaran Church's recommend yearly reading list for students. March had only skimmed a few of them, since reading for pleasure was never something that appealed to him. But something Lewis had written had stuck with him. How in Lewis' own age, the worst evils were not created by common criminals, but but by white-collared, well-spoken men in clean and well-lit offices. That had been true in Lewis' time, and 100,000 years later, March had no reason to see that things had changed. Lewis might have been thinking about men like Captain Roosevelt when he had written that. "My client has very specific tastes, Captain Roosevelt," said March. "I am optimistic that the Spikers will be able to fulfill his needs. After that, perhaps the Sultan may wish to pursue further ventures. Discreetly, of course." "Of course," agreed Roosevelt. "When dealing with our Khazradite clients, we must be mindful of the proprieties. All the sultanates have their own religious police, some of which even rival the Orodrian Secret Service in their efficiency, and avoiding them is a necessary cost of business." "Indeed," said March. "Fortunately, the Khazradites still need banking services. And, I imagine, the sort of goods that the Spikers can acquire for them." "I am always glad to meet a reasonable man," said Roosevelt. "Please, Mr. Sylvester, avail yourself of the refreshments and then have a seat. I need to greet our other guests, but I will be more than happy to speak with you once the auction is completed." "I look forward to it," said March. Roosevelt nodded, smiled again, and walked off, Griswold following. "I have an update," came Adelaide's voice. "Cassandra says the malware is in place and ready to go when you say the word. Memnon and Bishop are at the cargo hatch and waiting." March turned to look at Axiom and leaned closer as if whispering instructions into her ear. "Tell Bishop and Memnon that it's a long walk," said March in a low murmur. "They might need to steal one of the electric carts." "Copy," said Adelaide. March straightened up and Axiom nodded. "Refreshment, sir," said Axiom. No. In truth, March had a headache and wouldn't have minded a cup of coffee. But he wasn't going to eat and drink before a fight, since he was almost certain this was going to end in violent action. "Let's find our seats. I don't want anyone to approach us and discuss business with the Citadel Bank." The more anyone tried to talk to him, the more likely it was the entire ruse would fall apart. "I will scowl menacingly at anyone who approaches," said Axiom. Through his earpiece, March heard Adelaide's amused laugh. Both Griswold and Roosevelt had left the room, and March led the way to the seats. After a moment's consideration, he picked an aisle seat near the back, not far from the doors leading to the corridor to the station's outer ring and docking ports. Once they had retrieved Helen, he wanted to get out of here as fast as possible. Axiom sat next to him, her coat thrown back to leave her hands a clear path to her holstered pistols. "Pardon, sir." One of the serving androids approached, speaking in a metallic voice. "Your bidding tablet." The robot handed a small computer tablet that had been configured with a bidding application. "Once Captain Roosevelt begins the auctions, you can use this device to bid on the available merchandise." "Thank you," said March, and the android walked off. "Is that a Kalaskuran courtesy android?" said Axiom. "I think so," said March, familiarizing himself with the controls on the tablet. He had seen something similar during the auction on Burnchain Station. As with everything else here, the tablet's software looked like a poor imitation of what the masters had used. The Spikers must have stolen them from a freighter and repurposed them as domestic robots. "I've never understood why the Kalaskurans like the thing so much," mused Axiom. She sat motionless, but he knew she was keeping a watch on everything around them. "Not that I object to domestic robots for cleaning and maintenance purposes. I've owned several. But the humanoid form is a highly inefficient one for the purpose of a robot. Better to give it treads, 6 or more articulated legs, or an internal anti-grav unit." "Thank you," said Cassandra, speaking for the first time on the channel. "I've never understood it, either. People kept pressuring me to buy one of the things when I lived on Kalaskar." "They're charming," said Adelaide, speaking up in defense of Kalaskaran custom. "And it's good manners to have one to greet guests." March said nothing. Adelaide had one, of course, and he'd always found it vaguely off-putting. At times when their passions had gotten the better of them, and they had made love in the living room or dining room of her house in Keldrek City, he had always suspected that the robot had been watching, though that had been irrational since Adelaide powered it down when he was at her house. The automatic cameras on her home security system had been a greater concern. It had been necessary to erase recordings a few times. He pushed aside the thoughts of more pleasant times and looked over the theater. It was only about half full. The Spikers had been clever enough to include enough seats that the guests could spread out without having any potential mortal enemies sitting next to one another. March was worried that someone might recognize him. His missions for the Silent Order had taken him to the lawless systems and space stations at the edge of the Kesradite Sultanates many times, and it was possible he had encountered some of the guests before. But he recognized none of the attendees. Just as well. The theater lights flashed twice. "The auction's about to start," said March to Axiom, but for the benefit of Adelaide. The murmur of conversation filling the room died down, and the few guests still on their feet headed to their seats. The flights flashed once more, and Captain Rousseff emerged from the door near the viewport and strode onto the stage. He did look dramatic with the backdrop of the gas giant behind him. He paused as if expecting applause. When none came, he cleared his throat and began his speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, thank you all for coming," said Rousseff. Hidden speakers carried his voice throughout the theater. "On behalf of the Spikers Council of Captains, I bid you welcome to this exclusive, invitation-only auction. To those of you who are returning guests, I welcome you back and hope that our profitable relationship can continue. To those of you who are attending for the first time," his gaze flicked in March's direction, "I hope that we can establish a relationship that will be both profitable and long-lasting." Behind him, Griswold strode onto the stage, leading 6 pirates in body armor, all of them carrying modified stun rifles. March recognized the design. Stun weaponry worked by temporarily overloading the target's nervous system, inducing unconsciousness. Those rifles had been configured to overload the target's nervous system with agonizing pain, the sort of pain that made it feel as if every nerve had been drenched in oil and set aflame. March had taken a few shots like that, and it hadn't been a pleasant experience. Stun weapons of that sort were banned nearly everywhere as excessively cruel, though that wouldn't stop the Spikers. "Now, without further ado, let's begin the bidding," said Rousseff. "Our first unit of merchandise." 2 more pirates strode through the door, leading between them a naked man with his hands bound before him. His expression was blank, empty. March suspected the man had been drugged to make him more compliant for the duration of the auction. He had olive-toned skin and black hair, and his face and lean, taut musculature looked as if they had been created by a sculptor imagining one of the ancient pre-industrial gods of primeval Earth. The pirates unlocked his handcuffs, and the man stepped forward, gazing at the crowd with an empty expression. Griswold muttered an instruction to him, and the man dropped to the floor and began doing push-ups, the muscles in his arms flexing as he did. "As you can see," said Rousseff, "our first unit is a human male, 23 years of age, 1.93 meters of height, 87.8 kilograms in weight, and in excellent health." At Griswold's command, the man switched from push-ups to squats. He can be trained for a variety of roles, simple pleasure, of course, or breeding stock with excellent genetics for those of you with breeding programs. Alternatively, he would make a very charismatic gladiator for games of that sort. The bidding will start at 250,000 credits. Rousseff made a competent auctioneer, glancing at his tablet and calling out the bids as they rose. Those interested in purchasing the man entered bids on their tablets, the price rising higher and higher. The man continued his light exercises on the stage until a faint sheen of sweat covered his naked form. "Sold," announced Rousseff, "for the total of 895,000 credits. To the winner, congratulations on your purchase. A notification has been sent to your tablet, along with payment information. Both payments and collection of the merchandise will be finalized once the auction is completed." Griswold gave an order, and the pirates put the man back in handcuffs and let him off the stage, and the next unit for sale came out. This time, it was a stunningly beautiful woman with blonde hair tied back in a braid that hung to her hips, her eyes like blue ice, the same vacant, drugged expression on her face. Rousseff eyed her for a moment, and then announced that she was 19 years old, 1.57 meters tall, 52 kilograms of weight, and in perfect health with no genetic abnormalities or health issues. She could be made to fight in gladiatorial games, but Rousseff suggested that would be a waste of merchandise, recommending instead she be trained as a pleasure slave or used for breeding. As before, the woman had to perform various exercises on stage to demonstrate her fitness as Rousseff opened the bidding. In the end, the woman sold for 3.7 million credits. March did a quick calculation in his head. Depending on how high the bidding went, the Spikers could walk away from this auction with between 60 to 100 million credits. A considerable profit for what had been less than 24 kidnappings. On and on the auction went, the Spikers offering a few men but mostly women for sale. That made sense. Women usually sold for 3 times as many credits. Knowing that it would look suspicious if he did not, March entered a few desultory bids, nothing that would get him locked into paying but enough to drive the price higher. Axiom remained motionless next to him, but he saw her fingers sinking into the arms of her chair. He glanced at her neck, just visible above the collar of her coat, and saw the pulse throbbing. She was under a lot of strain, and March hoped she didn't snap and do something reckless while they waited for Helen to come up for sale. "Unit number 12, said Rousseff, gesturing. Helen Discard walked onto the stage, 2 pirates removing her shackles. Axiom went so motionless that March wasn't sure she was breathing. Like the other slaves, Helen was naked. Like the other women, she was beautiful. Seeing the other slaves naked had annoyed and angered March. Seeing Helen naked inspired the same feelings, accompanied by a deep discomfort. They had fought alongside one another when they had escaped from Laurie's infiltrator drones on Rusterl, and to see Helen helpless and powerless angered him a great deal. She stopped at the edge of the stage, every eye on her. Her black hair and dark eyes made for a striking contrast with her pale skin, and March had no trouble seeing that she had kept herself in shape. He suspected that he was going to have to bid very high. Helen's drugged gaze wandered over the crowd without reaction. March thought her eyes widened very slightly when she saw Axiom. "Human female, as you can see," said Rousseff. 34 years of age. A bit older than our previous units, but in very good condition obviously, and quite attractive. A good bit of muscle tone to her, too. Rousseff gestured at her arms and legs. "If you don't want to train her as a companion slave or use her for breeding, she is still well within her fertile years, then I suggest she would make an excellent fighter in any sort of gladiatorial contest. As always with our female units, bidding will start at 500,000 credits. "Be ready," said Axiom, her voice low. March entered a bid at once for 510,000 credits. "We have 510, announced Rousseff. "Do I have 515? March bid 520. The bidding continued furiously as Helen moved through her simple exercises on stage, starting with squats and push-ups and then moving into jumping jacks. He was grateful that watching the bidding tablet gave him an excuse not to look at her. The price rose quickly, passing 800,000 credits, hovering for 5 minutes in the neighborhood of 950, and then shooting past the million mark. "1,500,000, said Rousseff. "Do I have 1,510,000? March bid 1,600,000 credits. 1,600,000, said Rousseff. "Do I have?" He glanced at his own tablet. 2 million. "Do I have 2 million? March kept himself from cursing and bid 2.1 million. March had claimed that the Sultan of Almoradas had a taste for pale women with dark hair. That had been part of his cover story, but evidently, some of the agents here represented buyers with that actual preference. The bids broke through 3 million, then 4, and then 5. All the while, Helen continued performing the light exercises on the stage under the watchful eyes of the pirate guards. It was darkly amusing, March thought, that no one in the audience was actually watching her performance. The buyer's collective attention was fixed on the bidding, which was more frenetic than the previous auctions. Unfortunately, March had caused that with his own bids. He needed to win this auction because if his plan was going to work, he had to be in possession of Helen by the time the Red Hats showed up, which meant he had to defraud a powerful and well-armed pirate group. At least he didn't have to fool them for long. Just long enough for the Red Hats to show up. 5 million credits, said Rusev triumphantly. Behind him, Griswold muttered something to Helen, who stopped her exercises and simply stood motionless. Perhaps the pirates thought the sight of Helen breathing hard and glittering with a coat of sweat would drive up the purchase price further. So far they were right. The bids passed 5 and 1 million credits quickly, and then 6 million. March had no intention of paying any money for Helen, but the bigger the payment, the more scrutiny the spikers would give it. And then March would see just how good the forging technology Sensor had provided really was. 7 million, said Rusev, excited. As well he should be, it was the highest bid of the auction so far. 7.1. 7.2. Do I hear 7.3? March gritted his teeth and entered 7.5 million credits into the tablet. 7,500,000 credits, said Rusev. Ladies and gentlemen, do I hear 7.6? Silence fell over the audience. Helen looked back and forth over the crowd, that glazed, drugged expression still on her face. Twice March thought her gaze snagged upon Axiom, who sat rigid as a statue, but she kept looking away. March really hoped Helen didn't recognize Axiom and cause a scene, because that would make it all the harder to shoot their way out of this mess. Going once, going twice, going 3 times, said Rusev. Unit 12 is sold for 7.5 million credits, the highest sale of the night. A ripple of polite applause went through the theater. March took a deep breath, produced the fake credit drive he had created using the equipment on the Helix, and slid it into the access port on the bidding tablet. Sensor had provided a state-of-the-art and tremendously illegal software application that could fake the authentication protocols of most major banking institutions, including the Citadel Bank. If it worked, it would successfully spoof a 7.5 million credit draw against the Citadel Bank. Given the vast distances involved in interstellar travel, it would take the spikers several days to reach a branch of the Citadel Bank to draw the funds. By the time that happened, March hoped to be long gone. He waited, keeping his face calm as the tablet processed the transaction. The security protocols would apply greater scrutiny to a larger transaction than a smaller one, and this had been the biggest payment of the night. If the bidding tablet decided to reject the payment, the screen flashed, and the words "Payment accepted" glowed on the screen. Axiom let out a quiet breath. I think we will pause for refreshments before we bid on the remaining 7 units, said Rusev. Coffee and cookies are available on the tables, and the restroom facilities are further along the wall. Coffee and cookies. At a slave auction. The guests did as Rusev suggested, rising from their seats and heading for both the refreshment tables and the bathrooms. The first phase of the bidding had taken 2 hours. Given how much coffee some of the attendees had been drinking, more than a few of them would need the restroom. It was the perfect time to get the hell out of here. March hit the call button on his bidding tablet. 2 pirates shackled Helen again and led her through to the door behind the stage. Axiom tensed but remained in her seat. Griswold lifted a hand to her ear, nodded, and then left the stage and walked to join March and Axiom. Mr. Sylvester, she said. Congratulations on winning the auction on Unit 12. I think your client will be more than happy with his purchase. I am inclined to agree, Lieutenant Griswold, said March. However, I'm afraid my client is not a particularly patient man. Given that, I think it would be in everyone's best interest if I took the Sultan's purchase and departed the station." "You don't wish to stay for the rest of the auction," said Griswold. "I believe some of the remaining units for sale match your client's specifications." "I have no doubt of the quality of your merchandise," said March, "but my client's directives were very clear, and I'm afraid I've discharged the funds he made available for this purchase." That decided Griswold. "Of course. I'll have her brought to your ship at once." "One more matter," said March. "If you could provide a jumpsuit of some sort, and perhaps some boots, that would be welcome. My client would be, rather annoyed if any of my crew saw his new purchase undressed, and his annoyance tends to manifest itself as summary executions. That would make retaining qualified personnel even harder than it already is." Griswold smirked. "The Sultan won't mind that you've seen his new toy naked." "Lieutenant Griswold, I am a banker. It is well known that we have no appetites of any sort, save for the love of money." The pirate lieutenant snorted. "True enough. I'll make the arrangements. A jumpsuit will be included with your purchase." "Given that Unit 12 just earned you 7.5 million credits, I expect it will not cut into your profit margin too badly," said March. "Nope," said Griswold. "I'll be back shortly." She turned and walked back to the stage. March shot a quick look around. Most of the guests had moved to the refreshment tables or the bathrooms, though a few remained seated, checking their tablets and phones. He started to feel a little of his tension ease. The intermission would be the perfect time to get back to the Helix and get the hell out of here before the Red Hats showed up. "Jack," said Axiom, her voice low and urgent. He turned his head and saw the man in the suit walking towards them. The man was big, almost Macha's size, with the same heavy musculature. He had collar-length black hair and skin several shades darker than Macha's, which made his blue eyes look all the starker. The man moved with the easy grace of an expert fighter, and March noted that he wore a black leather glove over his left hand, which meant that he had grown his hair out to hide the hive implant at the base of his skull. The man was an iron hand. Once again, March remembered that quote from the ancient writer. This iron hand, March suspected, looked like he would be perfectly comfortable in a well-lit office, and just as comfortable killing a man with his bare hands. "Nico," said Axiom, her voice low. "Well, so much for this ending without anyone getting shot." Nico turned into the seats and stopped 2 rows in front of March and Axiom, gazing up at them. It was a good tactical location. Far enough that March couldn't immediately reach him, which would give Nico time to draw the weapon he no doubt had concealed beneath his jacket. Axiom had gone motionless again, but she leaned forward in her seat, hands resting on the grips of her pistols. For a moment, no one spoke. "Really, Axiom," said Nico at last. "You're going to buy her back?" His voice was deep, with a trace of an Orodrian accent. "It's a fair purchase," said Axiom. Nico snorted. "A fraudulent one, no doubt. If I told the Spikers to take a closer look at that bank transaction, I have no doubt they would find it was forged." "What do you care?" said Axiom, the word spiteful. "I don't," said Nico. "The Spikers told me they had killed you. Getting screwed out of their payment for your troublesome sister is only fair." His cold eyes shifted to March. "Though I wonder who you've duped into helping you. Do you know that she used to be an Iron Eye?" "When she takes off the sunglasses," said March, "it's a bit obvious." Nico smiled. "Did she tell you that before she betrayed the final consciousness, she and I worked together? She was the Iron Eye assigned to my team. And that after we finished a mission, we would celebrate by spending the night screwing." Axiom had not mentioned that. A muscle worked in her jaw. "She's your ex-girlfriend then," said March. "Makes it personal. Personal is bad for business." Which he ought to know, given the insane risks he had taken to save Adelaide on Kalaskar. Nothing so deep as that, I'm afraid, said Nico. Those of us who are part of the final consciousness are beyond such petty considerations. But we still don't like traitors. His eyes shifted to Mach's gloved left hand, and then back to his face. And I'm going to guess that you're Jack March, Alpha Operative of the Silent Order. I've heard things about you. Nothing good, I assume, said March. You might be surprised, said Nico. The final consciousness will, of course, liberate humanity, and then conquer the galaxy for mankind. But one does still have a certain respect for a skilled adversary, even if they're in the wrong. You're the one who killed Lori. You knew Lori, said March. He wondered why Nico hadn't mentioned Odin's death. Simon Lori had been a skilled covert operator, but in the end he had still been expendable. Odin had been a cognate, one of the founding members of the final consciousness. His death had probably been the single biggest blow March had ever inflicted upon his enemies. But they were a long way from Kalaskar. Maybe the news hadn't reached Nico yet. I did, said Nico. Most of us did at some point. You ought to be thanking me then. He was an asshole. A brief smile went over Nico's face. He was very good at his job. But he always thought too much. In our line of work, said March, thinking things through is an advantage. It's also possible to overthink things, said Nico. Lori tended to do that. For example, he would probably try to think up some clever way to exploit this situation. You're talking to us, said March. That's a waste of time. If you wanted to make trouble, you should have just shot us in the head. Lori would think too much. Shooting you in the head would be not thinking at all, said Nico. You can't fight your way out of here. And if I just shot you out of hand, it would annoy Ruzef and the other captains. So instead, when the Spikers bring out Helen, I'm going to say that I think the bank transaction is fraudulent. They'll take a look at it, and then the whole thing will fall apart. They'll kill both of you for me. That's a good plan, agreed March. But there's one thing you're overlooking. Oh, said Nico. What's that? March looked him in the eye. Macaroni and cheese. 10. Everything always goes wrong all at once. For a half-second, pure bafflement went over Nico's face. Then the Iron Hand's eyes widened in comprehension. Iron Hands were among the best covert operatives in human space, skilled at assassination, infiltration, and all the other various dark arts of spycraft. That meant Nico was familiar with the idea of a code phrase. A good code phrase was unlikely to come up in conversation, and when spoken, signaled to waiting associates. March had decided that the buyers at a high-end slave auction were unlikely to request macaroni and cheese for their refreshments. A lot of things happened at once. Nico threw himself to the side, taking cover behind the rows of seats. March and Axiom surged to their feet. No one noticed anything amiss. The guests were still mostly standing by the refreshment tables and the restrooms, while the pirates on the stage spoke amongst themselves in low voices. The lights went out. At the same time, Adelaide's voice filled March's ear. Malware activated, she said. Bishop and Memnon are on their way. Jack, the dark energy detector is registering. The emergency lights came on. The malware that Adelaide and Cassandra had sent into the station's computer could override most of the systems, but some things like life support, gravity, and the emergency lights were hardwired and could not be turned off. What the hell, said Ruzef from the stage. Get those lights back on. What's happening? The murmur from the crowd of attendees got louder and louder. Nico rose to his feet slowly, a plasma pistol in his hand. March drew his own weapon, but did not point it at Nico. He supposed that hardly stood out just now. Quite a few of the bodyguards had drawn their weapons when the lights had shut down. Axiom had her pistols in hand, plasma and kinetic both. Jack. Adelaide's voice filled his ear. 3 ships just came out of hyperspace. 2 corvettes, Mercator Foundry Yard's Vigilant-class patrol corvettes. And a heavy freighter that looks like it's been refitted as a carrier. The Red Hats are here. March blinked. He hadn't expected the Red Hats to arrive for another hour at the most. On the stage, Rusev suddenly went rigid. His hand went to his ear, the telltale sign of someone receiving unexpected news from a surprising source. The pirate captain began looking around, sweat appearing on his face. Nico looked at Rusev and then back at March, his eyes narrowing. "Ladies and gentlemen." Rusev raised his hands and his voice, and all his eyes turned to him. "Please take your seats. We've had some temporary trouble with the main computer, but the engineers have assured me that." March decided to take a risk. "It's the Red Hats," he bellowed, letting panic fill his voice. "Oh my God, it's the Red Hats." Everyone turned to look at him. Nico's eyes narrowed, and he started to step forward, but Axiom's pistols turned in his direction, and March kept shouting. "The sensor officer aboard my ship confirmed it," said March. 3 Red Hat warships just came out of hyperspace. You know how they feel about slave trading. To judge from the alarmed reaction, the guests indeed knew just what the Red Hats thought about slavers. "They'll kill us all. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm getting the hell out of here." "Ladies and gentlemen, please," said Rusev. "Our security arrangements are more than capable of." But the panic had started. The guests hurried towards the corridor leading back to the docking ring. Rusev yelled after them, and then gave up, and turned towards the other pirates, who started running for the other entrances to the theater. "They restored power to part of the station," said Adelaide. "Looks like they converted one of the gas storage tanks to a hangar. I think they're going to launch fighters to help their frigate against the Red Hats. We're about to be in the middle of a battle." March looked at Nico. "Shall we do this?" Nico shook his head. "Next time." He began hurrying backward, keeping his pistol trained on March and Axiom. "I'll have something to pay you back for. Be seeing you around, Jack March." He jogged backward to one of the doors, leading deeper into the central portion of the station, and vanished. Either he had decided to cut his losses and escape, or he was going to for reinforcements. "We need to move," said Axiom. 4 pirates were still on the stage, guarding the door to the room where the slaves were held. They looked nervous, stun rifles in hand, their eyes darting back and forth. "Yes." "Left or right?" said March. "I'll take the ones on the left, thank you," said Axiom. They nodded, stepped into the aisle, snapped their weapons up, and started shooting. It was extraordinarily difficult to fire a pistol one-handed with any degree of accuracy, and significantly harder to fire 2 pistols simultaneously, since most humans had a dominant hand. However, most humans were not iron eyes. Both the kinetic bullet and the plasma bolt from Axiom's guns hit their targets, drilling through their skulls and sending them to the deck. March wasn't nearly as good of a shot, so he aimed for the center of mass, putting 2 plasma bolts through the chest of the first pirate, and then 2 more through the second. All 4 men were dead on the stage in about 2 seconds. March shot a quick look around the theater, but no one had noticed. Or if they had noticed, they hadn't cared. All the other spikers had left the theater, rushing to the defense of the station. The guests were focused on escape. In fact, some of them had decided the time had come to settle old scores, and March heard gunfire echoing through the corridor. "Come on," he said, and they hurried to the stage, walking over the dead spikers to the door. Through the viewport behind the stage, the orange-red gas giant seemed to watch the impending battle like some amused, malevolent god. He tried the door. Blocked. "On it," said Axiom, holstering her pistols and dropping to one knee. "Cover me." March nodded and turned to face the theater. Behind him, Axiom pried open the access panel to the door and began pulling wires out. Two spikers ran through one of the side doors and came to a skidding halt when they saw the dead pirates on the stage. March shot the first one of them in the chest, dropping the man to the deck. The second scrambled for his pistol, but March was faster and put him down with two quick shots. The first hit the pirate in the shoulder, but the second found his heart. A sharp vibration went through the deck, accompanied by a booming echo that rolled through the theater. Either someone had set off explosives somewhere on the station, or the Red Hats had started shooting at it already. "Adelaide," said March. "What's happening with the space battle?" "The Red Hat carrier launched about 20 fighters," said Adelaide. "Perothe Foundry's Raptor-class heavy starfighters. The station launched 12 fighters, looks like Falcon Starship's Hammer-class heavy fighters. They're flying to join the Spikers frigate. Ships have been taking off from the station every 30 seconds or so, and heading for deep space. Considering how the Red Hats feel about slave trading, I imagine none of the buyers want to hang around." "No one started shooting yet," said March. "Not in space," said Adelaide. "Sounds like there's been plenty of shooting on the station." "Yeah," said March. "Got it," said Axiom. "The door will open. But the slaves will have guards." "And they will probably have heard the shooting," said March. "Wish we thought to bring flash grenades." "Take the right side of the door," said Axiom, pointing to the jury-rigged control. "I'll take the left. Once the door opens and they start shooting, I'll calculate their position and take them out." "You sure?" "We do not have a lot of time." Well, she was right about that. "Fine," said March, moving to the right side of the door. Axiom moved to the left, pistols in both hands. "Doors opening." He hit the button, and the door slid open with a hiss, followed by a clang as it locked open. Axiom's jury rigging must have damaged the control. A volley of plasma bolts stabbed through the open door and spattered across the far wall. March thought there were 3 shooters standing bunched together. Axiom twisted to the side and came up, firing both pistols. Someone screamed, and a body thumped against metal. Axiom yelped and fell to one knee, smoke rising from her left shoulder. A plasma bolt had grazed her, and March thought she had only taken out 2 of the 3 shooters. He spun around the doorframe, leading with his pistol. The door opened into a short corridor that led into a larger room. 2 dead spikers lay on the deck. The third held a plasma pistol, the weapon swinging towards Axiom as she struggled to rise. March shot the spiker through the head, and the pirate landed dead atop the others. "You all right?" said March as Axiom staggered to her feet. He didn't want to take his eyes from the corridor. "Grazed me," said Axiom, her voice tight with pain. "Forgot how much goddamn plasma burns hurt." She holstered her left pistol, winced, and flexed the fingers of her pain. "I don't think I can shoot accurately with my left hand." "Good thing you've got another one then," said March, pistol leveled before him. Axiom barked out a harsh laugh. "Follow me." He led the way down the corridor and into a large rectangular room. Niches the size of small closets lined the walls, each one closed off by a door of transparent metal. A single slave occupied each of the niches, watching March and Axiom with wide eyes. A table in the center of the room contained the shackles that March had seen earlier. That was a lot of specialized equipment. The Spikers had been using the gas mining station as the site for their slave auctions for a while now. March looked over the niches. All 19 of the slaves were there, 14 women, 5 men. Most of them still had that drugged, emotionless expression he had seen on stage, but some of them were starting to look worried. Gunfire had a way of focusing the mind. Belatedly, March realized that he had made a mistake. The plan had been to defraud the Spikers and escape with Helen before the Red Hats showed up, with the other plans as a contingency in case things went wrong. But March couldn't in good conscience leave the rest of the Spikers captives to their fate, not if he wanted to sleep at night. Which meant he had to convince all 19 of them to leave aboard the Helix. Axiom. The voice was muffled but understandable. Helen Discard stood at her transparent door, banging the flat of her hand against the metal. "Helen," said Axiom, stepping closer. "I thought I saw you in the audience," said Helen. "But the drugs?" She shook her head. "They mess with your perceptions, you see things." She blinked at March. "Is that Captain March from Rustrel?" "Yes," said March. A laptop computer rested next to the shackles. "What are you doing here?" said Helen. March crossed to the table and examined the laptop. As he expected, it ran the control software for the door mechanisms. "Busting you out." "Which should happen," he tapped some keys, "right about now." A harsh beep went through the room, and every single one of the transparent doors swung open. Helen rushed out and caught Axiom in a hug. She winced a little as the movement jostled her burned shoulder, but hugged her sister back. Some of the other would-be slaves emerged from their holding units, while others hung back, giving March wary looks. "All right," said March. "We're getting out of here. Everyone follow me." "Who are you?" said one of the women. "I'm not going with you," said the olive-skinned man who had been the first slave up for auction. "You could be worse than the spikers." "Could we at least get some shirts first?" said the short blonde woman, arms wrapped tight around her chest, legs pressed together. Practically everyone began trying to shout or talk at once. March raised his pistol and put a plasma bolt into the ceiling. That inspired everyone to shut up and stare at him. "Everyone please be quiet and listen to me," said March. "Helen's sister hired me to get her out. Coerced, actually, but there was no need to go into detail just now. The rest of you can come too. I have a ship, and we're heading to Rustbelt Station. I'll give you clothing and enough credits for a Starliner ticket to wherever you want to go." One of the men folded his arms. "And why should you be so generous? Or maybe you'll sell us to someone worse than the spikers." "I won't," said March. "I won't force you to do anything. But you should know a bunch of Red Hat ships just jumped out of hyperspace and are fighting the spikers. If they get past the spikers' frigate, they'll blow up the station." "But that's good," said one of the women. "The Red Hats hate slavers, right?" "They do," said another man, "but they don't mind killing the slaves in the process. They say it's better to be dead and free than alive and enslaved." "But this isn't fair," said one of the women. "We didn't do anything." "Listen to me," said Helen, and everyone looked at her. She pointed at March. "This man saved my life and my sister's life before. He keeps his word and you can trust him." "You all can do what you like," said March. "But we're leaving, and I suggest you come with us before the station blows up or the spikers decide to put you all back in your boxes." The mention of the spikers decided the captives, and no one protested. Helen crossed to the dead pirates and relieved one of them of their pistol. "Looks like we're all following you," said one of the women. "Great," said March. "Keep behind me and do what I say or what she says." He pointed at Axiom. They started up the corridor. March was almost to the stage when he saw the crowd of men in black uniforms and body armor rush from one of the doors toward the stage, weapons level. "Back. Get down," he barked, and the spikers raised their weapons and opened fire. Plasma bolts splashed around the frame of the door, sending droplets of molten metal raining on the deck. March managed to get off a shot, catching one of the pirates through the chest. Axiom squeezed off 2 shots with her right hand, each plasma bolt drilling a pirate through the head. The rest of the spikers went for cover, ducking behind the seats. March spotted Nico among them. He hadn't fled after all. He had just gone to get reinforcements. Smart. The Iron Hand carried a large black weapon. A plasma rifle. No, a rocket launcher. The doorframe was giving them limited cover from the pirates' fire, but enough plasma bolts would chew through it eventually. A rocket launcher, however, was much worse. If the rocket hit the center of the corridor, it would kill them all in one blast. The Spikers would be annoyed that Nico had killed their merchandise, but the final consciousness always viewed its criminal allies as expendable assets. No doubt Nico had the same attitude. The Iron Hand started to aim the weapon, and March fired. Nico had to duck to avoid the plasma bolt, which sizzled through the space his chest had occupied a second earlier. March fired twice more, his shots spattering off the seats and setting fire to the cushions, but not finding Nico. "He's got a rocket launcher," said March. "I see it," said Axiom through clenched teeth. She fired, killing another Spiker, and had to press herself against the wall as a volley of plasma bolts struck the doorframe. "Can you get him?" said March. "I'll try. But he's smart enough to stay under cover. Helen, is there another way out?" "No," said Helen, shouting over the roar of the plasma bolts. "Unless we go through the air ducts." "We might have to," said March, his mind racing. That would lead to a very convoluted path back to the Helix. They might not have enough time to get back to the Helix before the Red Hats destroyed the station. Could Adelaide move the ship to another docking port on the outer ring? But if she did that, it would make the Helix a tempting target for any Red Hat fighters that got past the Spikers. "Hang on. Help is on the way." Bishop's voice came over March's earpiece. "Sooner would be better than later," said March. He fired around the doorframe, aiming in the general direction of Nico, and had to duck as 5 more shots hit the bulkhead. "Patience, patience, Jack," came Memnon's voice. A flicker of movement at the double doors on the far side of the theater caught March's eye. A second later, a volley of plasma fire ripped out from the wide corridor, striking at the Spikers from behind. Bishop and Memnon had taken up firing positions on either side of the door, both men wearing black rangefinder armor from the Helix's armory. Plasma rifles rested in their hands, spitting fire. The Spikers had made the tactical error of focusing their attention so keenly on the escaping slaves that they had neglected to cover their flanks, and now they were paying for it. Memnon and Bishop shot 6 of the Spikers from behind before the pirates even realized what was happening. Nico whirled, bringing up the rocket launcher, and March fired at him, forcing the Iron Hand to duck once more. "Rocket launcher," he barked. "That Iron Hand has a rocket launcher." "On it," said Memnon, and he sprinted forward and jumped. One of the Spikers managed to shoot him directly in the chest, but the rangefinder armor shield systems could take a few hits before overloading, and the plasma bolt dissipated in a flash of blue light. Memnon jumped, and the ion thrusters built into the back of the armor's boots fired, transforming his jump into a soaring leap. He sprayed fire into the seats from above, while Bishop kept shooting from the cover of the doors. Caught between the 2 Silent Order operatives in rangefinder armor and March and Axiom, the Spikers fell quickly. Nico scrambled backward, leveled the rocket launcher, and fired it. But he wasn't aiming for Bishop and Memnon, or for March and Axiom and the escaping slaves. Instead, he fired it at the surviving Spikers. The rocket detonated with a bloom of fire that shook the station. March threw himself against the bulkhead as debris rained against the doorframe. Axiom let out a yelp of pain as a shard of debris clipped her forearm, tearing through both the sleeve of her coat and the skin-tight black radiation suit beneath it. The roar ceased, the echoes fading away. March took a cautious step forward, pistol raised, scanning the theater as he did. "Constantine Darius, you clear?" he said. The rocket blast had ripped a massive gap through about 5 rows of seats, leaving only twisted metal in its wake. The stuffing from the destroyed sheet cushions drifted through the air like burning snow. Debris lay everywhere across the deck. Some of the shrapnel had reached far enough to pierce one of the big coffee makers on the refreshment tables, its contents spilling out in a dark puddle. Dead Spikers lay everywhere, killed by either plasma bolts or the explosion. There was no sign of Nico. "Clear," said Bishop. "I think that was all of them." "That asshole with the rocket launcher got away," said Memnon. He had landed on the stage, and he pointed at one of the doors leading deeper into the central core of the station. Went that way. We're not chasing him, said March. Hunting an Iron Hand was a dangerous proposition even when the circumstances were favorable, and with the Red Hats closing on the station, the circumstances grew less favorable by the second. We're getting out of here. Adelaide Sitrap. The Red Hats are winning, said Adelaide. They've taken down about a third of the Spikers' fighters. Too much longer, I think the Spikers are going to break and run. Then, we're going to have to get out of here. If we're still docked with the station when the Red Hats get through, we'll be sitting ducks. The Red Hats won't even have to aim all that carefully. Right, said March, turning back to the door to the holding room. We'll join you shortly. He intended to tell Axiom and Helen to get the captives moving, but he was surprised to see that they had already done so. But maybe he shouldn't have been surprised. The sisters had kept their heads during that business on Rusteril. 2 of the women and 1 of the men were currently vomiting onto the stage. Not everyone was inert to violence, as the operatives of the Silent Order, and the air stank of plasma-burned flesh. Likely the captives would have nightmares about this experience for the rest of their lives. Well, at least they would be alive to have those nightmares. Assuming they got off the station before the Red Hats blew it up. Let's get moving, said March. I'll take the front. Darius, Constantine, you take the back, shoot anyone who tries to come up behind us. Axiom, Helen, keep all the captives moving. He raised his pistol, checked the charge level, and swapped a fresh power pack into the weapon. We're getting the hell out of here. 11. Deals. Signs of violence marked the wide corridor leading back to the docking ring. 3 times they passed dead bodies, both Kesradites and men and women with the looks of bankers or private brokers. Some of the Spikers' guests had decided to take the opportunity for a little private grudge settling. Foolish, given that the Red Hats were going to destroy the station at any moment. The Spikers have lost half their fighters, said Adelaide. Jack, I think one of the Red Hat corvettes is going to take a run on the station. Copy, said March. Are the weapons hot? Yes, came Cassandra's voice. The plasma cannons are charged, the point defense lasers are armed, and the railguns are primed and ready to fire. How many ships are left docked at the station? Said March. A half-dozen, said Adelaide. Most of the others have escaped to hyperspace, though the Red Hats managed to shoot down a few of them. We spotted a few launches from the core of the station, mostly light freighters and gunboat-sized craft. Probably the private escape ships of the higher-ranking Spikers. Yeah, said March, stepping around another dead body. He heard the noise of someone trying not to throw up again. It looks like some of the guests turned on each other. Hopefully the Red Hats won't run out of targets before they can get to us. I think you'd better hurry, said Adelaide. Working on it. About half of the captives were very enthusiastic about the idea of escape and hurrying along. The other half, though, were still shaking off the effects of the numbing drugs, weren't sure that going to the Helix was a good idea, or were simply too frightened to function. Axiom and Helen were doing their best to herd them along, but they could only do so much. Bishop and Memnon marching behind them in scout armor probably was a greater inducement to haste. But though they didn't move as fast as March would have liked, they did keep moving. March saw the open doors leading to the outer ring just ahead. The Helix wasn't much farther. I don't suppose, came Cassandra's voice in his ear, that we could explain to the Red Hats that we're rescuing the captives. Wouldn't work, grunted March. The Red Hats have killed a lot of slave traders, and they've probably all heard the same lies by now. Except we're actually telling the truth, and they won't believe us. That's very annoying. Yeah, said March. Jack. Bishop's voice interrupted March's reply. A bunch of heat signatures are about to come around the left corner. I see them, said Memnon. I think they're armed. Shit, said March. Everyone who doesn't have a weapon, get on the deck now. Most of the captives obeyed. Some did not, and a half-second later, 6 spikers armed with plasma rifles came around the corner. March wasn't sure if they were part of an organized counterattack, if they had taken the initiative to attack on their own, or if they had just decided to kill everyone on the station for the hell of it. Didn't matter. March opened fire, as did Axiom, Memnon, Bishop, and Helen, and so did the spikers. 3 of the pirates went down at once, caught off guard. The surviving 3 fired wildly, and March heard screams and grunts behind him, accompanied by the sudden greasy smell of plasma-charred flesh. The remaining 3 spikers went down in a volley of plasma bolts. Clear, said Bishop, voice grim. March shot a look over his shoulder to look at the damage. Axiom, Bishop, Helen, and Memnon had come through unscathed. But not all the captives had hit the deck in time, and 2 of the men and 3 of the women were dead, pierced through the head or chest by the spikers' plasma bolts. Bishop was already checking them, but he looked up and gave a grim shake of his helmeted head. Keep moving, said March. But they're dead, said one of the women, her eyes bright with tears. The emotion-numbing drug must have worn off. We can't just leave them here. They're dead, we're not, let's keep it that way, said March. The words were harsh but necessary. Get going if you don't want to stay here. We're almost to the ship. The captives kept moving forward, leaving their dead behind. They reached the airlock to the helix where March had met Griswold and her men. It had been less than 2 hours ago, but it felt as if days had passed. March expected more trouble, for Nico to try one more ambush, or for perhaps a vengeful Ruzef and Griswold to attack. But the way was clear. Perhaps everyone else had much bigger problems just now. March triggered the airlock control, overriding the hatch so both doors cycled open at once. Everyone inside, said March, waving them forward. Go, go, go. The captives scrambled into the cargo hold, some with eagerness, others with trepidation. March waited until everyone else had gotten inside, covering the corridor as they did, and then he followed them into the ship. He was relieved to see that Anne, Selma, and Brittany were already there, waiting with medical supplies and jumpsuits taken from the ship's stores. It was something he should have thought of himself. We're clear, said March the instant the airlock seal showed green. Get us out of here. He felt a faint thrum through the deck as Adelaide fired the ion thrusters, swinging the ship away from the station. A few seconds after that, a larger vibration came as the fusion drive activated, the cargo bay lights dimming as the dark matter reactor drew power in preparation for the jump to hyperspace. Then the ship jolted, and the lights dimmed further. That hadn't been any of the engines. That was a laser hit, said Memnon. Jack, said Adelaide. One of the Red Hat corvettes got past the spikers. It's chasing us. On my way, said March. Constantine, take charge here. I need to get to the bridge. I am coming with you, said Axiom. You're hurt, said Helen and March at the same time. Doesn't matter, said Axiom. I'm a better shot than anyone else on this ship. I won't get better if the ship blows up. Fine, said March. The ship jolted again. Move. He sprinted for the ladder, Axiom a half step behind him. Belatedly he realized that Axiom's injured arm might slow her, though she was right behind him, her face tight with pain behind the sunglasses. One more ladder to the command deck, and March and Axiom burst onto the bridge. Adelaide was at the co-pilot station, hands flying over the controls. Cassandra sat at the engineering console, her face white with tension. Axiom, tactical, barked March, dropping into the pilot's acceleration chair. Axiom ran to the tactical station. March glanced at the sensor displays. Adelaide had put them into an evasive course, firing the ion thrusters randomly to vary their vector, which was just as well because the corvette was closing fast. The bigger ship had built up a lot of speed, and while most of its laser cannon shots had missed, the chance of a direct hit increased with every second. The Helix's radiation shield was still at 70%, but if the corvette managed a few more hits with its heavy lasers, they would be in trouble. The corvette was an older Mercator Foundry Yards model, armed with heavy laser and plasma cannons. Missiles too, but it looked like the corvette had already emptied its racks in the fight with the Spikers. Come to think of it, the Spiker frigate was either chasing them or chasing the corvette, but the corvette was the closer threat. It had sort of a streamlined dagger shape since it had been designed to operate in both vacuum and atmosphere, and its kinetic shields were at 100%. The radiation shields, though, were only at 30%. The ship had taken some hits in the fight with the Spikers. Axiom firing solution, said March. Fire the flak cannons, anticipate their evasion, and then hit them with half the plasma cannons. Standard firing pattern, said Axiom. They'll anticipate it. Which is why you'll follow it with shots from the railguns, said March. When they dodge those, hit them with the remaining plasma cannons. That's ambitious, said Adelaide. I can do it, Dr. March, said Axiom, calculating the firing solution. March could tell that moving her left arm at all pained her, but she did it. We have no other choice if we are to survive. Turning us to an attack vector, said March, and he swung the Helix around, rotating the cargo gunship to face the approaching corvette. Another laser hit grazed the ship, sucking away 15% of the radiation shield strength. They needed to get into attack position to strike at the corvette, but that would make them an easier target. March added more evasion routines to their approach as the corvette's plasma cannons opened up. Done, said Axiom. Sending you the firing solution. The information appeared on his console, and March accepted it, sending the Helix on Axiom's plotted course. Another laser hit punched the ship, the entire vessel shuddering from the energy discharge as 25% dropped from the radiation shield's power. Fire one, said March. The Helix's flak cannon spat chunks of debris towards the corvette, magnetically accelerated to a significant percentage of the speed of light. The Red Hat ship saw the attack coming and dodged even as the Helix's plasma turrets rotated and answered the corvette's fire with its own. The pirate ship went into its own evasive routine, though Axiom's firing solution managed to score a few hits on the corvette, draining further power from its radiation shield. Fire two, said March. One of the Helix's two central railguns fired, spitting a cylinder of tungsten at a far higher velocity than the flak cannons. The amount of kinetic energy contained in the railgun shot was several orders of magnitude higher than in the flak volleys, and the corvette had no choice but to dodge it. But the remaining plasma cannon turrets had already rotated, following Axiom's pre-programmed firing solution. The corvette dodged right into the plasma volley. The ship's radiation shield collapsed under the barrage, and the remaining plasma shots punched into the corvette, burning through armor and ripping through hull metal. March saw the jerk go through the corvette as the volley tore through it, saw the vessel's available thrust suddenly drop by 40%, and its kinetic shield failed as power surges washed through the ship. March locked the remaining railgun onto the target and fired. The tungsten round leapt from the weapon and howled through the superstructure of the corvette. A second after that, containment failed on the ship's reactor, and the corvette ripped itself apart in a nuclear fireball, a second sun blazing in the system for a fraction of a second. Good shot, said Axiom. Thanks, said March. Not bad yourself, Miss Discard, said Adelaide, looking over her shoulder with a grin. For a half-second, Axiom almost looked pleased. That frigate's still coming, though, she said. I don't want to hang around to fight it, said March. How long before we have a hyperspace calculation? Another 3.5 minutes at the minimum, said Adelaide. Doesn't help that we have to keep evading. I think, wait, Jack, do a sensor focus on the frigate. Frowning, March complied. He used active sensors to do it, since all the ships in the immediate area knew where they were anyway. Information washed over his displays as the Helix's array of sensors focused on the frigate, and Mach's frown deepened. The frigate's shields were offline, and its weapons had powered down. The Helix detected a small hull breach along the frigate's dorsal hull, and a craft had been docked over the breach. A heavily armored small shuttle. A second later, the Helix picked up the adventurous maiden in the frigate's radar shadow. "Huh," said Adelaide. "Guess you were right. He really was a ship thief." "I thought he seemed sketchy," said Cassandra. A communication request came from the maiden. March accepted it, and Nagin's voice came over the speaker. "Mr. Sylvester," said Nagin. "Or should I say Captain Sylvester? I'm not really sure, mate." "Captain Nagin," said March. "What a surprise to see you here. Then again, given how much your retainer was, maybe I shouldn't be surprised." "Sadly," said Nagin, "this frigate suffered an unexpected hull breach. My crew hastened to offer assistance, but alas, the frigate's crew had already asphyxiated from the hull breach. Very regrettable." "Very," said March, who suspected that the Spiker crew had either been gunned down or escorted out the nearest airlock. "But I find myself in possession of this salvage," said Nagin. "I suppose I'll have to sell it somewhere in the non-aligned systems. Even a light capital warship can fetch a high price out there." "I suppose you will at that," said March. "Good luck, Captain Nagin." The Helix's sensors detected a surge of dark energy radiation from both the maiden and the frigate. "Good luck, Mr. or Captain Sylvester," said Nagin. "A word of advice. I don't think any Spikers are going to survive this battle. But the Red Hats will, and they might be a little angry that you blew up one of their corvettes. Watch your back." "I will," said March. "Thanks for the help." "Any time. So long as you pay up front." The spike of dark energy radiation turned into a hyperspace vortex, both the maiden and the frigate vanishing from real space. A second after that, the Helix's sensors registered another massive radiation surge. The reactor on the gas mining station had just gone critical, ripping apart the station in a nuclear explosion. March checked the sensor information. The Red Hat starfighters had fired a volley of missiles into the station's core. Without kinetic shields, the missiles had ripped apart the core, breached the reactor containment, and that was that. No more gas mining station. The Spikers were going to have to find a different location for their slave auctions. "Jack," said Adelaide, "we've got 14 Red Hat starfighters and the second corvette chasing us." "Not for long," said March. The hyperdrive display flashed green on his console as the computer finished the calculation. "Hyperdrive's ready," said Cassandra. "We can get out of here any time." She glanced at the tactical display floating over the central table. "Like now. Now would be good." "I agree with Dr. Yerzov," said Axiom, slumping in her seat. She sounded exhausted. "Excellent idea," said March, and he pulled the hyperdrive levers. The Helix entered hyperspace, leaving the wreckage of the battle and the remaining Red Hat ships behind. 12. The crew. March knew it was possible for the Red Hats to follow the Helix's vector and pursue them. He had deliberately chosen a vector leading towards a nearby deserted solar system, one that had no other use than to act as a stopping point on hyperspace routes leading back to the Kingdom of Kalaskar and the Falcon Republic. But since the Helix's computer only held hyperspace chart information for the NB8876X system, March cut power to the hyperdrive and returned to real space at the edge of the star's heliosphere. There was quite a bit of work to do. Helen emerged onto the bridge, clad in a borrowed jumpsuit that didn't fit quite right. She all but dragged Axiom into the Helix's infirmary and hooked her up to the expert diagnostic system, applying healing gel to the burns and cuts on her left arm. Seeing that Axiom was in good hands, March left Adelaide to fly the ship and descended to the cargo hold to address the liberated captives. By then, everyone had gotten dressed, which was something of a relief. All of the Spiker's female captives had been exceptionally beautiful, and escaping from a doomed space station while surrounded by naked women was not an experience March wanted to repeat, especially while people were shooting at them. March laid out the situation for the former captives and told them as much as the truth as he could. He said he represented an organization opposed to the Spiker's goals, and that he had been hired by Axiom to rescue her sister. The freed slaves had two choices. March could provide them with Starliner tickets to a destination of their choice, though Rust Belt Station was a dangerous place. Alternatively, Bishop owned a bar on Rust Belt Station that was going to have to be rebuilt, and he needed workers. They could help rebuild the Emperor's Rest. Or they could simply take their chances on the station, since March couldn't tell them what to do. But he emphasized again that Rust Belt Station was a dangerous place, and that either leaving the station or working for Bishop was their best bet. "Actually," said Bishop, "they won't be working for me. They'll be working for Anne." She waved. "I've transferred ownership of the bar to her." "Really?" said March. "What are you going to do instead?" "I think," said Bishop, "that our organization would prefer that I accompany you when you leave the system." March wrapped up his talk with the freed captives, answered their questions with as much truth as he could, and then went into a corner of the cargo hold to talk with Bishop. "You're giving up the bar," said March. "A Sigma operative can appoint his own successor, should he deem it necessary," said Bishop. "Anne's been my right hand for years. She's more than earned this." His expression hardened. "And I want to pay back the final consciousness for the firebombing. Your mission is probably the most important thing anyone in the Silent Order is doing right now. And you'll need the help." "That's true enough," said March. "I could always use another pair of hands to hold a gun." "And to help manage the strong personalities aboard this ship," said Bishop. "You've almost always worked alone or with a single partner, Jack. Managing a crew can be a bigger problem." March remembered listening to Adelaide and Memnon complain about each other. "Yeah," said March. "I'll take all the help that I can get. Welcome aboard." A few hours later, they were ready to return to Rust Belt Station. Part of the equipment that Sensor had sent with March included software for quickly forging ship registrations and ID numbers. The Helix had departed Rust Belt Station earlier, but the Fireball, an Orodrian Driveyards cargo gunship of coincidentally identical make and model, arrived later that day. March paid the bribe for the docking fee, and no one batted an eye. Most of the liberated slaves took March up on the offer of Starliner tickets, and he spent several hours arranging and paying for the tickets. No Kalaskaran Starliner companies traveled to Rust Belt Station any longer, which was one of the reasons March, Adelaide, and Cassandra had hired the adventurous maiden to take them to the station. One of the Falcon Republic Starlines still operated out this far, and March knew the machinists would leave any Falcon Republic civilian craft alone to keep the Falcons from bringing their forces into the war on Kalaskar's side. The remainder of the rescued captives, 5 in total, accepted Anne's offer to work in the Emperor's Rest as the bar was rebuilt. They had originally come from isolated colony worlds, founded by unpopular political and religious minorities. Sometimes such colony worlds became prosperous, but very often they became prey for alien or human raiders, which was how the captives had ended up on the auction stage. Once that job was done, March went to see Axiom and Helen. "I'm fine," said Axiom with some asperity, as he stepped into the Helix's infirmary. The infirmary was about the size of 2 crew cabins put together. It had a pair of beds and several metal cabinets holding medical supplies. Between the beds stood a gray cylinder with a half-dozen articulated arms. It was a medical expert computer system, a pseudo-intelligence capable of diagnosing and treating a wide variety of ailments. Axiom lay in the bed, scowling, a bandage on her shoulder and left forearm. Helen stood next to the bed, still wearing one of the Helix's jumpsuits, a stern look on her face. "You should rest," said Helen. "How much sleep did you get over the last few days?" "Enough," said Axiom. "And the burn and the shrapnel wound will heal. I heal faster than you anyway." "That doesn't mean you should push yourself as hard as you do." "Well, you're rescued, aren't you?" said Axiom. She looked at March with her metal eyes. "Thanks to Jack here." "Captain March," said Helen. "Thank you for rescuing us." She offered a brittle smile. "I am very sure we all would have come to bad ends if not for your help." "You're welcome," said March. "How are you doing?" "Am I going to curl into a ball and start crying, you mean?" said Helen. That hadn't been what he had meant, but she smiled to show it had been a joke. "I'll be fine. This hasn't been the worst thing that has ever happened to me." She paused. "I'm not sure what that says about the life I've led." "That nothing has managed to kill you yet," said March. "Now you sound like my sister," said Helen. She looked him in the eye. "But seriously, Captain March, thank you." March shrugged. Axiom was persuasive. "She stole your navigational computer, you mean," said Helen. Which was quite persuasive. "We're going to honor the deal you made," said Helen. "You have our help until the end of this mission of yours, whatever it is. Axiom, you already know what she can do." Helen shrugged. "And I have a variety of skills I've picked up over the years." "Acting as Axiom's fixer will do that," said March. "She was a smuggler before she found me in the final consciousness," said Axiom. "Never proven," said Helen, and she smiled again, "so we may be of use." "I think you will," said March. "But I should warn you. It's going to be a long haul. We're heading to the non-aligned systems and back. It might be months or even over a year before we get back to anywhere near Kalaskran space." "That's all right," said Helen. "It might be good to disappear for a while. Axiom and I have acquired a few enemies." "But we're not going anywhere," said Axiom, getting to her feet, "until we get the navigational computer back." "Are you sure you're up for this?" said Helen. "Compared to waiting around to see if any of the spikers survived to take a shot at us," said Axiom. "Or if the Red Hats figure out we came back to Rustbelt Station. I want to be a few hundred light years away if they figure it out." "Good argument," said Helen. "Don't worry, it's not far," said Axiom. "I'll hire an autocab," said March. "We won't need it," said Axiom. They descended to the cargo bay, exited the ship, and Axiom headed towards the maintenance gantry bolted to the rock wall of the landing bay. March felt himself start to frown. Axiom crossed to the base of the gantry, opened the panel that housed the circuit breakers, and reached inside. She drew out a squat gray cylinder, about the size of a coffee can. It had a row of ports for data cables and a line of LED lights down the side. "Here you go," said Axiom. "One navigational computer, as promised." She placed it in his outstretched hand. "For God's sake," said March. "It was there the entire time." Helen raised her hand to her mouth to hide a chuckle. "Yeah, sorry about that," said Axiom with a complete lack of remorse. "I couldn't be sure if the spikers or the silent order were tracking me after I broke into the Helix. If they were tracking me, I couldn't hide the navigational computer anywhere they might follow me. So the best place to hide it was somewhere you had already been," said March. The bay doors opened, and March turned towards them, hand dropping towards his pistol. But it was only Bishop and Memnon, leading an anti-grav cart full of carrying cases holding equipment and supplies for the Helix. "Exactly," said Axiom. So our former Iron Eye coughed up the navigational computer from where she had been hiding it, said Memnon. Helen frowned a little before her face returned to its smooth mask. Like Adelaide, she had taken an immediate dislike to Memnon. But Axiom only smirked at Memnon. She seemed to find him amusing. I keep my word, said Axiom. Where did you have the damn thing hidden? Said Memnon. Someplace clever where you would never ever have found it, said Axiom. Bishop snorted and met March's eye. She had it hidden in the maintenance gantry, didn't she? Christ, I should have thought of that. Well, we didn't, said March. At least we freed Ms. Descartes and hurt the Spikers badly enough that they can't use this system as a base to attack Calaskran shipping. He hefted the computer. The thing was heavier than it looked. Let's get this installed and get the hell out of here. I think we can all agree, said Helen, that we've all had quite enough of Rustbelt Station. Amen to that, said Memnon. A half-hour later, the Helix was under its own power, and March, Adelaide, Cassandra, and Axiom stood in the computer room, while Bishop flew the ship from the bridge. All right, that's the last connection, said Cassandra, closing up the access panel. Now we just have to wait for the navigational computer to finish booting up, and for the main computer to index the charts. How long will that take? Said March. About 2.5 hours, maybe 3, said Cassandra. There's a lot of data to index. She shrugged. Ms. Descartes and I can keep an eye on it if you don't want to stand around here. I stole the computer, said Axiom, so it is only logical that I help reinstall it. Fair enough, said March. I'm going to go change. He was still wearing the suit he had worn to the Spikers auction, though now it was stained with smoke, soot, sweat, and some blood. Hopefully, the sanitizer would be up to cleaning it. The suit had been expensive. I'll let you know if anything comes up, said Cassandra. March nodded and left the computer room, returning to the crew deck and his cabin, Adelaide following him in silence. Belatedly, it occurred to him that she didn't have any reason to be following him. The cabin door slid shut behind them, and she bit her lip and grinned at him, eyes bright. He raised an eyebrow. What can I say, Jack March, she said, putting her hands on his shoulders and running them down his chest. You look very good in a suit. It had been a long day, and he was tired. On the other hand, he wasn't all that tired. A satisfactory amount of time later, the sanitizer booth hummed as it cleaned the suit, and March lay tangled with Adelaide on the bunk, the blankets kicked to the deck. She sighed in contentment and ran a hand over the stubble on her scalp. There's one nice thing about having all my hair cut off, said Adelaide. My head doesn't get nearly as hot as it did when we do that. March grunted. You're still growing it back. God, yes. My ears look too big with short hair. He stifled a laugh, knowing that she was deadly serious. Can I ask you something? Sure. You and Axiom, said Adelaide. You work together really well. Common background experiences, said March. She was an iron eye, I was an iron hand. Iron eyes and iron hands usually work together. Did you ever? Adelaide's voice trailed off. Have her up against the door like I did with you yesterday. There's no need to be crude. I didn't ask the question, said March. And no, I didn't. Can I ask why not, said Adelaide. I mean, it's not really any of my business since that thing on Rusterl happened years before we met. But well, it seems like you and she would have clicked. She likes what she has become, said March. She likes having senses and reflexes beyond human capacity. Embraces it. And you don't. March shrugged. I've learned to live with it. There's a difference. She hates the final consciousness, but not like I do. Not like you do. Axiom lost a chunk of her humanity to them, but she figures it was worth the trade, even if she left the final consciousness. You and I both lost pieces of ourselves to them, but we didn't think it was worth the trade. That's the difference." To his surprise, he kept speaking. "That's what Darius doesn't get. We understand one another. It's not just about physical release, though you're good at that, or beauty, which you have. We understand each other. We love each other." "Jack," murmured Adelaide. "That was beautiful. I love you too." They lay in silence for a while. "You make it easy to love you," she said. "I'm a simple man." "I'll even be civil to Memnon for you," said Adelaide. She paused. "Though he is an ass." "He is. Good shot, though." "Yes," said Adelaide. "And given what we have to do, that's more important." An hour and a half later, March and Adelaide walked on the bridge of the Helix. The others were all there: Bishop at the co-pilot station, Cassandra at the engineering console, Memnon at the security station, Axiom at tactical, and Helen leaned against the wall watching the activity. Axiom turned just the briefest smirk in March's direction, as if she guessed what he and Adelaide had been doing, but she kept her mouth shut. No doubt she planned to continue her strategy of befriending Adelaide to influence his decisions. "We're ready," said March, dropping into the pilot's acceleration chair. "The computer's finished indexing," said Cassandra. "The hyperdrive and dark energy resonator are ready." "Hyperspace course calculated," said Bishop. 262 jumps from here to Mothro." March nodded. Mothro was on the edge of the non-aligned systems and one of the chief ports of the region. From there, they would have a good chance of finding their way to Azov Station and the hiding place of Dr. Terra Sigrande. And hopefully, the key to destroying the pulse and defeating the final consciousness. "That," observed Memnon, "is a long trip. Lot of jumps." "We had better get started then," said March, and he pulled the hyperdrive power levers. The Helix shot into hyperspace. Epilogue. As he piloted the light freighter that he had taken from the destruction of the gas mining station, the Iron Hand called Nico listened to Captain Rusev and Lieutenant Griswold complaining. He didn't mind. Nico had endured far more onerous tasks in the course of his duties. Though it was annoying. Nico supposed that he had done a lot of things that most people would consider horrible. Of course, the consensus of the final consciousness murmured inside his skull, approving of his actions. But even without the hive mind guiding his actions, Nico's conscience still wouldn't have troubled him. He had come to realize that the only thing that really mattered, was strength. You could believe in justice, in truth, in order, but none of those things mattered unless you had the strength to impose your will upon the chaotic universe. Nico had faced many opponents who believed in the rightness of their cause. It hadn't saved them. The final consciousness was the strongest, and therefore what it did was correct. What Nico did in its service was correct. The fact that he enjoyed it was merely a bonus. Though he hadn't enjoyed how things had gone at the auction. "The Council of Captains will be furious," said Rusev, his voice just short of a whine. "To say nothing of the standing we will have lost with all those potential buyers. Tens of millions of credits gone." Nico ignored the complaints and considered his next move. His assignment from Odin had been straightforward. The final consciousness was about to launch its long-prepared war against the kingdom of Kalaskar. Nico was to recruit the Spiker pirate gang, take control of Rustbelt Station, and use the pirates to launch attacks against Kalaskaran shipping once the Antioch system fell. Everything had gone quite well. The Council of Captains had followed Nico's directions, little realizing that their plans had been his own. The slave auction would have raised a lot of funds for the necessary ships and weapons to attack Kalaskaran freighters. Today had been a setback. "It wasn't my fault," said Rusev. "The Council of Captains will have to see that." won't they? Belatedly, Nico realized that Rusev had been taking to him. Of course they will, said Nico, looking back from the pilot's console. The freighter's flight cabin was cramped, with only a few seats. Rusev and Griswold sat at the tactical and engineering stations, respectively. They shall. The signal came to his mind. The hive implant ensured that he maintained a constant low-grade connection to the group mind of the final consciousness, hearing the murmur of the consensus and the will of the cognarchs. More detailed information, however, was limited to conventional methods of communication. The final consciousness used hyperspace-enabled drones as couriers to deliver information to covert operatives, disguising the burst transmissions as background static. One such burst came to Nico's mind. In the space between two heartbeats, knowledge filled his skull. Odin was dead. Jack March and his crew had been sent on a mission to the non-aligned systems. The pulse superweapon was undergoing the final stages of construction hidden in the non-aligned systems, and it was vital for the war effort against Kalaskar. If March found and destroyed the pulse, he had to be stopped at all costs. "Excuse me," said Nico, getting to his feet. "I need to use the bathroom." "Now," said Rusev, incredulous. "Who will monitor the ship?" Nico smiled as he stepped past him. "I have every confidence that you can, Captain Rusev." Rusev blinked in surprise, stood, and turned towards the pilot's console. In the time that they had been working together, Nico had never let anyone fly his ship. Griswold looked towards the captain as he stood, and Nico drew his plasma pistol and shot them both through the head. Low-power shots, of course. He didn't want to risk damaging his ship. Both pirates fell dead to the deck with smoking craters in their skulls. Nico stepped over Griswold's twitching corpse and sat long enough to enter a new course into the ship, setting the navigational computer to work on a hyperspace route to the port of Mothro in the non-aligned systems. Once that was done, he took a moment to relieve Griswold and Rusev of their weapons and money, waste not, want not, and then dumped their bodies out the cargo airlock and into space. There was a great deal of work to do, and he needed to get started. The end. Thank you for reading Silent Order, Royal Hand. Jack March's next adventure will be Silent Order, Wreck Hand, coming in 2023. If you like the book, please consider leaving a review at your ebook site of choice. To receive immediate notification of new releases, sign up for my newsletter or watch for news on my Facebook page.